Hello, everybody, and welcome to NECC Rocket League Playoffs, week number 2. My name is Bash from the past, and joined alongside me here today is none other than the lovely Hyperion. Hype, we are here back with the second week of playoffs, like I said, and we're starting off with a banger. It is Misericordia Cougars versus J-Woo Yellow, and I'm ready to get into this one. How are you doing on this fine Tuesday, my friend?
It's semifinals time. That's enough. That's all I need to say, and I'm looking forward to this match. It's number 1 seed versus number 4 seed, so it should be an intense one.
This is going to be a very intense one, not only because of the fact that we're here in semifinals, but these teams have squared off again before, Hyperion, so we've got a little bit of a rivalry brewing here. The Misericordia Cougars, last time they took a 3-1 over Johnson & Wales University Yellow, and well, that was in week 2 of the season. We get all the way now to what is basically the equivalent of week number 10, and we come back to see where these two teams have progressed. So, Hype, I'm ready to get into this one, my friend. All I'm expecting is an incredible back and forth.
That should be the case indeed. Even in week number 1 of playoffs, that is, we've seen incredibly close back and forths, even though that should be the most dominating round out there. So I'm really curious to see, heading into this, what's going to be happening and whether we can see the improvement that JWU have made throughout the rest of the season here, and whether they're able to kind of take an upset against the number 1 seed.
Beyond just the number 1 seed, they are undefeated coming into today. Misericordia doing a very good job at holding on to that even throughout their first week, but they've got quite the test up against them here. Like we said, Johnson & Wales University very strong and have been on the upswing. They finished out the season winning 4 games in a row. Let's see, though, can they make it a 6 going into the second week of playoffs? We've got game number 1 here in this best of 5. Johnson & Wales University versus Misericordia Cougars here, and Hype, I'm ready for a battle, my friend.
Oh, this should be a battle. Nick already hunting for the demos. Good pass back towards Sync. Stoops is able to shut it down. Ansi does indeed pass it off to the center. Pershals is there, who was a massive player in that previous time that I did at least saw them play. Ansi up for it now. Nick quick to him, but Ansi still gets it through him. Sync on the side. He's going to try and clear it out. Not really get far, though.
A little bit of a development period right now. Both teams trying to feel each other out, figure out how they want to play this one, and you're not really too surprised by that considering the experience on both sides here. J-Woo, like we said, they lost to this team the first time they played them, but the first time they played them, it was still a back and forth 3-1 scoreline. This time, it's a 1-0 scoreline. Joey cheats out to the corner here and just gets surprised by the shot on target.
Great rotation there from Ansi to turn in and go for the shot. Joey did not have his visor on Ansi. Ansi was able to catch him off guard, get the first goal here, but Sync, he's already looking to fight back. Stoops on the back row, that's a controlling touch. Nick tries to close that gap. Joey needs to hurry back. Well, that's just an open net for Stoops, and oh my word, JWU are up by 2.
This is a little bit of a surprising start here from MU. We're not really expecting them to play this haphazardly, but Joe V30 once again pushes just a little bit too far out to midfield, and it is fair. This is a team that is notorious for their offense. They are led by Nick, who is the coach of Team Queso, a professional team in RLCS EU. So usually you have a team that's really calm and collective. They have a very good rotation, are very in your face. This time, though, it's coming back to bite them. 2 in the face have been exposed on 2 cross-court counters, and all of a sudden it's 2-0 for JWU, and I think that they might be able to try and hold on to this if they can just hold on to a good defense here. That being said, an offense is starting to build for Misericordia. Maybe it's a short-lived one. Stoops gonna try and put this into the backboard. No such luck on the double touch, but they're looking a little bit lackluster. After a very aggressive start, they're starting to hold back a little bit here, Hyperion. Now they're really struggling to find an offense.
I think going to try and start that offense at least. Nick is there to sail on in, but he doesn't get it on target. Joe also doesn't. Ansi and dives underneath. Pershals this time pops it up high. Looked for the follow-up touch. Decides to back down to the ground before that. Joe with a clear away. Doesn't get further than Stoop. Sync. That's to fish that out of his own net. Nick still close to it. And this is an all-on attack from J-Woo. It's not looking like they're letting up.
really just putting on the pressure. Shot after shot after shot here. Just making sure to get in the face of their opponents. And look at that. Misericordia, the Cougars playing very hesitant there in the corner. They really don't want to be exposed. It feels like this first game could be pretty important here, High Fury. It set the tone, but there's a way to try and switch it up. Jovi30 making up for the mistakes of earlier and find the first goal here for the Cougars.
Especially after a bit of an intermittent period where obviously everybody had break, Thanksgiving dinners, everybody gained a few pounds here and there. It makes sense. You need to get into the swing of things. You need to warm up again. And at some point, you'll be rolling to your ability yet again. But Purcell's, he's going to try and keep the ball rolling in towards the center. Nick clears out 2 defenders. And still, Joe gives it away.
It away for now, but can they tie this one up? Singh gonna put this one center. Is anyone there? Nick decides not to fully commit. Make sure that Jovi is prepared on the counterattack this time, and I like this. They're starting to have some more designated roles here. It's very clear that Nick and Sink are gonna try and rule this offensive presence. Meanwhile, Jovi30 just gonna play on the back end and kind of just make these, well, booming clears. They do indeed get the second goal for the team. For a player that's been playing very hesitant and very defensive, to see them with the first 2 goals for their team, I'd say surprising.
It's a banger of a shot by Stoops. Unfortunately, it's the wrong net, but it's a top-bin banger. 2-2 right now, the score. Joe putting in the second for his team. Nick there to assist, and Nick is wearing the RLCSX regional champion tag. That's going to be intimidating to go up against. Even though you know he wasn't the one playing, that's still so scary to see.
Dude, it's a tag, what, like 6 teams have? No, because we played through the 3 splits, like 10, 12 teams, something like that, have that tag in total, especially in EU where BDS took like half of the events. That's rather difficult to get. So props to Nick. It's going to give him a little bit of an intimidation factor up until maybe further into this bracket. They start to run into some CRL teams which should have similar tags. But intimidation isn't going to win you a game. Goals are, and at this point, it's all tied up. Neither team has been able to find the advantage, but Nick trying to change that there, flying through, looking for the 3rd goal for Misericordia. And I fear if they get that, that's 3 in a row. 3 uncontested goals in a row mean that JWoo will have given up what was a huge lead for them.
Huge opportunity as well. Sink with a bomb, but Ansi still there on the goal line to protect Sink. It's just been lurking in that attack and half the entire time. Opts to not go for the boost here. Nick down to the side. 53 seconds to go right now. Will change the winds here of this match. And Purcell's tries to do that for his team. Stoops there for the shot. Singh blocked that directly at the roost. Doesn't want to let that roll on further. Joe now with the clear away. And wants to stay underneath, but Stoops has got control.
Stoops has got control, but only for a second. Immediately dispossessed, and now a chance for MU to go into their opponent's half. Cougars looking to try and close out this game, and like we said, it'd be a come-from-behind victory, and an impressive one at that. With 20 seconds left, it's looking like JWoo actually might be able to get an offense together here. Purcell's, though, that's a little bit too hesitant, so Sink can get a 50-50, but Joe V completely commits there, so Stoops has got time and space to start a counterattack. Flips around 1. Sink in an awkward position there, just has to try and get a 50-50. Nick is up, and he will deny Purcell's of a shot, and I think that we might just be going to overtime. This one, if it hits the ground, it will. Sink has to try and force a save there. Purcell somehow keeps this up in the corner. There is a chance. Pass center. Is anyone there for the shot? Ansi is there, but cannot get it on target. He'll keep this one up for Stoops, and this will stay alive. I'm expecting this one to drop and hit in overtime, and eventually it does. Intense little back and forth there to finish it up, but I fear here we go. 2-2 overtime, game number 1.
Game number 1, and this is exactly what we expected. Sink has to make this touch. He makes it delayed. Nick got a little bit frightened. And just jumped in. Ansi denied by Stoops. Stoops taking it to the corner though. Joe, the last man to clear. Joe has a good challenge on it. Nick turns in yet again. Kind of ball chasey right now. Purcell's off to the backward. Ansi, that's a phenomenal pass. Stoops a bit too far away though. Stoops has to go for a long distance shot just outside of the box. Joe, decent block. Purcell's lands underneath. Ansi now to the corner. Looks for the shot in field. Nick yet again denying any of that shenanigans happening.
Back and forth here in overtime. Neither team really finding a lot of momentum. Decent offensive pressure here for JWoo, but that's not going to be enough considering the fact it's been about, I want to say, 4 to 5 minutes since we saw their last goal. They need something to try and end this drought. Maybe they can find some decent offense here as they build out of the corner. Stoops, though, missing that one. And Hyperia, the panic's starting to set in. I think teams are recognizing how intense of a moment this is. The winner of this one takes the first game, and Oh boy, this could be Jwoo here. What is happening right now? Ooh. Double touch! Stoops almost able to find the dagger. No such luck, and we will play on.
Almost a double tap with the pre-flip in there. Joe in an Orca rotation right now. Nick is right behind him. Nick's actually sitting in net. Good challenge there in the center field to shut down Ansi. Purtles goes across the pitch. Stoops now into the corner. Looks to extend this play. They've been attacking a decent amount, but have not been able to find the back of the net here then. Stoops, good beat. Ansi has an angle, but impossible to score if Nick beats him out on that challenge. Purtles denying counterattack, and Nick with 0 boost, not going to get far. Sink engaged in the 50, whips it wide. Joe still there for the follow-up. Jumps off the sidewall. Decent flip into it, but it's not going to be good enough.
And they're trying their best to break out of their own half, but right now the Cougars really struggling to find themselves a decent transition into offense here. That's to no fault of their own. I got to give credit to Jwoo at this point. They've continually put on the pressure, but can they save it when it counts? Shot on target, and Nick will end this one in 2 minutes off of overtime.
The 50 into the beat here, into too much power behind the shot. Purcell couldn't get to it properly to scoop that out of the net. And they do take home game number 1. And it was a tough fought one. But now you have to think about the momentum for JW. What is that going to do to them?
I would say not only the momentum, but the mental at this point has got to be a little bit defeated there. That's 3 goals in a row in favor of Misericordia. So it's one of these things where Johnson and Wales looked pretty good to start off that game, but as time went on, as the adaptations were made, they struggled to find as threatening of an offense. You look at the scoreline here, I believe it's a total of 8 shots to a total of 7 shots. So similar amount of shots, but you look at the first half of the game, it's all Johnson and Wales on the offense here. So to see that switch up during the back half, to see Misericordia start to find themselves a little bit of offense as well and really do the most with it every time, it's starting to feel like they're a little bit more in control right now. High Fury definitely need to be some adjustments if Johnson and Wales want to try and take the series.
It seems like a very calculated play style. They accept the risk of being back in the defensive end, but they also have the fruits of their labor directly going into the attack. And here we go into game number 2, 6 seconds in, and they're right back to attacking on the side of JWU. Won't be lasting for too long, though, or at least they're trying to make that happen on the side of the Cougars. It's still struggle city. Stoops with the double tap, dives underneath.
Oof. They're trying everything, but again, this is that offensive efficiency we were talking about before. They have an overwhelming offense there, even some really awkward plays out in the corner, but still not able to find a solid shot on target. Matter of fact, not even technically able to find a shot. This time they do. Sink able to make the save, and Nick will make the follow-up as well, but 1 shot registered through 45 seconds of play, and all it takes is 1 shot on the other end. Sink gets a wide open net from a disgusting demo from Nick.
This is exactly why it's so calculated. They make sure that they can get the rotation exactly in when it matters. Go into the attack when the defense is not quite prepared for it. And well, the Cougars, they were prepared for it every single time. Sink off the ceiling. Oh my word, he's feeling frisky here, huh? Dives over it, but it's still, yeah, he's got spirit here. That's the most important part.
I mean, honestly, can you really blame him, though? At this point, that's 4 goals. No, 5 goals. No, 4 goals. Excuse me. Caster math failing me at the moment here. But 4 goals in a row for Misericordia here have scored in a row. It's just one of these things where it feels like right now Jwoo needs something to switch this up. Momentum is not in their favor, and unfortunately it's not going to find any there as well. Multiple shots go off target, and back to the drawing board go Jwoo.
Oh my, you were talking about his goal scoring opportunities, and let's not talk about that goal scoring opportunity he created for the opposite team there. Nick yet again with the clear away, pops it up high and still lands center. Purcell's tries to take a controlling touch. It's going to be a tough one when Ansi has the exact same idea, or at least the same idea for the follow-up. Stoops 50 with Joe. Stoops has the boost control though, and Joe jumps in yet again. Now has to recover quickly. Nick and Sink both sitting on the line. Sink has to try and back him up now. Good recovery out of Sink to go a second time. Great demo. Opens up some space. Joe nicely baits in one, then goes around the side. Attacks the right flank. Attempts to pass into the center, but Sink is there to try and actually get that there. Nick into Ansi. Nick has to, or Sink has to backflip. It's counter attack started, but they've not really been lethal.
it just kind of feels like it's a lot of offensive pressure, but that's it. If you can't do much with the offensive pressure, it really doesn't mean much, especially against a team that is so calm and collected here in Misericordia. Again, we have to hint upon the fact that Nick is used to this type of pressure. He may not play in RLCS, but he's used to talking to players who play in RLCS, to coaching those players, and really getting into the mental of a player like that. When you've got money on the line, when you've got high stakes such as this, you're going to really have to try and keep your nerves calm, and it does very much seem like Misericordia figured out how to do that after game number 1. They were a little bit frazzled during the front half, but now here in game number 2, they look very in control. Even with shots ripping on target like that, JoV30 very easily able to make a save. What about on the follow-up? Stoop shot on target, Nick clear. Nancy not prepared for said clear. Again, the control, calm, collective nature of MU right now is absolutely winning them this ballgame.
Nancy pops that wide. Purcell rotates away, gives Joe some space. Joe decides to just go for a ripper. Sink hanging about in the neck. Goes for a 50 now. Nick's around the side. Stoops 1v1 against Joe. Joe is going to go for the inside out. Oh, just challenges directly Nick. Pops it out to the corner. A bit of panic in the defense there. Nick has to rotate it back. Joe does a job for him, but Nancy still able to take control of the pop-up. Gives it away yet again, though. Nick gets beaten. That surely is a goal. Stooped. Pushed it through.
Finally, we get the equalizer through, I want to say, 8 minutes of play. It took Jaewoo to find themselves this equalizer, and honestly, even find themselves a goal after that first game, but it finally arrived at the perfect time. 80 seconds left here in game number 2, and a chance to tie up this series would be massive for Jaewoo, considering the fact momentum has pretty much entirely been in favor of their opponents. A goal right here would be huge, and no Stoops can't find it. What about the follow-up? This on target, and Nancy will put the team up by 1.
They took a big breath of relief, but they weren't above the water just yet. Directly gulping in a big breath of water, and Nancy, he capitalized, pushed through, and yet again, JWU take the lead, but going into that ending phase, Cougars have been exquisitely strong. Can they show it again? Joe pops it into the corner, waiting heavy of a touch, but the follow-up is actually great. A bit of a bait in. Purcell's down the side now. Sink staying close to 50. Not sailing on target, but Nick still a bit afraid.
A little bit afraid here, and you can understand why. With 50 seconds left, if another goal goes in here for Johnson and Wales University, that's going to be the end of this game. And they're trying to prevent that at all costs. JoV30, a great save out to the side, but can they transition with the ball? They're going to boom it out to their opponent's corner, but I think that's all they're going to do. Stoops with time and space to try and develop a play here. He'll get demoed for his efforts, but at this point, he's wasted enough time. 30 seconds left, and the pressure really going to start to mount here. Misericordia need a goal just to force an overtime.
Joe, out to the side, Sink to follow it up, pops it over 1. That's a good attempt. That's a good opportunity. Joe nicely staying behind to try and continue this pressure. Stoops is close, but that might not matter if it's a good 50. It's a good 50, but down the other end it goes. Sink stays close. Nick into the corner. Stoops still has control, but Nick is looking to set up a nifty counter-attack. Anti is able to shut that down, and now all they have to do is spike it into the ground. That seems to be a little harder than it sounds, but there we go. JWU, they equalize.
I find out that I have muted myself, unfortunately, but I also find out that we have an equalized series here, 1-1 overall, and I gotta say, Jaewoo looking a lot stronger in that second game. They did everything we were hoping for from that first one, which was they kept the pressure up, but they started to become a little bit more threatening when it came to that offense. At a total of, how many shots is that? That is a total of 13 shots in comparison to their opponents' 2. They put on that pressure we were looking for. They didn't necessarily up their lethality of offense, but they kept that offensive pressure until eventually they were able to find cracks.
Only 2 shots for the Cougars as well. Only 2. They were able to convert one of those, of course, but that's still not going to cut it. You need more shots than that. You need to break out more efficiently, especially against a team like JWU, who's just going to suffocate you in your half. And I think for the Cougars, it's time to at least change something around.
They just need to figure out a way to try and move into their opponent's offense a little bit more thoroughly. We talked about the first game there. The reason they were able to do so is because every time they got into the offense, they looked so incredibly threatening. Now in this game where they're getting limited chances, they need to just find ways to get more chances. And that sounds pretty simple in itself. It really is not, especially against a team like Johnson Wales University, who are so good at cutting out those inlet passes. They're going to need to go back to the drawing board, and they're going to need to do so quick. They lose this game, all of a sudden their opponents are on match point. So let's see, can they get there? They've had an undefeated season up until now, and I don't think Misericordia are looking to have that change. A shot on target will be denied, but what about the follow-up? Jovi30 with the first goal here in 3.
What changed? Out of the gates, they come out firing. Great pressure, keeping them locked in. 16 seconds in, and already more shots than in the entirety of that previous game. That's insane.
Quite the statistic. Already 3 shots here. They've had more in 20 seconds than they did 5 minutes. Oh, but they're also possibly going to concede as many as they did in the last game. No, please. Please, just go, right? No, the ceiling? No one's there.
No.
Stoops? No! Oh my god! On a Rye, I feel.
Of course that does. It wouldn't make sense in Ban. I said Rocket League is not a game where you have to think what would be the stupidest thing to happen right now, and that usually ends up happening. Antsy and a stupid play as well, but you know, a stupid one that actually works out. It's not stupid that does it.
Exactly, that's the thing. If you don't know what you're doing, your opponents don't know what either. So it's perfect. It's a 5-headed that no one ever really thought of, and well, hopefully that gameplay can try and recollect here for giving up a massive opportunity. But speaking of which, another big opportunity, this time for the other team, but they'll find the follow-up anyways. NECC sinks one into the back of the net.
This was opportunity. Got demo boost. He got everything he needed to win 2-goal lead right now. All of a sudden flipped on its head. That's the thing with Rocket League. It's saying initially it can be very much the case of, oh yeah, of course you have it. So currently, sir, but it's not like the greatest motivational speech of him all of a sudden to change everything. At least I think so. I just think it's Sync and Joe actually player. As I say that, they are stepping a little bit on their play with that.
Like you said, NECC is just going to be able to facilitate to excel. That's what we're seeing. All 3 players. We talked about this in game number. First game, they had Jovi30 on the back. Game think up the front, running the offense. You're gonna have to find someone to try and play a little bit more. Do you think Souls will take full
to this comeback, and it's the Cougars. They need to them quick. Purcell's again. NECC is up for it, but he dives underneath it. That leaves the net complete. Stoops as a net, and he will finish his dinner.
He will finish dinner indeed. Eat everything off the plate. All of a sudden, we've got 2 clean plates on each side. It's actually a clean slate. 2 minutes and 43 seconds left. We are all squared away. This goes on to take series point. Someone can and Jay will go the other way. Can they start to build a good off? NECC clear that. Mid presence starting to become prevalent. I think third game.
Assume will be high pressure situation. Diving down to the ground. Great to send it. Accept. Some to get the follow-ups. On the corner. On the other side. NECC 50 with Purcell's. Plenty of space. And go second 50. And this time, Anti comes out favoring. Actually, Stoops a little bit up in the pace there.
He's been extremely fast right. Fourth and fourth. His own post make the save there. Thought it might be an own goal. No such luck for the team in blue here. Miser can themselves another goal to or 80 end of regulation here too. He's got 3-2 in favor.
That is a banger. That say try east. This has been 2 with that
There's
game.
a little bit of here, ain't it? Misery. Trying to that game advantage going to with 50 seconds left. They set up a pretty lead to gain it. They can continue with an off. He'll do it by himself. Ball to start quadruple for both teams. That's an chaos out of midfield.
2 from each side, and nicely represent their respective teams. It's not going to matter though. It's not going to lead to anything. Not at least seems way too high. That on the table they want to take here, but Ansi denies it.
What a fall in the ball out to the center, but I think we're slated for another one. Times High Fury. As long as round, we will go there. Who can goal to determine the lead, and we
I in this so much too on it. I'm gonna try and touch that, put forward 6 seconds into overtime. We've seen
that's
that
a big
counter.
Bring the teams make sense of space. One got to the in the communication with a open net. Put the rib. Maybe fine.
Corner and ran last man back. Good to send it field charge a bit far wide. That's the rely to say still with the pick 4 doesn't have to back down, doesn't have the boost, or didn't grab to the
I've got to be my breath, I would say here, because again, the way we saw the regulation to an overtime, but being opportunities, here's one. Johnson tying up there, another shot goal here to gone. Saying the out. Oh my! He thought he had a little bit more. Wanted to net. All of a sudden, here's another offense building,
but it was a part. 5th. Free space. Turning in time.
I want to end this game overall. the necessary redirect.
It's always incredibly tough. Let's with him. Purcell's on the side. Keeps going on and to it. The backward that from happening and Purcell.
E3 up. Like either one of these teams could be the two. On pass out to backboard safely. Will for the team, but maybe he's gonna end again.
To end it. Correct touch a bit. But Joe is very much prepared. Challenging this attempted it.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NECC Rocket League playoffs. Once again, my name is Bass the Pass, and joined alongside me is the lovely Hypheria. And, Hype, we're back from a little bit of technical difficulties. We have returned for game number 4 of this best of 5. It is Misericordia versus Johnson & Wales University here, and like we were talking about before we went to break, Misericordia, a very strong team that ended up taking that overtime, their second overtime in the series, meaning they're on match point now, Hypheria. All they need is one more win, and they move on to the grand finals of the NECC Rocket League.
Ooh, my. And that after a 5-minute overtime. Oh, it was spicy. It was fresh. It was new. It was refreshing. And I just want to kind of recreate that, of course, for everybody back at home who missed it. And let's hope we can get another overtime in there, because this one was incredibly close. It's good that JWU got this time to try and recuperate their losses.
Yeah, that's the big thing here, is that they clearly needed a little bit of a reset here. We talked about momentum in the series, and in the first game where Misericordia ended up taking the overtime, they had 3 goals in a row to get to that overtime, and then a 4th to end it off there. So Johnson & Wales gave up a huge lead, but this time it was a little bit of a different story. Misericordia were actually the ones that came out with a 3-goal lead. Then all of a sudden, Johnson & Wales force it overtime, and then Misericordia take the overtime. So Johnson & Wales need momentum in their favor right now. It feels like they are really struggling to hold on to that momentum when they find it, and while they're finding it in short spurts, they need a little bit of more consistency here, Hypheria, if they want a chance at winning the series.
Consistency is a king. Consistency is key. It is basically everything at any single level. If you're going to be more consistent on average than your opponents, you're going to win the majority of your games. But now, it is a JWU. Their backs against the wall, hanging by the final piece of thread. And they just need to get 2 in a row. I say just, but it's going to be a tough task against the Cougars.
Let's see if they can get this one done. That's going to be a good start for them. Misericordia, unfortunately, a little bit off target with the kickoff there. I think Joe V30, just a little bit of a misinput, and it's going to lead to not a goal for or for Jwoo there. A save on the line, and then the follow-up from Nick, and the Cougars have come to play here in game number 4.
They are ready to go here, but they're looking to get it back into their own hands on the side of Jwoo. Stoops in the center with 0 boost. That's going to be a tough one. Joe to the backboard. Stoops lurking underneath. Ansi to the side. Nick trying to pass that back, but instead he gets passed back to his own back right corner. Sink takes it up to the skies. It was a demo hunt, but only a slight one. This and Nick gets sent to his grave yet again. I feel bad for him at this point.
Oh, little bit unfortunate at this point. It really has been, I would say, not necessarily a targeting of Nick at this point, but I would say he's the strongest player on the team, and it seems like both teams are starting to recognize it at this point. He's been the catalyst for this offense, and even if he isn't directly responsible for each goal, he's had a hand in almost every single one. Goal participation through the roof for that player, and oh no, I was going to say you can see why, and no, Joey does not make the follow-up shot. Beautiful setup for all of Misericordia, but they can't find the back of the net, and unfortunately they'll fall out to midfield where they will have to restart their offense yet again.
Stoops up to the sky, lands underneath. Nick with a good challenge. Ansi into the corner. Joe gets it up to the backboard. Stoops. Sink is waiting underneath. Just patient play right there. Joe with a boost grab. It's actually still going to go over a Sink. Joe, that's an aggressive challenge. Nick with a great pass back to his own corner to try and resume control from there. I think that would have strolled on in. Now they actually get control of the ball.
Let's see, can they do anything with this control of the ball, though? Nick, that's a good touch out to the corner. Sink should be there, and he will dunk the last defender. A heck of a way for the Cougars to get on top with 2 minutes gone.
There they go. 2 minutes gone, and Sink just dives on in their nose. And even if he doesn't get a great challenge, even though it pinches wide or whatever happens really, he's going to have a favorable outcome. Two players panicking on the line. He dives on in, makes him panic even more. Soup for the panic in the opposing side. Nick tries to get up the ceiling, not too sure whether they're going to reset. Ansi gets denied by Purtle, but Purtle's still taking it to the sky. Joe shrugging that bump off. Absolutely simple stuff for him. Stoops still off to the backward. Look for the second tap. Ansi's there, goes low, but Sink is in the vicinity.
Okay, I don't know if you've noticed this. I'm gonna hope this is coincidence. Otherwise, this is one of the funniest things I've ever seen. Ansi switched into a Dominus for this matchup. And can you guess what decal he has? I have to check this back. I'm not sure because I only got a glimpse of it. It's either the Evil Geniuses or the Team Queso decal. So if he's got the Team Queso one on while playing his opponent, I'm going to laugh. No, it is Evil Geniuses. Darn it. That would have been so incredible. Well, sidetracked for a moment, but let's get back to the game here. 2 minutes remaining, and it doesn't really matter what decal you've got on. You're going to need something more than a decal to take you to victory because JWoo, they've been shut out for 3 minutes of play. I don't know what needs to change at this point, Hyperia, but they need a change if they want to try and keep the series alive.
I mean, I feel like if Ansi would go for the Team Queso decal, right, he'd only be giving Nick money in the end. So,
true.
like, it's like, oh, we lose to you and I actually paid you. So it's kind of like the reverse of what you, I don't want to say want to do, but what usually happens with match fixing. Either way, you said back to the match, so let's actually go back to the match. Joe down the line. That's an open net. Nick can convert it, but Stoops has a denial. Still to the center. Great stuff out of Percy.
I gotta give credit where it's due. The defense here has really stepped up. Both of these teams were... Oh, okay. Whew, I thought they were gonna get scored on from a play like that. Luckily enough, they do not. But the defense, it really has stepped up here. For two teams that seem to be slugging it back and forth with over 10 shots to each team in the first couple of games, all of a sudden, we're really breaking down the shot total. 4 per team with about 4 minutes gone. Only a shot per minute for each squad. This has become a much more methodical game, and unfortunately for JWoo, doesn't seem like they're all too adjusted to that. They're still trying to go with this never say die attitude, this over-aggressive offense, but they need something else. 45 seconds left, and if they do not find a goal, Hyperia, that is the end of this series.
Joe moves to just completely put this one to bed. Nick's still in the corner, but this is also scary territory for an overcommit. Out to the side, Stoops gets it off to the backward. Ansi goes up high. Ansi still staying close. Nick dived over. Ansi tries to finish this one off. Sink can't save it with 21 seconds. We might just be heading to overtime.
Overtime. Come on, chat, say it with me. We got 21 seconds left, and we might go to our 4th overtime of this series. If you expected this to be a pretty one-sided affair for Misericordia, you are sorely mistaken. We've had 3 one-goal games in a row, and it's looking like we're going to have a 4th as well. It could end in regulation this time, though. An offense building here. Stoops open net, but Nick will get there for the save. 8 seconds left, and JWoo, they're going to get one more chance at an offense here. Can they build anything? No, they're going to actually miss this one out at midfield. This actually could turn into an offense the other way. No, it will not. Hits the ground, and we go to overtime. Game number 4.
Game number 4. This could be the final one here. if the JWU side does not take this home. Nick out to the side. All they need, realistically, is one goal to go to the grand final.
Oh my. I'm very excited for this one, and we could, all of a sudden, no, I was gonna say, see a game number 5, but the shot is off target. What about the follow-up? No such a luck, at least not for Misericordia. Johnson and Wales will take this happily, and we move into game number 5.
Game number 5. Joe actually relatively got close to that, but we head on to that final tiebreaker. Both teams back against the wall. The room has just been shrinking and shrinking and shrinking until they're in this tiny little confined box where the only thing that matters is knocking out your opponent.
My word, and we are all trapped in that box now at this point, and this box is going to explode from its hinges in this next game. Game number 5, we've had 3 overtimes and 4 one-goal games at this point. I don't know what else we can say at this point. If you guys are not hyped for this 5th match, I don't know what else we can do.
Yeah, no. Then you're just a boring person, I guess. I don't know. If this match is not hype, I don't know what does it for you anymore. You've exerted all the options of life, of actually entertainment. Let's move on to a new topic, eh? Game 5. Pog.
I would agree with you. Game 5 is pretty pog indeed. And, well, Game 5,
no.
we're moving on to a field that I'm not so sure everybody's going to agree with here. We move into Neon Fields here for game number 5. This is going to be an interesting one, and, well, it's one to determine it all. Here we go. Game number 5 in this best of 5. I'm hoping for another overtime.
No way. We go to Neon Field. Everybody thinking Champions Field, surely. No, Neon Field is where the real battles get fought, because you also have to play the battle of actually being able to see where you're going. It's an interesting one, and it adds an extra element. Let's see who versus bear in this new territory. Nick with a 50 and Stoop, and a lot of power behind that. Sink catching in the end, go over Purcell's. Anti's still close to the play. The Sink to move around the side, facilitate a pass potentially. Has to go back now and a defense.
The defense for the second, but can there be a solid follow-up? No such luck. Johnson and Wales with an overwhelming amount of pressure here to start this game, but is it going to mean much? We've seen this so many times, Hyperia. Good pressure is great, but if they can't get a solid shot on target, it can dissipate in the blink of an eye. So far, it has not. About a minute gone here, and it has been a lot of offensive pressure for Johnson and Wales, but you'll notice a big thing here. 0 shots registered, a full minute of offense, and they still cannot find a single shot before their opponents actually find the first of the game.
Stoops into the corner. Nick, last man back, decides to fake it out. It's a smart one, but the second touch is terrible. Has to recover quickly. Purcell's off to the center. Ansi is there. That's a phenomenal pass, but Nick with an even better save to clear it away. Joe stays close. Sing. Let's let Nick take over. Now far post rotation is necessary to try and keep that pressure away from their net. Sink recovers quickly, but it's only a 50, and they're keeping on defending the entire time. Surely at some point that seal has to be cracked.
I mean, you'd like to think so, but considering we've gone to so many overtimes, a 0-0 overtime is, I'm not going to say inevitable, but it's very possible with these two squads. None of Johnson and Wales have anything to say about it. At this point, they've been unrelenting on offense. We said that they struggled to find a shot in the first minute. Well, second minute, a very different story. 5 shots here. They've been just ripping them off at their opponents. And finally, a little bit of reprieve. Here, it's been a goal as well. Nick, I don't even think was expecting the dunk, and then really wasn't expecting the miss from the defender. No one there to follow up, but a huge opportunity for the Cougars goes right. It's not going to turn into a goal on the other end, but a very awkward position here for Misericordia.
Oh my, both teams getting great opportunities and just not quite pulling it over the line. And there's going to be one at least scored here. Stoop should be able to clear this one out. Let's Purcell do the job. Great pass back from Sink into Joe, then decides to deliver another package that was himself. Not necessarily the greatest thing to be happening here. Purcell blocking Joe. Nick is up for it, but he's not going to have a shooting angle here. Just passes it along. Stoops is the first one to respond to it. Sink off the line. Runner down to the line. Nick is denied by Stoops, and I feel like everybody just has got that bit of panic. Sync and
Oh, boy.
fake out both, and Sync does fake out both.
Yeah, that was a little bit inevitable. Like you said, the panic really set in there. 2 players commit there, and then 2 of them in the corner. Neither one of them wants to commit at that point. And then you just kind of had this awkward little back and forth there in the corner. Easy dunk for Sync, and, well, it could be the final goal we see in this game. 3 minutes of play and only 1 goal scored, but maybe the second goal can be a bit quicker. Purcell's trying to do exactly that, and Antsy will be up as well. But he pops it into his own half. That's probably not where that one was supposed to go. And now a chance for Mr. Cordia to add on to their lead. This is looking a little bit scary, Hyperia. Jwoo really starting to panic here in this final game.
Oh, Nick with a great bump. Nobody there to actually finish it off, though. Purcell's. Can they go down the line now? Can they actually turn this incredible defense in a well-built offense? Saints is absolutely not coming through my gates anytime soon. Nick decides to go for a ripper. Stoops there with the save. Joe with the shot. Stoops there yet again, and Stoops is stepping up when it matters to keep them into the game, but they need a goal to equalize.
Oh my, that is quite something special, and that might just be how you force an overtime here in this series. Jwoo trying to hold on with all their might, but they're not able to find an offense to show for it. Misericordia back onto the offensive half yet again, looking for the dagger here. Nick in specific is looking for a dunk, and Sync looking for the follow-up, but no such luck, and that's a triple commit. Everyone from Misericordia moved into offense. Can there be a quick counterattack now? Purcell's looking for the demo, but Nick gets back in time. And Iferia, 45 on the clock. It is now or never for Johnson and Wales.
Purcell's, that's an open net. Purcell's converts, and now or never. They say right now.
Oh my. 40 seconds left, and we could be heading to yet another overtime. At this point, one thing is almost inevitable. We're going to have our 5th 1-goal game of this series. Hyperia, this is everything we could have hoped for from the 1 and 4 seeds.
1 and 4 seed, and Stoops, the player at hand right here, has been a crucial role for the JW side to keep them in this game. Joe, off to the center, doesn't have to flip anymore. He was looking for it, but Antsy shuts it down. Nick from a distance, that's up high. Stoops steps up yet again and steps up a little bit too high, goes past the ball. Once Antsy take control in this corner, and at this point, I think JWU, they're fine if this goes to overtime, or maybe even this bump from Antsy sends him into the 50. Nick, Sync actually there for the finisher, but Stoops there for the denial. Joe keeping it in, but we have game 5 overtime.
That was an incredible save, and that really has to be emphasized 1,000 times over. The fake out on the line, no one would expect that shot, but for some reason, Stoops was prepared. He's not prepared for that one, but luckily enough, Antsy was, so they'll carry this one out. But an intense overtime we head into, 15 seconds in, and already you can tell this is going to be a legendary one, and one that will determine who moves on to the grand finals here in the NECC.
Stoops goes out to the side. Joe closes that gap, denies it from going a bit further. Nick attempts to get underneath. Antsy gets in the way. His Purcell's up for it now. Sync gets a touch it on to the edge of the box, but Stoops charging on through. That's always a scary sight. Joe and Nick both commit to that play, but Nick still was able to get the better of it. No flip in the bank, and Sync has one for sure, and that's just gonna stroll on in. It's a slow one. It's a roller, but it works.
And there it is. Someone in chat, I'm not sure who you are, I won't call you up, but you might have just jinxed it. You said every single 2-1 scoreline went in favor of Jwoo, but the final one does not. Misericordia hold on and send themselves to the grand finals here and keep their undefeated streak alive. Hyperia, this is everything we could have hoped for. What a way to kick off the NECC playoffs for this week.
Oh my, that was mind-blowing and absolutely perfect as well. As this first game, we're back and we are rolling yet again at full charge. It was a phenomenal one. And the number 1 seed does end up taking it. Is it being able to keep Nerve better? Is it Nick? Is it Sync? Is it Joe? I think every single piece just clicked together perfectly.
That is absolutely true. It very much seemed like they were incredibly in sync there, and like we said, the pressure never really built too far for them. They were very prepared, and they kept some consistency going into that 5th match, and Well, that's just our thoughts on this one. So let's see if we can get some thoughts from someone else and let us know. We're going to go to a quick little break, get a interview set up, but when we return, we're going to talk to one of the players or maybe one of the people behind the scenes who really knows from that Misericordia Cougars team. So do not go anywhere. We're going to be back in a couple of moments for that interview, so stay tuned. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NECC Rocket League playoffs. Once again, my name is Bass in the Past, joined alongside by High Fury, and joined alongside by a new face here. We'd like to welcome Sync to the booth. Sync, congratulations, my friend, on taking the win. First and foremost, you guys move into the grand finals after an undefeated season. That's kind of where we got to start here, my friend. You guys are now, what, 9-0 at this point. Did you expect to have this much of a dominant sort of run through the NECC, or were you expecting a little bit more of a back and forth throughout your season?
I thought it was going to be a lot of back and forth between the season, to be honest with you. We were just fortunate enough when we played well enough to be where we're at now.
Well, you played phenomenally, and what kind of drives you or makes you play up to par when you're in those tough scenarios, such as in overtime?
It was really just kind of like trying to stay calm. Knowing it's getting streamed, everybody's watching. It definitely makes it a little tough, but Nick kind of helped us out a little bit, trying to calm us down, and it worked out in the end.
Perfect transition for me. I was just about to ask about him. So we were talking about him a ton on stream. We were really talking about how much Nick has that sort of experience at the utmost level coaching for an RLCS team. Can you speak a little bit about that, though, and just sort of explain what it means to have a player with that experience in, these tight pressure situations?
Yeah, he really kind of drives everything. Really calms us down, lets us know how to handle comms in different situations, how to kind of take games when we have a lead, when we don't have a lead, and it really does help.
Well, we love to see it. It really was a very impressive performance from you guys. Interesting stat, by the way. Someone in chat brought this one up earlier, and I thought that you guys might find this funny if you weren't already aware of this. The way that went, first 4 games, if the games went to overtime in 3-3 fashion, you guys won. If it was a 2-1 score line, Johnson and Wales won. So you guys changed that up in the final game. That was really interesting to see. You guys went into a 1-1 overtime, and if history were going to repeat itself, you probably would have lost that one, but you flipped the script and found your way to the grand finals. Congratulations once again. Before we let you go, anybody you want to shout out that might be watching right now?
No, just really Nick and Joe for being good teammates and kind of grinding with me all the time, and it's what got us here today.
Awesome. We'd love to see it. Love to see support to the rest of the players. We're going to go let you celebrate with those 2 players in particular. Make sure you guys get some rest before next week. We cannot wait to see you back for those grand finals. Good luck in that matchup, my friend.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
All right. Hyperia, We move on. That was Sync from that Misericordia Cougars side. He did a fantastic job today in well, I'm not going to say carrying his team to victory, but doing a great job and being a part of that trio that made their way to the grand finals. But now it's now it's time for us to find another team that's going to make it into the grand finals here. It is ACC versus Lebanon Valley Blue, and this is going to be an interesting one. Howard Community College come into this one with a 7-1 record here, but Lebanon Valley as the number 5 seed take an upset and make it into this semifinals. We've got quite the matchup on our hands here for our second one of the day, my friend.
Lebanon already taken that upset in the first round against the number 4 seed. They did play and they did take them down. Now against the number 1 seed. You don't want to face that, and well, they do have a history together, and that's where, well, considering HEC is the number 1 seed, they also won 3-1. But the last week number 8 of regular season, HEC lost against Kings Red. I might tell you something.
It's surprising. It's very surprising, Hyperia. But we also have to remember that's the last game of the season. The pressure is off at that point. HCC knew for certain they were making playoffs. So the question is now that the pressure is back, now that we have these high stakes on the line, are HCC going to return to form and show their expertise? I'd like to think so. It does kind of feel like now that we've got into playoffs, something's in the air, and these teams are pulling out the utmost here. We had 4 overtimes in 5 games in our last series. We just got to say it. This is the time for the team to pull out all the stops, and so far, every single squad has done so.
It's absolutely insane how close these playoffs have been every single time, every single game, every single series. They fight tooth and nail. It just is so great to see teams maybe coming as that last seed, but to have that not matter whatsoever, to write that off and come into this as if it's a clean slate, that's something you don't often see. Usually you see those lower seeded teams and instantly think, because they're a little bit less experienced, oh, we're number 8 seed, we're going to lose anyway. No, that's not the case. They fight every single piece of energy they've got.
Well, let's see. Can they fight one more time? One best of 5 to determine, do they make that grand final? Do they get a shot to be the champions of their division? We're going to have to find out. Game number 1 underway here in this best of 5. And I don't know what we just saw. Double fake on both sides?
It's the best strat. Fake, and then fake, another fake? Yes. Doesn't matter. You just want to fake as much as possible. They're probably going to do that. We're going to see a lot of calculated fakes, such as this Arrow diving underneath the player. Well, after the demo, unfortunately, clearing that out himself as well.
Question is the clear going to be enough here? Because all of a sudden we're starting to get a little bit of pressure here building for both teams. Lebanon Valley trying to find themselves some decent offense here, but it is very short-lived as they're forced back into their half. And back and forth we go here. Just about a minute gone. No one able to find a registered shot so far. You have to imagine that this first shot's going to be rather important here. The defense is looking a little bit nervous to start off this game.
Arrow gets that forward. You don't have to defend if you just go all out attack. Noble can't get a touch. Not a good shot at least. Fuzzy out to the center. Denied by Arrow. Lugs and trades up for it. Just get a flip reset. Doesn't manage to do so. Faithful to pop that on back. But the pressure is building, right? And having that first game, the first game of the series is always so much more tense.
Very tense back and forth here. No one able to really find a solid offense so far. It feels like that feeling out period that we talked about so often in game 1 is really prevalent in this instance. The question, though, is what's going to break that? Which one of these teams is going to find some confidence and put a ripper on target? So far, it's neither one of the squads. There's an attempt here at ACC, and a good demo should open up some space, but can they find a good shot? Such luck sent the other way, and back to this midfield presence once again. It really does feel like this first goal is going to be rather important, Hyperia, and it could be this right here. Nooble cherry picking out at midfield, and we'll open up the score line.
This is usually how it goes. If the defense feels a little bit off, a counter-attack usually will do the job perfectly. 3-0-3, the goal is found, and They do now need to get a comeback on the side of LVC. HTC, they've not been doing too hot themselves, but on the side of LVC, they've had 0 shots on target thus far, and well, still not going to change.
Unfortunately so. They're trying their best to get some offense here, but the unfortunate truth is that it feels like a lot of these offenses are being cut out by quicker players. Feels like the pace of play is a little bit slow right now, specifically, oh my word, I was going to say, to make sure that neither team gets too easy of an opportunity. A huge opportunity there is going to go arrive for, or go, wait, what? Go arrive for the team of LVC here. I look away for half a second, and Nooble with a dunk out of nowhere in the corner gives an open net to Logs and Trees. Hyperia, what on earth?
They connected on a level that I hadn't even thought possible. They just psychic to each other. I'm going to get the dunk. Okay, I'll be there in the center. Great communication for HCC to put them up by another one. 2 goals is the lead right now, and HCC, they are seizing this and are absolutely putting on the screws to their opponent, but not breaking through another time just yet. A great opportunity. He goes wide.
Dives wide for now here, but ooh, the opportunity is still around. Faithful shot on target, and that'll be enough. First goal for LVC, and it'll cut the lead in half.
Faithful had a free opportunity. Great demo there. 2 minutes still to go. Plenty of time to get that comeback. Absolutely no stress, or at least they shouldn't be stressing. And they're going to start jumping in for all kinds of plays and really putting it to themselves. Every single mistake, just beat themselves up over it. That's how you're going to lose, and that's how you're going to lose the series. Just stay in this, keep calm, and well, hope that they mess up.
Big thing here is that mental fortitude has been massive for teams today. We've seen some pretty drastic swings from 3-0 scorelines to 3-3, and then an overtime that goes in favor of the team who got the 3-second. It really is one of these things where you never really know what's going to happen until that final second ticks off the clock. That final second is fast approaching. 90 seconds remain here, and LVC need another goal just to try and force an overtime, but now they need another 2. Nooble with their second goal of this game, and will put their team back up by 2.
The passing field for HEC is always with perfection. It always gets pulled off, and LVC, they best start preparing for it quickly. Otherwise, they're going to get caught off guard in situations that have been occurring before. Fuzzy takes it up to the skies, gets shut down by Arrow, and right now the pace on HEC is just that much greater, but the shot is equal to it.
This is a very different game, and I really do have to mention that speed again. Like you just said, it feels like ACC are dusting their opponents almost every single ball right now. They very clearly have the speed advantage on their opponents, but maybe the methodical advantage can go to LVC. They're playing this one very carefully, but are they going to be able to find a goal to show for it? Opportunity there, but no such luck, and Nooble will go the other way. Tries to dunk it past the last defender, but cannot find it. Though, trying their best to try and find something there. The shot lackluster, and Fuzzy will just be able to keep it in the half for now. With 35 seconds left, they're throwing everything they've got, Hyperia. LVC need a miracle if they want to try and take this game number 1.
You gotta be so quick. Go for every single challenge. It doesn't matter if you lose by a little bit more. You have to attempt to make the comeback. Fuzzy attempts here. Faithful still to the backboard. Has an opportunity. Nooble already there, though, and that gets so frustrating every single time they try and set up an attack. It just seems as if the defense is already prepared for it. Faithful, he's pulling off a lot. Another shot goes the distance, goes slightly wide, but there was an opportunity. But all opportunities do not matter. The differential 2, and whether it will stay that way, it doesn't matter. It's still a loss.
ACC take game at number 1, and they do so in, I'm not going to say dominant fashion, Hyperia, but that was pretty in favor of ACC there. Like we said, LVC, they tried their best, but every time the Lebanon Valley got into an offense, it just felt like they were getting dusted by their opponents. The speed was very clearly on Howard Community College's side, and they used that to their advantage. They had the overwhelming amount of shots, they had the overwhelming amount of offensive pressure, and did so very methodically. I know LVC might be the more methodical team overall, but the game plan that HCC came into that game with was a very strong one.
It was incredibly strong. HCC, as soon as they kind of had the flow, had the rhythm, they were steaming along. They were absolutely charging through. I wonder whether that 1 minute in between period Gonna be enough for LVC to actually get this back. Magars goes off the ceiling. He's not gonna get this shot off though. It's at least a better start. Nooble goes forward. Decides to back out of it and go to the ground. That's an open net for a bit, but no shot being able to place on target.
No shots quite yet here in game number 2. A little bit of a tentative back and forth, but this is exactly how game number 1 started off. And then HCC, once they found their rhythm, they never really broke from it. So for LVC at this point, I'd say it's a little bit more of an important game. Not only are they looking to even out the series, but they're also trying to avoid having their opponents go on to match point here. HCC take this one, they could potentially sweep the series, but I'm not going to get ahead of myself. Only 40 seconds into this one, neither team has been able to score. Maybe a chance here for Lebanon Valley. They've got some decent offense building here, a midfield presence that is starting to become rather threatening. Uh-oh, but Nooble doing what Nooble does best. Once again, comes high flying, interrupting the passes, and finds another goal.
And here's where it can go wrong. If you trust your teammates, if they do not make the challenge, you push forward too far. You leave that net wide open, and then you think, oh, that's my mistake. I should have been further back. It's such a tough one, and I think the main thing is to not let it alter your playstyle. Hope for your team not to make that touch the next time, but Lugs and Trees got too much pace and charged on through yet again.
Oh my, just outpacing their opponents right now. It really does feel like HCC are starting to recognize where they have advantages in these series and are starting to pick and prod at those advantages to find themselves gaps, to find themselves goals. And, well, speaking of gaps here, Fuzzy finds a little bit of a gap in the defense. The kickoff not going in favor of HCC, but Nooble is there to back them up. I gotta say, we're not even 2 games into this one. We're a game in a minute, and so far, Nooble far and away has been the star-studded player here for HCC.
Let's see whether he can continue that trend. Pops it off to the center, but Magars is equal to, and a bit of panic sitting on through going early, even though we had a lot of time. It can be so difficult. They're switching up tactics on the side of HCC when they're challenging, when they're going fast, when they're going slow. The pacing just defers every single time. Keeps LVC guessing. Arrow is going to go for a flipper set. Is he going to extend? We know the answer right here, but you don't until he does it.
Let's see, can we find ourselves another goal here in game number 2? You gotta hope that's gonna be in favor of LVC here, because it's been quite some time since they've been able to find themselves a goal. They might just be able to here. Maggers open net. Arrow needs to make the save and will do exactly that. Even when it looks the darkest, even when it feels like ACC have no options, they somehow turn around and find a save like that. This team has been incredibly impressive, and the unfortunate truth is that as impressive as they have been, Lebanon Valley can't get too caught up in that. They need to find a way to slow this team down and start to control this matchup.
Arrow forward, 0 boost in the tank. Has to falter to a Fuzzy. Noble still there. Fuzzy goes out wide. Maggers gets denied by Arrow, still goes out wide. Fuzzy looks for the counter attack, quickly gets bumped in the behind by Arrow. Taking Arrow to the knee, taking Arrow to the behind. It's all the same. It will incapacitate you for a decent amount of time. Noble pops that up high and also incapacitates his teammate. Actually plays that on his own target. Okay, interesting one there.
Not exactly how we were expecting that touch to work out, but the thing is that it didn't really work out for the other team either. Lebanon Valley given a pretty good opportunity considering the awkward defense here at Howard Community College, but they can't still seem to figure out a way to get a shot on target. 4 shots registered throughout this game. They actually have the overwhelming amount of shots, but it just kind of feels like they're not really sure what to do once they get into this offense. For a team that is so incredibly strong, taking an upset in week number 1, to see them struggle to find some good shots here in week 2 in the semifinals, it's surprising to say the least, but maybe this can change. 90 seconds remain here in game number 2. There's still plenty of time left in this series and even plenty of time left in this game. All they need are some minor adjustments and they are right back into this one.
2 goals though, only 1 minute 20 to do so. Fuzzy down the line, Arrow pops that up high. Lugs and Trees got bumped up for a second. Maggers into the corner. Maggers dives on in. Lugs and Trees nicely gets in the way of it. Faithful, a good block to keep it into the attacking half. Corner boost still achieved. And now they need to up the screws. Now they need to pressure and keep on hammering this home. Maggers, that's a good start, but Arrow should be able to retreat back with that boost. Noble might just grab that corner, will grab that corner, and this should be a good defense, and let's Faithful to score right here.
I mean, you were right on both of them, though. It was a great defense, but it was also a really solid shot. And the unfortunate truth is, against any other defense, that's probably a goal. This time, though, it's not only not a goal, it's a counterattack. Arrow goes the other way and possibly puts in the dagger here in game number 2.
That should be the dagger. 3-goal differential with 37 seconds and not much to say from the other side. They've got more shots, but they've not got more goals, as evident by the top left of your screen. And Arrow need to try and move across the pitch with a little bit more elegance. I feel like it's a bit clunky, all a little bit too late. And if they can up the pace and really force their opponents in an awkward scenario, that's where they can strike.
That's the big thing here, though, is that it's trying to get their opponents on their back in here. It doesn't really feel like at any moment throughout the series, HCC have been caught off guard by their opponents. They've been very prepared for everything thrown at them, and it's why they feel so in control of this series. As a result, they take a 2-0 lead here overall in dominant fashion. They scored 6 goals throughout 2 games. Their opponents have only scored 1. A shutout in game 2 is going to leave Lebanon Valley with over 5 minutes without a goal. I mean, we say this a lot, High Fury, but I think now more than ever is a very prevalent statement. There needs to be a change from LVC if they want to try and win this one.
They're on the verge of defeat, and sometimes that propels teams. Sometimes that catalyzes them into, we've got nothing to lose anyway. Let's just go for it. Everything goes on to the attack, or at least something changes. Something flicks the switch to start playing better. We need to see it for LVC if we want to see this series continue. Right now, we can simply say HEC are just straight up utilizing their opponents or utilizing the field and their opportunities better.
Yep, it is what it is. At a certain point, we can try and sugarcoat it here, but the truth is for Lebanon Valley, they are being outclassed in a number of different ways. And for a team that has shown they can take upset wins, for a team that has played against this squad previously and have taken games off of them, now it's time for them to prove it. Now it's time for them to show why we have been so highly rated of this team. But unfortunately, they're not going to be able to show it yet. Same as usual, Nubel with the opening goal here in game number 3.
Yet again, the infield pass that they find each other with. HEC 7 seconds in, and LVC, they've got their head down. They need to get their chin up, look at the field, and realize that they've not gotten to this position just purely by luck. Now, they actually worked for this. They can get back, and they need to get back. To all the fans back at home, they need to have the support right now. Fuzzy with a pass out wide. Maggers look for the connection. Faithful, it's an awkward tap, but it will do the job.
And like you were saying, there really needs to be an uproar from chat right now. If there are any Lebanon Valley fans in the chat, you need to support your team right now and show them that they've got people who can give them that necessary buff, that momentum to keep the series alive. But one player doesn't want to let that happen. Logs and Trees with a bouncer into the back of the net.
Second goal right now, and well, if you're a LVC fan, your head might be going down as well. Your excitement, not as it was before. This only makes for a greater story in the end. If they do manage to make the comeback, that's only if. They need to at least score a goal. That's been a tough task for them already. Now they need to at least score 2 and then another one.
And it's within the first minute as well. That's the scariest part about this, is that you would think it'd take a little bit of time for development here from HCC, considering the changes that are going to be inevitable in between games 2 and 3. But no, business as usual. They are right back to their offense, right back to just that overwhelming pressure, and, well, right back to highlighting Nubel. We really have to okay, well, all right. Never mind. We're going to go back to highlighting Nubel in another time.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, Arrow's not going to get the spotlight either in that play.
No, it's true.
It's an interesting one. They combine yet again, just kind of the wrong way. Arrow combines with the opponents to put it past Noble. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It makes it interesting, and they've been able to find the net for LVC. Can this propel them, though? That's the ultimate question.
Usually arrows have a pretty good amount of momentum and propellant behind them, so, you know, maybe it can really help out this team at this point here. They're going to need more than just the arrow, though. They're going to need a whole battalion if they want to try and get past this team, and then throwing everything that they have got right now. Lebanon Valley starting to find some offense here. Just goes to show you, we talk about this a lot, Hypheria, but every once in a while, all it takes to get a team going is a single goal to give them that spark of life.
Maggers gets back to this one in time. Fuzzy extends, but that's more of a pass to the center. Noble's able to take one, and that's exactly why you just let those scroll along the sides. Why whip it up for the center for your opponents?
Nuble is just too quick at this point. That's the reality of what we're realizing here. Whether it's a pass infield from his own team or a pass from the other team, before you can blink, a shot is ripping on target. And now for Nuble, their second goal of this game, looking for yet another hat trick in this series. Again, we didn't get to talk about it last time. Oh my word, because he got cut off. This time, no such cutoff, and a perfect example of why we've been mentioning this player. Nuble, what a pass and what a shot from Logs and Trees.
Once again, the infield finding each other and converting. It seems so simple, but it's so difficult to find each other with such perfection. And Noble, I hope he doesn't do anything for the rest of the game, purely because his scoreline right now, or his stat line, 2 goals, 2 assists, 2 saves, and 2 shots. Equilibrium has been achieved.
So beautiful to watch. How do we make it so that he gets 2s into his scoreline at this point? He's at 478, so there's no way that he can somehow make his score overall 2s, but oh, it's just so beautiful, man. And, well, the play from Nuble has been beautiful here. The play from all of HCC has been incredible, but it's not enough to guarantee them the win at this point here. With 2.5 minutes remaining, there's plenty of time for a comeback out of Lebanon Valley, and they need to believe that now more than ever. They can't get too down in the dumps, because if they do, that's the end of this series. They need to fight back, get 3 goals in their favor just to force in overtime. It's unlikely, Hypheria, but a goal like that is going to make it more likely and get the comeback started.
That is not the challenge you're looking for, Noble. And did not read it with perfection. This corner reads so pesky, so cruel every single time with 2 minutes. Good luck on the comeback. You're going to need it, but it is possible. And I would love it to see it actually pulled off. Fuzzy and then put a great dent in here right now. Lugs and Trace manages to stop it. Maggers still to the corner. Lurk underneath. Nobody read that with perfection except Maggers. Faithful is able to extend into the center. They can't concede another goal, though.
They really cannot afford to at this point. They concede another goal. That's probably the end of this game, because with 100 seconds left, it's been far and few in the goals we have seen. It's something rather important here, and I think both teams seem to understand that. They're throwing everything they've got at each other, the kitchen sink included, but the question is whether or not they're going to find some running water included. Because HCC seem to be running away with this game. 80 seconds left, looking to build yet another offense as Nuble here, but that's a double commit, and actually it's going to be a demo as well. Awkward defense starting to build here for HCC. Can someone take advantage? No! Fuzzy a little bit hesitant there, realized the challenge was coming and didn't want to overcommit, but probably needed to. Like we said, kitchen sink mentality. There is no time to hesitate. It's now or never for this LVC team.
Noble out to the side. If they put in one more goal, that's it. That's over. LVT are bound to go home. And there's still a chance. And Faithful backing out of this one. And, well, an outfield pass could do the job here as well. Doesn't reach it. Maggers didn't get the boost, but got control of the ball. And I guess that's what you needed most in this play. Maybe it was boost. Arrow looked for the double tap. Faithful still on the slide. And they needed to score right now.
Oh, you almost jinxed that a little bit there. HCC looked to score exactly when you called for it. And that's the wrong team to do so. LVC looking to try and force an overtime here. They first need to break out of their half, because with 15 seconds left, it's technically possible. But if they don't score immediately, it's the end of this game. And I think it just might send it back into their half. And they're running out of time. They're facing their opponents and the clock both. And now they're facing no one. This one is set in stone. Even if there's a goal for the road, LVC cannot make the comeback. And HCC will move on. The Dragons find themselves in yet another NECC Grand Final. And my, oh my, what a deserved victory at that. 3-0 in favor of Howard Community College.
Dominating here, and I said everything was close. This one was close at times. HCC, as soon as they got into that rhythm, LVC were kind of chanceless and didn't really have much to say about whatever was going on, had to adapt to the play at hand. But if HCC just force it every single time and time again, at some point, you'll just accept the new regime.
Yeah, unfortunately. So at a certain point, you got to accept the reality at hand. And the reality at hand here is that Howard Community College look unreal going into their final game of this season. They've only got one more. They've got a single matchup left here in the grand finals if they want to become the champions of this Challengers division. I think it's possible, but it's not up to us at this point. It's up to the squad to carry this momentum from this incredible victory into their final series. Hyperia, though, what an incredible matchup from the two teams. What an incredible performance from the Howard Community College.
Howard, they just keep on pulling off dubs left, right, and center. Even in the semi-final, they get another win on the board, managing to keep their undefeated streak, or almost undefeated streak. They lost in a game 5, and it's very opinionated whether that's actually a loss or whether it's just half a loss. It doesn't matter. They're charging on through, and they're in the grand finals.
They are indeed in the grand finals, and well, if you guys want to hear what it means to them to be in the grand finals, you're going to have to stay tuned. Quick little break and get an interview set up with one of the players from that HCC squad. When we return, interview with the Dragons. You are not going to want to miss it, so stay tuned. We will be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NECC Rocket League Playoff Semifinals. And, well, we have found the winner here in the semifinals. My name is Bass with the Passenger. Alongside me, Hyperia, and this time, the lovely Nooble, our MVP for our last series, has joined us in the booth. And we do not say that just to pump you up, my friend. I don't know if you were listening to the cast. We joke about this a lot, about how players listen to the cast, but they don't always do. And, well, in this case, we talked about you a lot on cast, my friend. It very much seemed like if you moved into offense, you were scoring a goal. Any sort of key to victory at this point? Anything that propelled you to that offensive pressure today?
I think we were just all really feeling good. Like none of us were feeling out of it. We were all just syncing together really well, which really is a big thing for us right now. Just keeping our synergy together, having our chemistry work well together. So that's basically the main thing, and it seems like it worked out, and we played really well today.
Certainly. At the start of the first game, it kind of felt as if both sides were kind of having struggles to really get into the groove of the match. Did you notice that as well? And if so, what do you do to try and change that around?
Well, obviously, every single game of like the first game of every series is usually like a feeler to see how each other teams play. And I think after that we just kind of like capitalized on we knew what their mistakes were, we knew what our mistakes were, and we just fixed that and we took the dub.
Uh, Took the dub is a pretty simple way to put it at
Yes,
that
sir.
point.
Yes, sir.
Overall score line for that, by the way, is 10-3. You guys only scored or allowed 3 goals throughout that series against you guys. Is there anything in particular that really carried you to that victory, you would say, in game number 3? Because it felt like by the time you got to game 3, you guys had a game plan and executed upon it perfectly.
Just focusing on our rotations and our touches, making sure our touches were either to each other or make it awkward, or just playing really like having our rotations in sync, basically, making sure we knew each other where each other were. and just played around it.
I would say you guys knew exactly where each other was. It very, very much
Thank you.
seemed that way as we got further into the game. The passing plays, that final passing play, man. Oh my word, was
Yeah,
that something
I yelled
special?
so loud. Yeah.
Gotta love it. Got to love it, especially when the players like you are seeming not only confident but
Yep.
happy with that win, and you absolutely should be. You move on to the grand finals here in the NECC, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you guys made it to the grand finals last season for the NECC as well. So anything different before we let you go here? Anything that is really the key that you would say going into this grand finals that's gonna make this one different than the last time you guys showed up?
Keeping up our mentals and definitely keep practicing in scrims and knowing what we need to work on and stuff like that. Just perfecting what we've already tried to perfect.
Love it. That's the best response you can get from a player that's like, hey, we're doing well right now, but we've still got a little bit more to go. We're going to keep
For
on
sure.
practicing, keep on grinding until we get to the very tippy top. And my friend, you're just about at there. You just need one more series and you will find yourselves the champions here at the NECC. But
Sure. Very
you
hyped
still
about
have
it.
to get there.
Sure. Sure. Everyone's hyped about it.
I'd love to hear it. Well, if you'd like to shout out any of those hyped people, now is your chance. Any shout outs you want to give before we let you go, Nooble?
Shout out my teammates, Logs and Trees and Arrow. Logs and Trees works for you guys. I think just shout out to the teams we scrim so we can, practice what we need to perfect.
Awesome. Awesome. We'd love to hear it. And, well, we're going to love to hear you guys next week as well. Maybe we'll get you back for another interview. Only time will tell. For right now, we're going to let you go and celebrate with your team. Thank you again, Nooble, for hopping in with us. Much
you guys for having
appreciated,
me,
my
then.
friend.
Thank you.
You are very welcome. And, well, Hyperia, that is the end for the 2 series for you and I here today. Thank you again to Nooble to hopping into the booth here. But unfortunately, that's the end of not only the booth for him, but the booth for you and I. It's not the end of the day for the NECC, though. We're going to hop on out of here. But when we come back, another 2 lovely casters. And Hyperia, before we go, any other things you want to say to this audience as we move into our 3rd series of the day?
Make sure to stick around the entire time. I had a great first match. Second match, a bit dominating, but you never know what's going to happen in the future. So you just want to make sure you watch everything and find out.
Couldn't have said it any better myself. Stick around and find out. We're going to find out in just a couple of moments. Quick little break, but when we return, NECC Rocket League Playoffs match number 3. You're not going to want to miss it. See you guys in just a couple of moments.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. The championships and the playoffs continue on here. My name is Grant CFO, and joining me in the booth, it feels like it's been centuries, but it's only been like weeks. It's Novanta. Novanta, my man, how are you doing? How are you feeling about tonight?
After weeks of false starts, we finally got the hype cast in the booth, and I can't think of a better place to do it. Challengers White Action, semifinal round. Grant, I'm so glad to be here.
I'm so glad that we are here together in this booth, Novanta. It, again, has been just a long time. It feels like a crime for how long it has been, but we're back, we're reunited, and with some lovely NECC action now. We got Fanshawe taking on Southern Illinois, a team there in the semifinals. The winner of this advances on to the championships next week. So if the stakes weren't high before, they are now higher than they've ever been, Novanta.
Yeah, you're basically walking on hot coals there. You got to keep moving forward. You can't make any missteps. That bracket tells you you have a very small margin for error, if any at all. So both Fanshawe and Southern Illinois are looking to do the damage and do the damage early here today in this best of 5 series.
Oh, certainly. And Southern Illinois, of course, swept their way through the quarterfinals last week, and that's a quick, swift 3-0. But you also have Fanshawe, who took it down in 3-1, and that's against the 8 seed. So you just look at the basic paper of the bracket. I know the audience had a chance to look at it, but it seems like Southern Illinois might have what it takes to take down this 1 seed based off their momentum from last week, although I understand that is a long time, and it all winds down to this very moment right here. The clock reset, and we're into game 1.
Probability states we won't see many game 5s in this series bracket, but this might be the one that tends to tie. You're right, Grant. Teams that make it here at this level have a lot to prove, and I think it's going to be a battle in the mid-pitch.
Oh, we've already seen some good connections, good passing plays from Fanshawe. Boxes with a miss, though, as I say that. Jakers around the corner looking to push through. Doesn't find anything to the mid side. Sustain. Sustaining their pressures. They go across with a midfield presence, not willing to let up from Southern Illinois. Boxes getting their hands on the ball for the first time this game. It's Jakers Again, connecting with Nerve off the back wall, has a shot just out of the reach. Dungeon was just barely able to wrap around to that one.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a lazy shot on goal and a lazy clear. Like, I don't know if it's a bit of a pace, because we see these two teams go really fast when they have possession, but that last final stretch, that shot just tends to come a little bit half step behind both teams, and because of that, we haven't seen a score yet.
Still a stalemate. Dungeon taking their hand at it around the corner. Nerve, not the best touch. That's over their teammate Jakers. There's a shot from Sustain, and the first blood comes for this quarter semifinal.
Well, as I just complained about the pace of shoots on goal, this one here was another floater, and it just clears both defenders. Top 90, no one was there. 1-0. You got Fanshaw tying it up, drawing first blood.
Well, that is first blood from the first seed. You know, it's no wonder that they find themselves here. You see a first seed, you're like, yeah, they're going to advance on, especially playing the number 8 seed last week. It's a bit tougher of a challenge as you play the 4 seed, which is, you know, it feels a lot more traditional, at least in a smaller bracket. But NECC, this ain't no small bracket. This is a long season that these teams have played out, and there was so many competition that got weeded out, and we're all down to this bracket here. Still 1 goal lead for Fanshaw. Dungeon retreating back for this one. Boxes recovers from the awkward positioning. Sustain taking their time with it. That's a shot on. You can't take your time on defense for very long when you got Southern Illinois facing you across the pitch.
What we're seeing in Liga right now is using more of the mid-pitch, that broad strip, that main strip down on both sides of the field. There's only been 1 car short of a nice passing play for both teams, which means that it has to be a little bit more of a sync-up issue between both squads to be that second or third option around the horn of that goal to give yourself that shot on frame. Other than that, we might be seeing a lot more goals that way, Grant.
I hope we can see a couple more goals, especially in the favor of Southern Illinois. We'd love to see an overtime here, wouldn't we? Nerve doesn't succeed with their air dribble. It's back out to the corner for Dungeon, swirling their way around, fires one down, off target though. Jakers finding Dungeon again, just barely missed it. Boxes with a shot just over that last defender. Matt not having enough time to recover.
Well, Boxes gets the buckets. This ball here was cleared lazily there. Boxes had a lot of room, maybe a whole car's length to make a decision. And just like that, snap of the finger, the scoreline is doubled. 2-0 favoring Fanshaw.
And just like that, momentum can shift, although this time much more in favor of Fanshaw, looking for a third, or at least Nerve looking for a goal back the other way. It's Jakers to pick up the first for Southern Illinois.
I'm a firm believer not all goals are created equal. This one here is important and critical just to pull one back. Not only that, but it's the first goal that we see from Southern Illinois. They know how to get their shooting boots on. Let's hope they maintain that momentum.
Let's surely hope so. We're just under halftime. Dungeon pressing forward into the Southern Illinois corner. Sustain moving that pressure in favor of themselves yet again. Box is getting dunked by Nerve though. Dungeon in an awkward spot keeps it up. Sustain having to retreat, can't get back there yet. Open field for the offense. Dungeon, one shot blocked by Nerve quickly. Having another opportunity, pushing midfield. Got it off the sidewall. Nerve with another beat. Sustain. Third man finding the backboard. Need a double tap. Need a follow-up. Dungeon's there. Needs another double and can't get what they're looking for. They're out to fight another day for that offensive opportunity.
Gotta give a shout out there to Nerve on the Southern Illinois squad. It was an awkward clear to put a fender out to stop that scoring drive, and it could have easily went a goal the other way to stop that pressure. And now we have ourselves a little bit of a moot point because Jakers makes it happen on the other side. We're now tied there, Grant.
It took a while for them to be able to find this tie game situation, but you find a couple defenders turned around after that one's off the post, and you get a nice little add up to that 2-2 scoreline. Minute 38 to go. This is plenty of time for either team to take over. In other words, it's anybody's game at this point.
Anyone's game, silver goal situation here. The one that will probably score. The next one who might have control of the game. There's no one has anything up their sleeves, but Grant, I gotta say this, both these teams have learned each other's play style, and we've seen the pace pick up over the last 30 seconds or more, so I know the next game, looking ahead, is going to be one for the ages. Oh! Shot on frame and Nerve, the hero a minute ago, made it happen!
Well, how about we stop looking to next game and look at the present game before us? Nerve, the quick reaction time, seeing that clear coming their way, fires one just between the two defenders that had chances to clear, and that's going to be Southern Illinois' first lead. Both teams now having held that lead And that's going to do some great things for Southern Illinois, building up that confidence. They seem to be favored as the team to push over this 1 seed, but it's just about how you put pen to paper. I mean, some stats have been written, but it's all about performance and execution when the time matters. That's a clear off the backboard for Southern Illinois.
That's really deep, man. I like that. Pen and paper doesn't matter, y'all, but this is collegiate Rocket League. I don't know what that means. But no, I'm with you. A lot of it comes down to grit, and if there's any one team, there's any one player that's able to upset the output card, it is Southern Illinois, because everyone's kind of looking the other way, and they've just been really cheeky and really sneaky, and going to go for frame like that. There's the insurance nerve for 4-2.
That's Box is taking a very long time. You see Dungeon not even coming close to contact. Box has wanted to wrap around somewhere, just way too much time wasted, like I was saying, spent in that net, giving that lead to SIUC. And I think this one could be done and dusted, especially as that kickoff goes in favor of Nerve off the post, right behind Matt. That's all they've got to do to get it behind Dungeon to score that 5th.
Well, the real concern here is not only conceding goals, but conceding 5 goals unanswered if you're a Fanshawe. Early lead, evaporated, done and dusted and gone. This one I'm here might be too far away from them, but game 2 cannot let this happen again for them.
Oh, you certainly can't. There's 5 goals against you in quick succession. That's something that feels really good as a team when you start putting goal after goal in, especially when this team is, supposed to be winning the thing, the number 1 seed, right? That's the thing. You got so much confidence boosted as you look towards game 2, but you can't let that get in your head because you still got a whole series to play after this one. The ball's going to touch the floor any second now as time winds down. That'll conclude game 1 in favor of Southern Illinois, but like I'm saying, you have an entire other series to play. This is not something to get complacent about. You have more performance to show.
Yeah, best of 5 means you have a little bit of wiggle room to not only find a way to score, we see that happen with Illinois, but if you're a Fanshawe, on a way to adapt to your opponent and find a counter-attack option. And so you have a very, very small window to make that happen, but you drop 2 games, especially when momentum has been such a big part in this particular bracket, this particular season, it's pretty much the kiss of death. Game 2 is a must-win for Fanshawe. Let's see if they do it there, Grant.
Let's see if they can indeed. Got about 30 seconds out, and then we got that coming right your way. But let's talk a little bit about the stats while we've got it, at least. First of all, 7 saves in favor of SIUC. That's a lot compared to the 4 that FC put up, and including the fact that they got 9 shots. So really it was a defensive work and a defensive problem on either side of the pitch. You have FC who can't really save the ball. There are some clever options going around when it comes to that offensive attack. And then you've got these shots that are just slipping through the cracks when you need to tighten that down and lock up the fortress so that nothing gets through. You're the number 1 seed. You got a big target on your back, and Southern Illinois, they're coming for it. They're looking to strike.
Absolutely coming here to strike, and here for a treat, Neon Fields. I haven't seen you in a while, homie. Welcome back to Rocket League, and you're absolutely right, Grant. Here's a chance for these teams to write their own fate and see who punches the ticket to the next round.
Well, it looks like the first goal is going in favor of Southern Illinois, and rather easy-handedly. Not quite sure what happens here. I mean, Boxes turns upfield expecting that to go in their favor, and Dungeon's like, guys, I can't react that quickly. You gotta give me something there. So I guess just a miscommunication, a small mishap, 1 wrong turn is going to set you pretty far back. And it's something that I talk about as a coach to, I guess younger players in terms of experience, where the turns matter. Whether you turn left or turn right, like, that's the smallest of details that matter, and we see it come out in very devastating form against Fanshawe. Another shot ringing in and pinched out by Dungeon. Sustain's gonna have to get their hands on the next one. They do so. No connection, blocked by Jakers. Sent across. Nerve is there to follow up. Leaves it for Matt. And Dungeon has their chance yet again. This is some suffocating pressure that Southern Illinois is pressing on, although Nerve could have gone sooner to that one to keep it up.
Well, you got the 1 goal lead in hand, and some of that was kind of technical skill, and some of it was luck. I mean, you really benefited from that geometry, heading the ball on the roof there. So you want to be able to put another goal as quickly as you can. That's why you see Southern Illinois pick up their pace, which has been their advantage. Because when both teams were going pretty slow, it was even keel. But as Southern Illinois has figured out the speed game, they've already had the advantage, and that's why you see them driving around like chickens with their heads cut off, looking for that second goal.
And not only that, but looking for the big boost. I've seen them plenty of times go back in retreat for that big boost, knowing how important it is to get your hands on that early before the attack comes. Yes, you're leaving the play a little bit too soon, but I don't think that quite matters yet because Fanshawe hasn't caught on and they've been unable to do anything about that boost situation. So you see Boxes taking their shot. Offense coming around, Dungeon with a miss. Boxes again forcing their way through. Nerve getting dunked, Sustained, can't get there quick enough. Dungeon as the third man, beat out by Matt. No, just kidding. That is up to the ceiling and uncontested. Jakers takes over, one shot on Sustain is there to block.
Blocking. You know, you're saying a lot about that big boost and that lack of boost management. I gotta do a little in defense of the big boost. If you're Southern Illinois, you know your team is not as quick as you and not really attacking you and giving you all the space when you have possession. Why not take that space to your advantage? Especially at this level, there's so many times you go back looking for those pennies, looking for those pads, and you miss. And you don't really have the wherewithal to find that one and look upfield for that vision. So if your team is giving you all the space in the world, give you the collective thoughts in those big boosts, why not go for it?
Oh, well, look at this. Here's a big breakaway opportunity that Dungeon can't capitalize on. That's so sad to watch it happen. You have so much open field, and you can't make it work. Not even there. Jakers gets the save on a rather easy shot to defend. Nerve getting the ball robbed from them, taken away by Dungeon. Continuing that drive downfield. No, they've got one left. Counterattack building. Jakers holding down the fortress is what we've been talking about, is that defense, although we've more so talked about it in favor of Fanshawe, and it just hasn't gone their way this game either. They've been facing a very tough wall in Southern Illinois, and I don't think that they're going to be able to break through with this reserve defense that they've got built up for themselves. They're struggling to get across field, and they're just being smothered.
Well, this right here is kind of like coulda, woulda, shoulda. That shot was on frame a couple minutes ago. It'd be a whole different game. But the one thing you can't do, regardless of skill, is occupy more than one vehicle in that corner. We saw 3 hanging out there. That leaves a whole swath of the field undefended, unmarked. And that's why the scoreline is 2-0.
Matt taking it back for themselves. Sustain was there. Jakers has their opportunity. It's stolen away rather quickly. Nerve taking a step up. Boxes with a punch through. Sustain waiting in the midfield. Takes their opportunity. Bounce down off the waterfall. Down to Jakers. Dungeon's got a clear-cut shot. It's just off the post. Boxes with the follow. Almost blocked by Dungeon. That would have been tragic. But that's the first goal for FC.
Yeah, the post was about to write another story here, but thankfully, Boxes gets the cleanup and draws one back. I always say this. Actually, I don't always say this. Lars Newt always says this, but I'm taking it from him. The last 90 seconds is so important. You have one goal to your tally. Getting one more is that much more attainable.
Now, so many great things that we take from Lars Newt. My goodness, 90 seconds to go here. Still some time left on the clock. Sustain has an opportunity for 1v1. Just not quick enough to the punch. Nerve got it over. Dungeon's waiting. Dragging it way back. I like that play. Not so quick to throw away possession. Looking for that second touch. Now has it with Boxes. Got demoed. Jakers on the goal line. Sustain punches it through, and we've got a tie game.
I think I was crossing fingers for them. Sustain like a shark in the water, was eyeing it, came from out of nowhere and poached, and now we have a tie game. Grant, this changes the whole complexion of not only the game, but the series.
Oh, certainly it does. With 65 seconds to go on the clock, it is anyone's game yet again. Last time, Southern Illinois being able to pull through, and now waiting for redemption is the #1 seed in Fanshawe. This one bounces up. Dungeon from the ceiling, looking for a double, doesn't find much. Play Jakers out to midfield. Matt couldn't get their hands on it either. Here's Nerve. One touch. Matt finding the redirect just off target. Looking fancy. Had the defense grounded. Probably going to put something on. Just missing that quality. Just a little bit of hesitation that might come into play there. Sustained. So much time to work with. Nerve recognizes it. Pushes it over. Upfield. Dungeon's over their head. Uh-oh. Head over heels in a second. Jakers out to Nerve. And still nothing to come from it. They're struggling to find these pass plays infield. They can find them to the walls, but there's not much to be dealt over there except for maybe a shot behind Dungeon. No, out to the side. Back midfield. Sustain's got the clear. 10 seconds to go. Dungeon, one shot across. Nerve, difficult touch. That could be bad, but Matt is there to clear out the danger. That could have ended the game in favor of FC, but it appears we might be going to overtime.
So many opportunities that last 30 seconds for both teams there. I bet senses are heightened now, but you are in an overtime situation. Gotta get that goal past the net to head on the game 3.
Oh, Dungeon, they've got something. Just rushed it a little bit, rightfully so. Boxes can't find the wraparound. Nerve up top. Dungeon looking to produce something. That's off their car, and it's gonna go in favor a second game to Southern Illinois.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, and it has a little bit help there from an own goal situation, and it was powerless to get that second touch. And unfortunate, but the results the same. Southern Illinois wins this one. They have a two-game advantage as best of 5.
Wow, I was not expecting this one to go so quickly in favor of SIUC, but it's the way the cookie crumbles? I don't know. I mean, the cookie's not completely crumbled yet. You know, it's still maybe just bathing in the milk a little bit longer until it dissolves, but I hope it doesn't come down to something like that. You had a lot of better stuff, although still about the same for Fanshaw's defense. 4 saves, I believe that's what they racked up last time, and that's just unfortunate. I'm looking for more progression into this defense for FC. It's really the thing that's killing them. They're finding offense, and I think that game, it definitely should have been theirs in terms of offense, the pressure that they were able to put up and sustain and lock down the midfield, and the more touches they were able to get and the spacing that they had to provide themselves with opportunities to pass was looking really good. It just wasn't enough. SIUC was playing really slow that game, and I just don't think Fanshawe wanted to pick up the pace for whatever reason. They just felt content with the passes, I guess.
Well, first thing, Novanta fact, I hate cookies and milk. I just can't do it. I know, unfollow me, y'all. It's
No
true.
way.
It's true fact.
I just had some, okay? Come on, man.
Okay, I'm out this booth. No, but you're absolutely right. Fanshawe is actually a better technical team, but when it comes down to it, technically only get you so far. The speed that Southern Illinois does in short spurts has allowed them to get that advantage. How many times have we seen Fanshawe just in the wrong spot, slow to turn, quick to be the last bump in an own goal situation? That has to stop, or else you're looking at elimination.
You know, it kind of reminds me of my my Rocket League sideswipe experiences that I've been having in the past couple of days. You know, you can just stay there slow as ever, and then out of nowhere, pick up the pace, and that's very characteristic to the normal game of Rocket League. So, I mean, they're kind of the same game, different mechanics, but they work a little bit in the same for a reason. They're the same game. Bro, sideswipe is amazing. Topic for another day, though. We've got to focus on the semifinal at hand. Dungeon placing this one out, finding Jakers instead of a teammate. Boxes gonna be looking for those pass plays that we've been talking about for Fanshawe. Nerve taking one to the backboard, just nothing to find. That's a bump, though. That could have been capitalized, although sustained. Good job on that defensive end. Good blocks going in favor, as lucky as they might be. Fanshawe able to hold off a little bit more of the Southern Illinois squad off the crossbar, though. They might not be able to hold this back for long, but a weak shot gonna go off the crossbar, and it's not going to allow this one to press it any further.
Almost close. A bit of a hip shot there. Those are kind of the goals you kind of wish the net was just a little bit wider to the woodwork can work in your favor. But yet, we're still at a 0-0 scoreline there, Grant. And even though we're talking and singing the praise of Southern Illinois, I think Fanshawe is really getting their face, going to more of an aggressive defense to force mistakes, which should have happened a game ago. But I'll take it if we get.
Oh, they will. Jakers can't find that breakthrough. Really, really wants to get in that zone. Nerve trying their hand at it. That's a sustain and Dungeon double commit, but it does find box as well. Jakers leaving it for Matt, putting it back out to that corner that's been so dangerous for FC. Nerve coming around, getting that 50 with sustain. I like that FC have started to meet each other, or meet their opponent at the ball. That is what's going to give them possession if they can't control that. They know that that is a very important factor to the game, so they're going to continue with trying to meet that. Although Dungeon with a huge connection upfield finds the first for FC.
There's only one major difference, and I think you alluded to it just a minute ago, Grant. It's been the game of possession. You're seeing Fanshawe with the ball more often and more opportunities to find their teammates upfield. And we saw there was a passing play for the ages. 1-0 the scoreline here. We have ourselves a first score of this one.
That's more characteristic of Fanshawe, having the ability to get those high-quality passes and turn your opponent inside out, quite frankly. Nerve really didn't know where to go, and rightfully so. It was a very well-executed play, and that's what I'm talking about. It's going to come down to execution today. Nothing about paper really matters all that much, and we see that all the time in esports and traditional sports. Now it's back out, though, to the wall for sustain. taking their shot at it. Boxes producing upfield. That's a huge demo from Sustain. After they commit, they know what to look for, and it's a heat-seeking missile.
Those are the worst ones. You see that ball flying down, you're probably looking up in your camera to make that last grass jump. You get destroyed for your efforts, and that one sailed in easily, 2-0.
Wow, just phenomenal execution again from Fanshawe. Matt, though, up to this, looking for that equalizer, or at least halfway to it. Jakers, no pinch there. That's Boxes to Nerve, finding that up to Jakers, looking midfield or across. Matt just hanging a bit too far back in the shadows, needing to press out if they can. Jakers up to Matt again, Sustain blocks. Matt really feeling a little lost here, struggling to make themselves useful, and that's forcing Southern Illinois back into their own half. Now Matt finding that with an opponent. Dungeon, so much time to work with. The back passes, not throwing away possession, is Fanshawe. Jakers putting one down. Dungeon finds it over the head. A lot of miscommunication. Matt very hesitant to push. I'm getting really concerned looking at it, because the longer they do this, the longer they might spend on defense.
Well, you're in the last minute and 45 seconds. We haven't seen any goal score from Southern Illinois, especially at the last game. They had so many working out for them. That was a shot on goal if there ever was one. And we're probably going to see a lockdown, the closing of the space, the very same space that Southern Illinois got so often last game has been snuffed out. And that third goal is the exclamation point they needed there for Fanshawe.
Oh man, I was really looking to Matt for this one, but just not getting to the back post is going to cost them a lot of coverage that they could have been on in the net. That's a 3-goal lead for Fanshawe that I don't see evaporating. We saw a 2-goal lead in game 1 evaporate, but I think they're warm now. They've kind of figured out what they need to do, and part of that is meeting their opponent at the ball, meeting them to those challenges, those 50-50s, and not even really trying to get them to go their way, just putting a body on it and making sure that they can at least challenge and make their players useful. And then on top of that, they find these passes to each other, and here might be another one from Sustain. It's just off the crossbar, and Dungeon doesn't have enough time to break through the double-stacked wall of defense. That shot's off the post as well, but you can really see a Sustain, yes, pun intended, offense from Fanshawe.
I can't stand them. You know, we can always compare Rocket League to soccer or even boxing, but a lot of times you can compare it to a bunch of sports. And what we're seeing here in this game is a sport of basketball. There is a closing down of space and just getting a hand up there. Get big is what we call it. You don't really know what to do. Sometimes having a face, a finger, a thumb in your opponent's eye or eye region is able to put them off kilter. That's what we're seeing here. A whole different game there for Fanshawe. They have a lead, and a controlled lead at that.
Oh my goodness, that drop down from Matt was deadly. Jakers just not relevant in the play to capitalize on it, unfortunately. In 15 seconds to go, things are going to be taken away here for Southern Illinois. They've got 2 games to their name, but that might change in the series to come. There's still plenty of time left to go to make this comeback, and I think it starts here with this Fanshawe lead, and that save adding to the momentum.
Yeah, I think having saves are always good, but that last-ditch effort to get that 1 goal for pride, 1 for the road, and having that just slapped away like someone that owes you money. Oh my goodness me. 2-1 is a series tally. We still have a series point for Southern Illinois, but now they have to dig into a whole different bag of tricks, because I feel like Fanshawe sussed them out.
I think so as well. They've got to really reach deep and just down into the depths of their memory to see what they've got going on, what kind of strategies that they can pull and bring to the table. But this is a best of 5. It's series point, and we're about to go to game 4, and it's a matter of, can you close out the series if you're Southern Illinois, or can you continue this fight back? Do we see a reverse sweep for Fanshawe? I think that's definitely possible. I mean, just looking at the point stack, the player involvement, the participation, that's really the only time that participation and score matters in a game of Rocket League, is because you have these touches that you get points for as well, and there's a lot of saves, shots, assists, and goals for everybody. There's plenty to go all the way around, and then you look at the participation from Southern Illinois, and they really felt disconnected as a team, not just on the scoreboard, but really in the way that they were playing. They weren't able to find the high-quality passes that Fanshawe were able to, and now that FC's warmed up, I think there's going to be a ton that comes Southern Illinois' way that they just might not be able to handle. These pass plays have really heated up, and I think Fanshawe is ready to take the series.
Yeah, take a look at the scoreline. You see that Jacob was pretty much just taken out of the contest, and that's usually a sign of aggression from the opponent. So if I am Jacobs now, you got to use those lips, got to use the walls to your advantage to somehow get away. Evade some defensive tackles, give yourself more space here. 5 more minutes on the clock here, Grant. This whole thing has just changed and shifted. I can feel it going, but for which team, I don't know.
Yeah, I think Fanshawe might be locking this one back up, especially if they can continue what they just did in that last game in this one. I think it could be a reverse sweep that we are looking at. But Southern Illinois, not a team to go down quickly. Just hoping that their luck has not run out, because it has been. I mean, that game 2 was a very close game, just a 1-goal game, and it felt like they got away lucky with a simple mistake that was punished upon. And I don't expect Fanshawe to make many more of those mistakes, but with the creativity flowing, Matt almost finds the first. Dungeon stepping up to that defense, which is something I've criticized plenty enough in this series already. Dungeon again, finding that pinch, continuing the clear. Matt to follow up, Nerve underneath them waiting, did find the teamwork where they needed to, even though it seems sketchy. Jakers firing another one downfield, and Boxes with the block. Matt coming in, finds them. This is where I think Southern Illinois has caught on to what has been their kryptonite, being met at these challenges, and now they throw it back the other way, trying to give Fanshawe a taste of their own medicine. Dungeon finding that connection just wide.
This is why best of 5s are so great and best of 7s are great too, because once you find one strategy and your opponent figures that out and tries to counteract that, you have to dig deep as a team to find a new way that your opponent's not necessarily seeing. And so good teams and great teams find a way, have a second strategy on deck. And I'm not sure if it's beared fruit for Southern Illinois quite yet, but what happened in game 3 does not look like it's going to happen in game 4, because this right here has been a battle in the airs, on the flanks, and on the walls.
And here comes Dungeon taking back to said air. Lots of spins to go with it. Looking over the top, just got bumped, but sustained with a follow. Double wall again. Dungeon across, just off the woodwork. Sustained, putting it somewhere. Boxes somehow wraps around to it. Jakers solo on boost. The defense starting to crumble, starting to falter. Nerve wants to keep it alive and might not be able to. Boxes on the other way after a quick clear from SIUC. They continue their pressure. Down move through the corner, another touch over the top. It's Dungeon. Nerve shot off target, unfortunately. There's a lot of lasers being thrown from either side. I just don't know when that first breakthrough is going to come through. It's a matter of defense and just misplacement of the ball.
Yeah, both teams throwing haymakers with no sense of aim, rhyme, or reason. It's pretty much cool to look at, but after a while you start to wonder who's going to be the one that put things on frame and be more precise. This could be it here in an own goal situation, but I was cleared away. Like I was saying, Grant, that's great that you're getting shots on frame, but sooner or later someone has to pass that line. You have to score for your squad, score for school pride.
And here comes Matt again, checking out of their own half. Nerve with the follow-up, blocked by Boxes, sent the other way pretty quickly. Jakers not the best touch. Boxes has another. Matt is there for the clear. Sustain can't touch. Here comes Dungeon. Back to the back wall. Sustain was there with another miss. Defense holding steady, holding strong for Southern Illinois. Again, we are still all tied up. Southern Illinois get the first goal, then that might just do it for them in the series, but they'd have to hold on. And with the pressure currently on them, things might not look okay. Boxes, another shot to the back wall. The longer this stays here, the more likely you are to break your stride and fall as a defense.
Well, we're seeing a lot of that clustering there. You call it over commits. I can't even call it double commits if everyone's missing, but you gotta put some space between you and your opponent and give your teammates some space upfield so you have options on the scoreline, because you're seeing shooting accuracy not the best. That means you have to rely on a second option, your teammate, to be there in a way you're not going to be able to put it back in the net and rebound.
Uh-oh, that's a dangerous touch on the defense from Jakers. That almost resulted in catastrophic failure of the defense. Jakers again with a miss though. This time Boxes on around, slowed it down, pinched it up, sustains there, just a touch quicker, got it over backboard. Boxes with the advantage, passes to Dungeon, blocked by Nerve out to the side, and it might just live another day for this defense, but this pressure's been going for almost the past minute and a half, and finally able to clear it away was Jakers for SIUC. They're still unable to find those targeted shots. They're unable to pepper the net with as much pressure as they just suffered. The counterattack has been long over. That defense has settled in for Fanshawe. The counterattack for them going their way. Although quick retreat, mapped the shot just off.
Well, the problem with being too aggressive and getting all those shots back and forth. Again, almost like boxing. You have so many punches in rapid succession. You got to worry about your defense. You keep one hand up on the tempo. So we're seeing so many teams push forward, and there's no one back to defend, Grant, and that's exactly what happened.
Oh my goodness, 2 missed touches from the defense. This has been how Southern Illinois has capitalized all day long. It's just one simple mistake from Fanshawe. They are so good at punishing, and that's why they're able to get away with as many serious wins as they did. Now, their offense in game 1 was super duper punishing, although just not as much as this. 10 seconds ago, Dungeon couldn't capitalize on that mistake. Maybe Sustain can, and they do. Jakers accidentally puts it in, but it's all they could do. It's a tie game with 3 seconds.
I can't believe Southern Illinois gave Fanshawe a lifeline. You beat them with a goal after 4 minutes and change of trying, and they clawed themselves back in here with 3 seconds left to go. What we saw here was a display. What happens when aggression goes wrong?
I am in shock. Ball still suspended. Jakers drops it. I'm speechless. I don't even know what to think of this right now. All I can tell you is that it's tied. We're in overtime. It's match point for SIUC, but they just faltered in a matter of 7 seconds after holding the lead, but it doesn't matter anymore. The 1 seed has been knocked off, and Southern Illinois, with a small upset, advance from the semifinal on to the championships of next week, just like that.
Well, it took an overtime period that was completely unnecessary, but Southern Illinois found a way to be a complete performance against FC. We had ourselves with a faster rate of play, crisper rotations, and when it's all said and done, more goals past the net. Congratulations, you advance.
I am wow. I don't even think the players know that was a best of 5. That's what we've been told. That's what we know, but they're still trying to ready up as if it's not time to go. But that was 1, 2, 3 for SIUC. Now they're leaving. Now they get it. They understand that this series is over. Fanshawe thought it was a best of 7, I would imagine, and they were just like, "Oh, I mean, I'm ready to play another," but they don't get another chance, and that's just, I mean, unfortunate for them, but hands down to Southern Illinois for the way that they were able to execute on the pitch. That's what it always comes down to, is your performance on that day, and SIUC getting the best of Fanshawe. And I mean, they might as well just be the new number 1 seed at this point.
Yeah, like I said, we didn't see too many game 5s in this tournament so far, so it's bound to happen. The momentum was the side of Southern Illinois, but Fanshawe had a very strong fight. Just wasn't your night. All you can do now is come back next semester stronger and better than before.
Well, we've got a player interview coming up pretty soon. I think we've got Nerve from Southern Illinois about to join us pretty soon, but I think we're going to go to a quick break before we allow that to happen. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a second. Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. Again, it's me, Grant, and Novanta, but this time we're joined by Nerve from Southern Illinois, just toppling out the number 1 seed. An incredible achievement, an incredible performance. Nerve, I've got to ask the obvious question. How are you feeling after such a significant win?
Still a little anxious from it. It was a really good start we had, and from there as it kept going on, and try not to let the nerves get the best of us.
Well, you got to take us back to game 4. Looked like after battling for minutes upon minutes upon minutes that you got that one goal, and another goal was conceded right after that. Overtime situation, what was going through your mind?
Just try to play the best of abilities, keep comms up, and keep doing what we were doing before.
Certainly. And I mean, we talk about, I mean, just the pressure that you guys were under from Fanshawe. How do you remain calm in a situation like that to be able to push yourself over the edge in the end?
That's just almost the team chemistry, just playing with each other and keep the momentum, knowing what we can do with each other, and just keeping comms up, mainly the main part, and just not to get down, just keep going, man. We got this.
It's awesome stuff. I mean, it was super incredible what you guys were able to put up. And honestly, I wasn't expecting it until you guys showed that strength that you guys had at the very end through that game 4 overtime. I mean, it just came out of nowhere, quick goals back and forth, but you guys held it through to the end. So we want to wish you the best of congratulations as you guys move on to the championships. And, you know, I guess what's the mindset going into that? What is the strategy? What is the plan? Like, what's going through your mind as you face championships next week?
I think we're going to do some replays, just kind of look over the games, how we did, and kind of go from there, just do some more training, and that's it.
Well, awesome to hear. Awesome to hear, Nerve. Well, thank you so much for joining us. A quick, short interview. We'll let you go celebrate with your team. So if there's anything else you'd like to say, now's the time to do it. Any shout outs you want to give the people?
I think I'm good. Thank you for having me on.
All right, Nerve. Well, thank you for joining us. And thank you, folks at home, for joining us as well. We are going to send out the stream to a quick intermission, but we're going to be back with yet another match after this that you are not going to want to miss. We just witnessed an upset of the #1 seed taken down by Southern Illinois, and that was already in the past for us. It is on to Emergence White, and it's going to be a matchup of the Lincoln Land Community College taking on Adrian Esports. And you know me already, baby. It's loggers poggers, and there's a reason they're poggers is because they are nasty, they are sick, they are great at what they do, and I can't wait to see what's going to go down. My name is Grant CFO, and joining me to see what goes down is going to be my Hype Squad duo, or Hype Cast duo, Novanta. So
What's
Novanta,
up? How's it going, man? You good? How's life?
I'm pretty good. Honestly,
Okay.
life's going good. Just finished Arcane, absolutely obsessed with it, but there's no League of Legends to be seen here. That's on another day. We're back to Rocket League. We're going on and through to the semifinals. Yet again, just a different league? I guess so. So we are getting ready to put the players on the field, put them to the test to see who's got the strength and what it takes to be a champion. That is what it's all about tonight. But they still got another hurdle to jump after they get through today. So rings are being hopped through and hooped and all up and down. And we are in to game 1 with a fresh clock and a fresh series ahead.
Yeah, Lincoln Land, the #2 seed. Adrian Esports, the #3 seed. And we already saw one upset tonight. I'm not sure if we're going to see a second one, but imagine if we did, Grant.
Imagine if we do. Well, it might look like that could be the case. Hockey 34 goalie is going to get the first goal of game #1, just behind Ibu. I'm not sure what the rotations were looking like there. Sniper just wasn't able to wrap around and finish there. But this is, again, Lincoln Land Community College, I want to say a staple of the NECC. Every time they come around, they always find a way to put up a show. And last week, or a couple weeks ago, I got the pleasure of casting them again, and they went down early. It was kind of the same situation where they go down a goal or maybe even a game, but they were still able to come out on top in the end. And here, where it all matters, I don't expect anything less, but you can't discredit Adrian Esports knocking out their opponent in a 3-0 as well. And, being a little bit lower for seed, they had a little bit tougher of a challenge, but not by much. Things are going to be pretty even this time around as Sniper finds that equalizer.
Sniper here doing the work that Relic set up for them, cutting it down the bottom 90. And Grant, you're absolutely right. Whenever Lincoln Land is on the stream, the chat has the support. Right now, the predictions are 100% in favor of Lincoln Land because, it's a favorite franchise. But they find a way to tie it up here, and we have ourselves a contest.
They know how to execute, and that's been my big word tonight, and especially in the last series that we just witnessed. It's all about execution, and you're going to see Ibu and Sniper playing their game a ton, while Relic just kind of works in the background, and they still can come up and strike at any point that they want to. That's over the head of one, but back to the backboard. Difficult for Ibu to get their hands on. Clarism firing another shot, and again, you're going to have to make those touches. Lincoln Land failing to warm up.
Well, this one here was clinical. You have that one wayward try to get a hands up there, and Relic turned around a bit too late. That was all easy pickings for Claire. 2-1 featuring Adrian, and they have a little bit of their feet under them, it seems.
It does seem that way, but I like how quickly they were able to kick in the door and just say, yeah, we don't really care who we're playing. We're going to take it to them either way, although Relic having their own opportunity off that backboard. XP Agent off the backboard as well for Adrian Esports. Another one out for Hockey. Clarism waiting their turn. It's going to fall into the hands of Relic. They just missed. That's an opportunity for Agent. No doink there. Sniper clearing out midfield. Clarism coming through. One flick over. Ibu a little awkward. Still sending it backwards to their territory. Relic missing their opportunity. This is super uncharacteristic of Lincoln Land. They're going to have to wrap that up and get things under control if they want any hopes at getting another offensive opportunity.
This is what I'm talking about, making sure when you get a goal conceded, you bring it back. And so we saw Lincoln Land have a little bit of confidence in that passing play to make it even. But just like that, 2 shakes of the lamb cells, my daddy would say, he had a 2-1 advantage going the other way for Adrian. That put pretty much Lincoln Land in a whole different thing. But they found a way to get another tie here. It's 2-2, 2-all.
Well, then, certainly, again, not what I was expecting, but one defensive mishap is what's going to result in a goal most of the time. This is those ranks where you'll see people start to really make some work and punish other teams, and this is just the game of Rocket League. How quickly can you do such a thing? How quickly can you make those counterattacks work and perform those actions? That's what's going to allow you to push through and get the dub in the end. Relic Finding that over to Agent, clearing it back out to midfield. Snipers there. Relic with a huge connection just off target to the outside. Relic just goes up, no boost to work with. Ibu not a lot either. Finding the way to the ground, and the defense a little bit stagnant for Adrian, but nothing that's really going to hurt them too much in the long run.
Hurt them in the long run, but already we're seeing a little bit of those seeds of what makes Lincoln so fun to watch. Those passing paces. Usually Relic is either the engine or on the other end of it is being able to do some target practice. It didn't go the way they wanted to, but eventually, I always say more creative plays are the ones that eventually win the day. And even though it's tight, I have to tip my cap to Lincoln and have to try new things.
You know, Relic might be the engine, but Ibu is always the accelerator, that leader of the charge to keep pressing on shots. You see one come out there, and they've been able to make that work of the offensive field. And we see Agent doing a very similar role, being that initiator to the attack. And it could be something that really does benefit any team that's going to be able to take advantage of it. But we haven't really seen much of that second touch yet, or at least that second connection, despite the passing play attempts. Nothing really following through.
Link's following through in the last 90 seconds there, and I know Lincoln Land wants another opportunity to show that that early goal was just a mistake, but you got to give it up to Adrian. They're not rolling over. They're showing virtually no respect when it comes to spacing for their opponents. They're getting up in there to make sure they have some forced mistakes caused by Lincoln.
Ibu, another missed opportunity. Sniper off the back wall. Relic looking to produce something. Nothing to come up of it, though. Agent leading the charge for their team. Sniper just leaps over the top and clears it to the corner. Clarism fakes that one out, leaving it down for Hockey, and no contact met. This has been a very interesting game one. The more missed balls, the more we're not going to see anything. And that's not a show that we want. We've seen a very just odd performance from both sides. The amount of misses that we've seen are just really strange to watch unfold. And at this rate, it could be a long overtime before we see a goal that wins the game.
It's almost like a fight between two cobras. There was some hissings, a little bit of bites back and forth, and now we're seeing a lot of posturing. In the last 30 seconds here, we're still tied 2 apiece, and it really comes down to who's going to flinch first. But the way it's going there, I think when it comes to possession, I got to give the favor of Adrian. They've controlled the ball a little bit longer when they have the ball on their side of the pitch.
Not even just a matter of who's going to flinch first, but who's going to push first? Who's going to find that first connection that they need? It looks like Lincoln Land has something that almost went under Clarism. Sniper can't find a shot on target, and that could have been the game-winning goal right there. Ibu smart to back off as we delve into overtime.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda, Grant. There's an opportunity when you have a goal on a plate for you to score. Doesn't happen often. The higher you go in these games, you have to execute. And the fact that maybe something they may end up ruining the day, they missed that one, is a tragedy.
Ibu again starting up the engines. Just unable to find said engine in Relic. Ibu unable to find anything from that attack. Clarism over the top. Relic tries their hand at it. Another touch from them. Moving down. Hockey and Agent with a pinch. Lincoln Land pressing onwards. Clarism. Another clear back the other way. This turns into those typical tennis matches. No one's controlling the ball. They're just booming it away when Relic had plenty of boost and plenty of time to do something with that. They just would rather play clang the ball away and pray and hope that something happens. And that's just not a productive way to go about it. They need to slow down. They need to take their time. Look for a second touch. Keep control in your favor. Don't just throw the ball away and give away possession.
Yeah, when both teams clang and bang like that, that's usually a sense of both teams are beginning to quote-unquote sweat, which means they respect each other's opponent as being a very formidable opponent. So it really comes down to which team has the steel reserves, has the will, has the intestinal fortitude to have the composure to put shots on frame without worrying about that the least.
Relic waiting upfield, or at least downfield, for the attack incoming from Adrian College. It's been a really stale game so far. Like I said, we could be in for a long overtime. It's been uncharacteristic how many misses we've seen from both sides. And I'm just like, I'm just chilling back. Nothing too spectacular has happened for either side. It's just an unwillingness to push forward. Hockey tries, and that time it's going to be a mishap. But we've seen now one attempt from each side to finish out this game, and they're both unsuccessful. It's not many opportunities that Lincoln Land is going to get, and it's not many opportunities that Adrian College is going to get either. It's off the back wall, and no one wants to capitalize on it. Playing super reserved, super defensively, and Whoever wins this game, I think, is going to take the momentum and run with it.
Oh, absolutely. It's kind of like being in a fight and your opponent know exactly what your move is. And so almost like Psycho Mantis from the first Metal Gear Solid and PS era, you got to put the controller out and put in the second port. Try something new that you don't even expect. If you're going up there and they're following you up, fake high, go low. Fake right, go left. Draw the defense out and keep them off balance to have some space they're not even occupying. Or else you'll be doing this back and forth for a long, long while.
Yeah, and I think we are in for a long treat. Almost 3 minutes of overtime that have elapsed. Although this is an open goal, you will not miss out on Lincoln Land Community College taking game 1.
Oh my goodness, right here, Xbox agent tried something around the corner, but it was just stopped and pilfered around, and that was soft, lightly placed, kind of like my Amazon delivery. It was nice, and we have Lincoln Long with the first game in this series set.
Not sponsored, but Amazon, please sponsor us. That'd be great and fine by me. But hey, you can also use your Twitch Primes in chat for the NECC. But anyway, I digress. I think what happened there at the end was just an overcommit and simply in the corner. Don't push the corner when you got a teammate in there because they can do just about as much as you can. And if you just wait on the near post, you're probably going to be much more likely to save that, and you'll be able to manage a lot better that defense as you wait for that third to come back around. Don't be so quick to push into that corner because it's dangerous, and as you see here, it results in a complete game loss. One simple mistake, and Adrian's going to be thinking, well, what do we got to do to produce what we just did and even more?
I mean, you're absolutely right, Grant. I'm not here to knock you, but I know you have an overtime period that long. You will make those giant glaring mistakes to make you go, oh, what was I thinking? So you did it. It happened. Put your head down. Move on to something else because game 2 is coming at you fast.
It is going to come at you fast, and we've got it coming right up here in a couple of seconds, and I'm just looking forward to seeing, or not necessarily looking forward, but looking to see if we can see a bit more contact with the ball. There were a lot of whiffs that I just don't really see this often in this league. It just doesn't feel like a real Rocket League game. It just feels fake. I don't know what's going on, and I'm confused, I'm conflicted, and things are going crazy, but we need to see the pace picked up. Whoever steps up, that's going to be the team that takes up this series. Whoever wins this game, I'm serious. I think they're going to win the entire thing. Yes, I said that about game 1, but I said that about momentum. Now we're looking at the entire series and who's going to run away, but throw somebody at the ball, get good contact with it, and really focus on that. And I think that's what Agent is looking to do in this second game.
So when it comes down to that, I'll always say you got to go for more. Oh, what is this? This is gift wrap, but it's not even Christmas. What a shot from Sniper, but this is pretty much academic. Look at it, off to the races, unmarked, untagged, and that one there is just money. What?
Well, he took it to the bank for sure. Sniper, I mean, he just ran with it. Money bag in hand, cash flowing out the back, and not looking back either. Just taking what they need and getting back to the van. But we are back to the cars, back on the green, on the pitch. And it is working time. Not every day are you going to get a runaway or a robbery that looks like that. Clarism look to do that for themselves. Sniper throwing up field, runs into Agent along the way. Clarism taking their hand away. Sniper waiting to push through that corner. Off the backboard now. Not the best uses of their flip. Ibu over the top and around. Hockey getting their participation in. It's been a while since we've seen or heard from them. Clarism and XP Agent have really been the players to do that for Adrian College. Be those initiators, and look at that. So close, but just angles, man. Getting out that protractor. I mean, it's quick reflexes you got to have to make something like that work.
Yeah, quick reflexes really are the difference between great teams and elite teams here. Being able to think aside and put their car where it needs to go is something easier said than done. But we're seeing as well, I was going to say, to allude to for Lincoln, and that is you got to connect with those short passes because that clanging and banging we saw that last game isn't going to work with these squads. So you got to find these short passes, use the width of the pitch to your advantage, and really pop things up to have a second shot on goal. And you saw people here try to set up at the corner, but it didn't work out for them.
Relic doesn't get by the defense. Clarism firing through, and we've seen this happen time and time again. And this pace, Xbox Agent got picked off, though. Ibu couldn't get past Hockey goalie. I mean, rightfully so. Good defensive coverage from Hockey. Clarism running into Relic again. This is that boomer ball that could come back to bite any team that's not careful enough. Xbox Agent again finding Ibu. That's over the top of Hockey, just off the crossbar, though. Good coverage of defense yet again, and it is just, I mean, rinse, lather, repeat, everything all over again for Lincoln Land and as well as the defense of Adrian College. And it's just, you got to change something up. I mean, eventually you just get bored of the soap that you got. You're like, yeah, I've been using this for a couple of years now. I think it's time for a switch, something a little bit better.
Well, at least in the events, the reason why this is happening now is a little different. We're seeing Lincoln Land trying to go for passing plays, and I guess Adrian's seeing that and just cutting off by bumping the intended targets, which works. But you're right, Grant, you got to do something beyond that because you're just holding off the inevitable. If you don't take that ball, counterattack and score with it.
Agent still running for something. Ibu knows how dangerous that would be. Hockey up. Beats out Ibu yet again, and has been these two facing off offensively and defensively. Clarism not a powerful enough shot. Take the ball with you. Stop giving it away. At this point, I've got to shout. I wish they could hear me because there'd be so many more goals to be had. And I mean, it would be goals galore if they would just keep the ball close to them, but they are so persistent on throwing it away. Look, Ibu's gonna get the next touch, and they bang it away. And who's gonna be there? Well, it could be Clarism, but they went for boost instead, and that's placed right behind Relic with the placement of the game for game 2.
How many times have we seen this there from Relic? Don't call them the third person, third man, third Rocketeer. This one here is pretty much unassisted. No, I'm sorry, Ibu gets the assist for that one, but being there to have it lower 90, a place no one was occupying currently, has been the difference. A narrow goal, but we have a 2-goal scoreline for Lincoln Land Loggers.
Asian keeping the ball close at least once, but Relic was like, yeah, I'm not going to let you do that. I'm going to throw myself at it, make myself useful, meeting them at those challenges, and that was the difference maker of the last series we just witnessed. Clarism, their shot off target. Relic needing to wrap around Sniper with a double commit, leaving Ibu all deserted and alone. Agent off the back wall again, and it's just too much for anyone to wrap around to. Clarism, careful not to own goal here, picking up the boost, reloading, firing another shot though was Relic. Ibu close to the redirect there. Agent steering it around with a dribble, one to beat, just flicked a little awkwardly. Clarism got dunked by Relic. Xbox Agent, here they come over the top of Ibu and just around the backside. That's gonna be goal number 1 of game 2.
I'd say hashtag unfortunate, just enough weight on it to beat one defender outright, and then just too fast for Ibu to even work dodging, and unfortunately had to bail on it. 2-1 is the scoreline, but is there enough time for Adrian College to get one more? That remains to be seen.
Does appear to be that way. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, Sniper was there to make work of the shot coming in. Clarism putting it back out, looking for this next attack, but opportunities like that don't come that often, and that's what we've seen in this series. If you're not familiar with it now, you're gonna be pretty shortly. These opportunities feel like once in a lifetime, the more they come around for either side, and it's just, can you execute it? Can you put a shot on target, or are you going to miss out on that? They've done great work at putting it back and forth. As much as I criticize the boomer ball and some of the defensive work for both sides, it's just about accuracy at this point. If you're going to play this boomer ball and nothing's going to change, then all right, so be it. But put a shot on net. This is your last opportunity to tie the game, but Ibu got just enough of it to keep this one away. And Sniper, that 50, heads up to the ceiling to drop back down and put game 2 in favor of Lincoln Land.
Lincoln Land's looking at series point here. And look, Grant, we understand there is some miscues here on offense and defense, but I gotta give a little bit of credit here. You're on stream. It's the playoffs. You know what's at stake. It's not only team pride, it's school pride, it's league pride, it is conference pride. NECC means big time, and you want to show off for stream. And that's why we saw in this past game that Lincoln Land's with win one game of moving on to the finals.
Oh boy, it is quite a test of both of these teams, and it's one that I've been so happy that we've got to see. I mean, we've really criticized the heck out of these teams, or at least I have. You know, I'll put my name in there. I won't drag you along with me, Novanta, but I've really criticized the way that these teams have been playing. But I mean, like I said, whoever takes game 1, they're going to run away with that momentum. And now whoever takes game 2, I think is just going to take the rest of the series. It's just been a little bit extra that Lincoln Land has had to their favor. I mean, rightfully so. You know, NECC held a LAN in Iowa, and I believe that Lincoln Land was the runner-up. They got second place. They proved that they can compete in these kinds of pressures. So even when things aren't really being produced as well as they would like to, things are still going to look at least a little bit decent for them as they go through into game 3 on series point. Like you mentioned, this best of 5 could be coming to a quick close as Ibu finds the first by luck.
I was going to say that Lincoln Land has been playing at their best, and they still find ways to invent goals from absolutely nothing. The 1-goal advantage in only 10 seconds have gone.
Well, interesting way for Fortune to go, but that's the way that it is for now. Lincoln Land holding this 1-goal advantage, and honestly, with the pace of the last couple games, I think that that might be all that they need. Although Relic looking for that second, would like to close it out. I mean, the more you can drain from your opponent and the more fight that you can suck out of an opponent, I mean, the better, obviously. Relic looking to put on another shot. Desperate dive from Clarism. You see the defense starting to really put all their materials and resources, throwing everything in the kitchen sink at the wall. Interesting tie up there from the opposition. Agent racing back, a sniper on the hunt, on the prowl. Got it by 1, needs a second. Powerful shot incoming. Yes, sir. Just off the backboard and continued through. Defense somehow holds true.
Well, there hasn't been a goal scored in that exchange, but Adrian was on ice skates. Here was Lincoln Land going all over. It was almost like fighting the Flash there for a second there, Grant.
It did seem that way, although the pace doesn't remain as quickly as the Flash. Clarism, no boost to work with, but on the offensive side, there's been so much open space for so long, I don't even think I recognized it or the team. Would have been phenomenal if they just knew to dump at midfield, but I mean, you're blind in the corner like that, so I don't blame him there. Agent looking to swing around, Sniper read that well. Agent wishing they didn't touch the hat. Hockey pushing through, here comes Clarism. And they just got dunked. Agent being the only thing standing between that ball and an open goal. It's back to the corner. Relic coming through, bumps multiple of them on the defensive end. Sniper with a huge sniping shot. Ibu with the follow-up, just needed to get by Sniper, fakes out the defense in the process. An incredible display of trigger discipline and car shot discipline.
Relic was in the corner, double tap with the momentum to posh it up there for Sniper, and that was just easy pickings there for Ibu. This right here wasn't the cleanest tech play, but that's what I'm talking about, because there's no way you're going to defend the corners, the flanks, and top of the bar and the bottom of the bar at the same time. That's how you score every single time, and that's what Lincoln Land just did.
After the net was shot, I mean, again, just I guess testifying to Lars Newton, his greatness and the points that he brings up. I mean, we have to analyze here, but Lars, man, he provides all those things. He's talked about peppering the net with shots, and I mean, like we just described, that's what happens here, right? So, oh, wait a minute. Oh, not like this, really? Okay, good for Adrian, not so good for Lincoln Land, as they would love to close out the series, but they can just do it now, dismantling defense time and time again. The pressure just too much for Adrian.
Well, the post can only do so much for Adrian College, but that one was dead to rights anyway. Relic making it academic, no pun intended. 3-0, and this game feels way different, Grant. This feels like the Lincoln Landlockers of old.
It does feel that way. Relic over the top, looking for another one. Man, I want to root for Adrian here, but they're just not showing me enough. There's 4 goals against you now, and it's just... I mean, I don't got a word to describe it. I don't, Novanta.
I mean, you can root for them all you want. We all love an underdog, but you know what? You think about rotations, think about occupying many different parts of the pitch at once, think about you connecting with your partners. It has been all Lincoln Land. So, Eric, everyone loves a comeback story. I do too, but something has to change at a fundamental level, because if this goes on for 2 more minutes, Adrian College is eliminated.
Oh, it looks like that's going to be the case. Ibu, no remorse, no mercy. Cuts in on the back, and we might need a couple bandages for that. That's just disgusting. I mean, after the pace has just been give the ball away for so long and so many games in a row, and then you take 1 moment of patience to do that to someone, that's just nasty, bro. Lincoln Land proving why they deserve to be in the championships, and we are most likely at this point going to see them with a 5-goal lead to their name.
I will take this time to say that I was right. I said Lincoln Land was pretty good, but they weren't their best. We're seeing the best right now, and it could have come at a better time for them, as this amounts to a victory lap if Adrian have an idea of getting 1 on the board.
Yeah, this is crazy right now. Lincoln Land, they are looking their best, like you said. I mean, I was looking for it early on, but I guess it's just become a characteristic of them that it takes so long for them to warm up. Which, I mean, if you face an opponent that's, I mean, if you got the 1 seed coming at you, which is very well a thing that can happen, that could be Fanshawe yet again, then you could really you really see some problems come into play once you face a better team like that and you're not really warmed up and ready to go. That could be huge, but Xbox Agent gonna put this one by.
Now, pulling one back for pride and school pride, that means you didn't have a complete defensive collapse. This one here was a goal that was angry. I felt it. And pulling one back means a lot. It means that you haven't given up. That means you haven't completely rolled over to your team, but it might be too little, too late.
It does seem that way, doesn't it? Well, Sniper out to the midfield. Agent looking to put up anything that they can. Hockey goalie finding that one up, leaving it for Clarism in their teammate. Anything that they could get right now would be super beneficial, but it's going to be a 6th put in, and we are 1 goal away from a plane ticket down to a South American country.
That ball was yeeted from Yelich in the corner all the way in New Jersey. Say hi to Leachy for me. 6-1, and we're in the last minute of play there. Grant, question: do we see that trip to South America?
I think with the way that Lincoln Land has been playing today, and that fake kickoff right there, although now I got to take back my statement from the double commit, I think we can see it. If Ibu can do something with this, which it does appear that they can. That's a double tap free as ever. Relic, goodness gracious. Yes, we are down to Brazil.
Well, bom dia. There you go. Welcome to Managuas. Welcome to Rio. Welcome to Sao Paulo. 7-1, and there's still 45 seconds to spare there, Grant CFO.
Well then, Novanta, this is going to be closed out. Another 3-0 going in favor of our 2-seed Lincoln Land Community College. They will be advancing on to the championships. Ibu looking for one more, but they do indeed take down this number 3 seed, which I guess was their toughest opponent up until now. I think Fanshawe, yes, we saw their number 1 seed knocked off in the last series as Fanshawe, but they've got another chance here, and I don't think they're going to blow it this time. I think we see the number 1 and the number 2 seed appropriately facing off in the championships, and that's going to be a 2nd goal. So now we're looking to go to a European country next, Novanta.
Yeah, this is more almost like a goal out of respect there. Sniper drives out of the net just to make sure there's one more on the tally. As academic at this point, it might be one more 8-2 with Barcelona if they're lucky, but even if they don't get that, the statement has already been made.
I didn't know I was going to be learning some geography today, but that does appear to be the way that this series is going, although I don't think they're going to get it now with 4 seconds to go. Ibu, a whole field to travel. Sniper tried to keep it up, just got dunked, and that ball's going to touch the floor, and this series is done and dusted. Lincoln Land Community College 3-0 their way to championships.
Undusted, buried with a patch of dirt on top of it. My goodness me, Lincoln Land took a lot to get themselves in pace, but when they did, it was a wrap. Congratulations. It was not going to be an upset here tonight. Lincoln Land Loggers head on to the finals.
Just like that. Well, Novanta, it was certainly a quick series once Lincoln Land got a hold of it, and now that they do and they go on, they advance. We've got a player interview coming up soon that we've got to get our hands on, but we will take a quick intermission to get that set up for you guys, so don't go anywhere. We'll be just a minute. Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. Oh boy, it's been fun riding this ride in these two series that we've just witnessed. We have a 3-0 in favor of Lincoln Land as they advance onto the championships. We've got Relic and Sniper joining us. No Ibu this time around. We weren't able to get the full squad. I guess Ibu's just being shy. But again, it's me, Grant, and Novanta covering this interview. Boys, a 3-0 to move your way into championships over the number 3 seed, just one number behind you. How are you feeling after that victory?
Absolutely fantastic. Everything was electric in here pregame. We were all ready to go. Came in with a lot of energy. And when you come in with a lot of energy, tend to get the win.
Absolutely. You know, you guys won each of the games. That's what a sweep is, duh. But game 3 was way more dominant than the first two. What changed? What was going through your mind as you head into that game 3 and had a very dominant Brazilian-like display here against Adrian College?
We were just right on confidence. That's all that was. I mean, we saw we could take 2 games. We've blown leads before, but something just felt different, and we felt that fast pace, and we knew what we could do. We didn't perform well in the first game, and I think that was right there what we should expect to see in the finals. What we're hoping to see.
You know, it's something that I've kind of taken note of, Relic. I mean, talking about just how long it can take you guys to get warmed up. But once you get going, you're rolling. So you move on into championships against either the 5 seed or the 1 seed, and it looks like Fanshawe might be the ones to make it over to meet you guys. What's your plan going in there? How can you ensure that when you get into game 1, you're bringing the heat right away?
You know, like today, we came in a little bit late, and so we didn't get a proper good warm-up in. I know we're definitely going to make sure we get a good warm-up in, get mentally ready, come in with some high energy,
Yeah.
and just get ready for it. Already beat them
Definitely.
once. Got to do it again.
Ooh, there it is. Last question for me. You know, there's some people watching here. You have a very huge following on the streams where you're going. If someone is living that silver life, that gold life, that platinum life, looking for any kind of tips or tricks, anything you want to share today to help them out with that?
Go for flip resets whenever you can.
Okay, Sniper. We'll let Sniper
Okay.
answer this one.
I kid.
It's definitely not easy, but I mean, it helps to find friends to help you carry you along, but you just got to keep working at it. That's all you got to do. It's not easy, but if you just spend at least an hour a day in training, it helps. I mean, when I joined this program a year and a half ago, I was platinum, and now I'm teetering
Wow.
GC,
Respect.
even though it didn't
Goodness
look like it.
gracious. I mean, hey, Sniper, you're one to always kind of sit back and be there when you're needed. I mean, it seems like, you know, you let the other guys go ahead and let your teammates do a lot of the work and just sit back. And like, does that bother you at all? Do you wish you had more goals, or what's that kind of
Well,
like?
Not again.
yeah, I don't need to get up on my soapbox this week, but I actually felt really comfortable because I don't know, just sitting back and analyzing the play. In actual like real life soccer, I play goalkeeper, so I'm kind of used to like sitting back and watching people and just waiting for my moment. So it doesn't bother me too much, but I already said what I need to say last week, so I don't need to scream this time.
Oh, good to see. I feel like I've asked you that before, but that just shows that you guys are a consistent team. And I mean, you prove the same thing each and every week, that you guys are here to perform and execute. So with that, you take a 3-0 victory into championships, boys. Is there anything else that either of you would like to say? Any shout outs you want to give before we send the stream out?
Good luck to all the other teams.
Thank you.
Enjoy it.
Well, awesome. Novanta, we've got nothing else for the boys, and we've got more, though, for the folks at home in the NECC that are watching on as fans. We've got another series coming up, but it won't be me and Novanta joining you. You'll have to stick around and wait to see the other side to see who's going to be joining you, but that's all we've got. We hope you have a good night, and we will see you soon for championships.
insane. Well, after a very short intermission, that you could say, we're back here with more NECC semifinals. I got the crack from Stage early. My name is Futh. I'm joined in the booth with Stage here, and we have some really high-flying action, man. Semifinals. We have made it almost all the way.
I think the wait will be worth it when we get there. I'm telling you, you gotta have enough time to gas up these cars. You ever think about how much boost these guys consume? How much energy that takes to get
At least
these
100.
cars fueled up? Oh, yeah, at least 100.
At least.
That's almost 100.
I don't know, picking up the boost pads are pretty quick. I wouldn't think it would take that long. But you know, it's had to get all the accessories right and everything. But no, you have UAH White playing against CMU. Both these coming off of impressive wins in the quarterfinals. UAH White coming over Northwood C in very, very solid fashion with a 3-1 victory. CMU fought it out against Alabama Black. So it's as expected if you are a stat head. Number 2 versus number 3 here. But it's just a lot to be played and a lot to be played out in front of us staged.
Now, you want to talk about being a stat head, though, and where things are expected. This is not where you'd expect things to go after this match is over, because these two teams are competing for the privilege of being in the grand finals, obviously. Yep. But the match that they are going to play will be against the number 4 seed SIUCA, who did manage to defeat number 1 seed Fanshawe that was earlier today, I think.
Yep. Early today, about 7, I think, if we're getting on the Eastern time. But it was huge for them, the big time upset. So both these teams, like you said, are playing for the privilege to see SIUC. And, you know, when you kind of look back at this season, they saw each other at week 1. So a lot has changed since then. It was a 3-0 sweep for UAH White. So you want to see if UAH White can continue to grasp what they've had or if CMU has an answer to them.
All right, but we're going to have to take it out all on the pitch because they are lining up here. Mix on the kickoff for the side of CMU. And if my eyes do not deceive me, we've got Josh on the side of UAH setting this one up already. A fake kickoff from Josh. That means they're going to send it all the way to the back. And Camel is taking this nice and slow, but going to get beat and an own goal to break the ice. That's a heartbreaker.
Well, slow and steady wins the race unless you're slow and steady going into the back of your own net. And that was just a huge 50 coming off of the Octana mix. And then Josh, unable to dig it out off of his goal line, means 9 seconds in, and CMU already has a goal lead.
This is definitely the way they want to be seeing this one. I think that CMU also recognizing that they have beaten SIUC in the regular season. They really want this because it means a great shot at the overall championship for them. But they still have a lot of Rocket League to play, and they need to get out of their own territory before they can take this game away.
Well, you can't get looking too far ahead because Josh trying to answer for that mistake, but Mix with a beautiful touch off his own backboard. Phantom get it there. Camille looking out midfield. Josh is there, but so is Mix. I like the play there, keeping it away from his half. Phantom overwon the soft touchdown. He's got to bear it. He's got a touch, but Josh denies it, climbing that ladder in front of his own net.
A lot of really loose rotation. Big solo plays here from CMU, but they need to get through the defense, get a little more of that insurance policy going forward. This time on offense is UAH. Camelog looking for the drop pass into Josh. Broken up by Phantom. Josh is still there to play a little bit of disruption. Sends it up to B-More, and Josh chasing this one away. Doesn't manage to get a 50, but there is a continuation. B-More looking to chase this one down, looking for center, not going to find it though, and that center ball coming out, but will be sent downfield by CMU as they manage to find a little bit of space.
Yeah, the Eagles kind of got a little bit further back onto this Charger half, and they're just trying to continue knocking this door as the Chargers' early kickoff goal. They've just opened the door for them. They need to find an answer here as a minute and a half has passed by. Beak with a nice touch there. He's got Mix coming on. A nice touch by him again. He says, I'll put it in himself.
Just a minor missed rotation there from the defender. B-More trying to get out in front of that one. Just goes right over top of his car. Just barely missing a little bit too fast to it.
Well, you know, the old saying is staged haste makes waste, especially in front of your own goal line. And so rushing that 50 minutes, just an open door, and now it is a 2-goal lead here for CMU.
Like I said, definitely the way that they want to be starting this one off. CMU is playing like a team possessed. I think that's what they need to be doing, honestly. This is a matchup that has such honestly, history. When they've already lost the series in week 1, you have an entire lifetime in college. And it's ready to make up for that here.
Well, my question is you're saying like team possessed. What happens to the point where if Ghost exists, you get possessed by a ghost that can play games incredibly well? You know, is that going to be like a blockbuster that comes out later in our live stage?
They had Poltergeist back in the day, but this is Gosu-Geist. That's what they used to call all the pro gamers. They called him Gosu way back in the day.
Well, that was a big opportunity there from B-More, trying to get on the board here. A double commit from Beacon. Phantom could just kind of spell something here, but the slowdown on this Charger side. Now all 3 blue cars kind of gathering in the corner, trying to decide what they want to do with the ball. Josh midfield gets a touch. Another one there. He's trying to find a pass out midfield. B-More, but denied by Mix, and they still stand at a 2-goal lead.
Oh, beautiful connection there, though. Josh taking the give and go, sends it in towards center. Is that there? No, broken up by Mix. They're still sending this on. Phantom, last man back, manages to pick that one up, and Beak gets a big send downfield. CMU not able to find any more goals yet here, but they don't need to. They're holding on to this lead. The backfield almost completely exposed, but Beak makes the rotation back. This is still really pressing the offense. UAH trying to find any holes, and that might be it with the demo, but no touch from Camille means that there's time for the respawn, and Beak is going to send it back into space again.
Well, it's just kind of a dance back and forth, and it's who can take the lead stage. Right now, both teams have traded, and the only one who has landed is CMU, and being it off the kickoff and off of quick pressure. But they still have the fewer shots with 5 coming off of these Charger cars. They just continue to find the crossbar or find these orange cars in the way.
It's 5 shots and 5 saves, so this is a defensive powerhouse here, but that's a breakaway by Camel. Sneaks it just past the defender.
I mean, just Beaker caught a little bit too overzealous there, and Mix cannot get to it in the end. Camille just slow plays it, able to put it in that near post and not squander that opportunity.
Feels a lot like that first goal coming in just off the deflection from Josh. In this case, just desserts here for UAH. All they need is one more. A minute left in the match still. Camel going to try and put this away, but oh, that's a nasty angle. B-More with a miracle save off the crossbar. Now, stacked up really tight, UAH struggling to find any offensive pressure, and they're not going to capture it yet, but a long bomb crossing the pitch. Phantom is there to receive.
Well, I like that 50 there that puts it back across, but there's no follow-up here. The Chargers need to create something here as UAH just continue to get pushed back into their half. The Eagles more and more pressure, B-More into the corner, but there's Phantom once again. The ball getting cleared out, but there is another yellow card just standing that test again, Stage. You just can't break through this midfield trap unless they missed. Phantom now in a 2-1-2 with Mix. Camille looking for the pass downfield, but B-More can't get to it in time, but it's still open. Josh, he gave up the first goal, but he can't get one to tie. The save off of the touch from Mix.
CMU, an absolute barn burner at the end of things there. If we have an entire series like this, even if it comes out to a 3-0, I swear I am going to lose my mind just because this is... Those last 30 seconds were so fast. Yeah. It was, we talked about needing to refuel the pitch. That's the reason why. They ran out of boost 1,000 times over.
Listen, man, there's only a certain amount of boost on the field, and especially when those big pads are gone, it's about who can do what with less staged. And right now, CMU did enough. 4 shots on the day for them, giving up the 7. So that is not exactly a recipe for success, but they had a successful win here.
And that's one of the rare situations, too, where you find a team that does have fewer shots putting on more goals. I think a lot of it comes from just kind of the jitters that you might have had from UAH off those first 2 goals. Honestly, if UAH just kind of settles down a little bit and plays a little bit more patient, this might be a really dangerous thing for CMU.
The best thing I can say is I love watching UAH. I've seen them a ton of times. They just need to get playing Charger ball. And it's going to be up to them to pick that pace up, but Mix and company do not want to allow them to do just that. Josh in his own corner getting it past Beaker, but there is no follow-up control. He got a little bit too overzealous, and now it's Beaker and Mix and Phantom, all 3 cars posturing around on the offensive end, and it's only 15 seconds in. Camille into his own corner, but I think this onslaught might not be over. I like the touch from Mix. Phantom, though, cannot get it past Josh, and it's a clear, but a shot coming from Beaker. B-more able to get a touch from now. Josh clears it back into this corner.
We're doing such a good job of standing tall in net, but unfortunately, Feels backflip there. Not going to be capitalized by Phantom. Oh, not quite finding the angle they need. Camelog breaking it past one. UAH desperate for an angle. A little bit of bump play in the midfield. Josh gets the tap over top. Into space. There's a lot of it there. I think this team's going to play it a little slow once again, but that was how they gave up that first goal, was taking these slow plays and losing to 50.
I like the touch here from B-more. He tries to put it down. Beaker climbing that ladder to deny it. Phantom looking for a little bit of a quick race here in the air. He's going to put it off the backboard. Camille with a denial. The ball still finding a way onto this half. Josh, that long clear. Phantom running back to his own net. Camille off the backboard. B-more gets through it, sifting the traffic, but Beaker denies it. Josh, the soft touch. Mix goes all the way across the pitch to make that save.
The rotations and the defensive positioning there from CMU are a masterclass. And this is one of the things I've wanted to bring up a little bit too, is CMU seems to play with a lot more synergy between their players, whereas I feel like UAH is playing a lot more with like the, okay, you challenge and then I'll be there to back you up after the touch comes out. So there's less of the like positioning for a pass, less of a positioning for fast rotation, and more waiting to see what's going to happen.
Yeah, it's just trying to sift through it, and some people can read it quicker than others, and right now UAH seem a little bit disjointed as V-more and company put more and more pressure on. But if you are a Charger fan, they have put a ton of pressure on. Maybe it not shows in on the shot column with only 4 right now, but they have just kept it in this orange half for most of the game. Camille looking for B-more. B-more's got an open net. That's cover 2 right down the middle.
Found the space, finally getting that opportunity of getting the center ball off that 50-50. Camel, that's serving up a taste of their own medicine they had to deal with in game 1 off that first goal. It's the same general idea. All right, lining up for the kickoff here again, though. Camel spearheading this, tries to get out to Josh. Mix going to get up on the wall, though, has a lot of room, looking for a fancy play, not able to find a reset. Instead, B-more taking it downfield for UAH. They want to get 2, flick over, and that is right in the corner.
Well, B-more just plays it patiently, knows he has the number advantage, knows he has the boost advantage, knows he has the position advantage stage, and that it's now a 2-goal advantage before halftime.
And this is what I was talking about. You know, this team finds a little bit of purchase, calms down a little bit, stops being a little bit too aggressive to the ball, and that's kind of what a flick is all about, really. You get the time to, you know, wait for your opportunity and when you want to do anything. You don't have to rush it. What? From Mix, right out of the corner.
You want to talk about find your opportunity stage? Mix says, I have one that's just going to bury it in the far post out of the corner.
It's not finding an opportunity, that's making an opportunity where there is none. What a shot from Mix.
Just a beautiful read and a great follow-up. Now it's up to Josh. He wants to put an extender on. Mix got caught too overzealous, but Phantom low ball makes the save. Now he gets the clear, bouncing off of a teammate. The ball on this Charger side. Phantom off the backboard here. A quick touch by Mix, but that's a double commit from defenders. Camille can't get it all the way out past midfield, but he's still there on top of it. B-more back on this side wall. You want to find a touch out to midfield, buddy. A nice touch there from Josh. It's going to bounce off the backboard here. Camille can't get it to go, but the ball just finds its way back towards these blue cars.
Really seeing a new blue team here off of UAH. They're so close to breaking through this defense and getting the extender that they need. Camel 50-50 in the air, and Josh gets the demo, dishes it out to B-more. This is so clean on their connections off the backboard, but Josh not in space. Instead, just buying more room. Shot on target, but it's lofty and slow. And Phantom does manage to send that all the way downfield. There is no continued offense that you can find here for CMU, because this is just a choke, an absolute stranglehold from UAH.
Well, that's a big-time dunk going back towards that backboard. Josh can't get the find because Mix had a beautiful save. Camille keeping the pressure on, but that's going to be a pass off there. Mix putting it on that side wall. A touch here could be something big for CMU. The Eagles posturing around, trying to find the bump. There is Mix, and I think he was another distraction.
Mix right in the goal box, almost saving that.
Josh!
Almost saving that, just bodies Josh out of the way. That is dirty. little
literally
Goomba stop action.
hit him so hard, I thought he was in the goal already stage going for a bump. No, he was just following through the double tap bump as Vmore goes for something off the backboard here. Josh was there, Camille as well. He's going to do a bump of his own, Mix. How about you take that one on for size? It's 3-2.
Just desserts. You know, we just had Thanksgiving. This is the dessert from that. Be more pushing through the net, getting Mix out of there. Man, we're going to have some savagery. There's going to be some fighting words that happen after this if they're not too careful with the bumps.
All I gotta say is, I hope our good friend Lars is watching, because this game would already make him happy. You know, the physicality is something you love to see in the game of Rocket League, and that is both teams using it well. Under 30 seconds left. It is up to CMU to have an equalizer here, and they've done well offensively. Josh, that's a dangerous push, buddy. Phantom is there. He puts it in the top right corner. It's 3-3.
Takes that center play. Yeah. UAH didn't expect that angle to be possible just from where he was postured outside of the center field, but chasing it down, getting the corner of his car, that's so perfect. And UAH really demonstrating, well, CMU demonstrating their mastery of angles and shooting.
I feel like I'm just watching a whole bunch of geometry students. This Mix now just have to put a soft touch on. Be more in danger, but Camille, he can't get it out either. The ball's still there. Phantom can't find a touch, and Camille has that clear off of that errant bat flip. Phantom, that's your own goal, friend. And it falls down to OT.
Man. Again, I was already feeling it after game one. I was already feeling the tempo. This feels like it's just take the last 30 seconds of last game and extend it over an entire game this time, because these teams have not been lighting up one bit. Their foot has been on the gas the whole time.
A reminder, this game was a 2-0 ball game at halftime for UAH, and it has been a feverish comeback attempt here by CMU. The Eagles will not be kept down. They find offense. They find breakaways on defense that create this offense, and Phantom trying to get creative off the backboard. Mixes there as well, but Meemore denying that opportunity.
Really tight scramble here. That 50-50 going really badly. Oh no, the friendly fire tends it right on in the net. UAH getting a little bit of a fortunate collision on the opponent.
Oh, Beaker and Mix collide. A miscommunication. Beaker tries to catch it, and it rolls into the net, so you have to let off that break there and go forward to try and catch it, but pain is the best thing I can say. Pain.
It's split-second decisions. It's the things that you can't rehearse. And you try and make a call, you're just yelling over each other. I got it, I got it, I got it. And then the two baseball players collide head-on and the ball lands.
A heck of a job by the Chargers, because you know what, Stage? Good things happen when you put the ball in front of the net, and that was the best opportunity that I think you could have happen. I just put it at him, and it went in. You know, he just kept shooting, and it kept working, I guess.
All right, but we got no time to lose. We're busting off into game 3, tied at 1. The CMU, bit of a unfortunate result to game 2 for them. They're still really hungry here. UAH still leaving nothing for chance, though. They already won the first game they met in this series, the first time in week 1. Now it's just a matter of putting the nail in the coffin, showing nothing has changed.
Well, technically something has changed. There was a sweep the first time, and both teams have a win here. Be more trying to find it, but Mix just once again puts that Octane in a perfect position to deny it. It's a 1-on-2. He's got Josh right where he wants him. I like the shot there, but it's not threatening enough. It's back on. Be more can't get there, and Beaker with the soft touch to put it in.
You know, the first angle, they've learned that Mix can shoot from everywhere. They haven't learned is that Beat can do the same thing and take those rebounds and put them away.
It's the most dangerous opportunity stage. Not the first one, but that second and third chance, because the defense has already moved. It shifted around. And that is the spot that's so hard to cover, especially in threes when you're rotating so quickly to find touches. Oh, it's a double commit.
Oh, no. The friendly fire again. That has been the bane of CMU. UAH trying to capitalize here. Double touch off the backboard. Camille. Oh!
Josh!
Off the roof, but Josh gets the angle. Just taps it right past the defender.
There was no power on any of these touches except the clear attempt, and it got stymied by a teammate. And so that ball is just sitting in front of the Eagles net, and the Chargers just kind of, yeah, I guess we'll take this one and evil it up.
Well, Foof, what was it you said? You know, good things happen when you put the ball in front of the net?
Hey, listen, if I'm ever a coach, that is my one thing. Do right and put the ball at the opponent's net, and good things will happen as this another shot is on. That is all 3 players in the net here for the Eagles. Beemore trying to sneak it past one. He got it past them both.
And that's the danger of having these 2 wing players that have retreated, is you think it's going to be a direct shot, and B-More comes in on what's actually a blind angle for the first defender on the back wall. Didn't see B-More coming, and that kind of throws off the entire rotation.
Well, once again, UAH has found themselves with a lead early on, and they're trying to find that extender and get back to that 2-goal lead they had at midway point last game. B-More trying to play it slow, but Phantom slow as well. A nice touch there kind of stalls this offense out, but there is no control from Eagles. They're just trying to find touches, get the boost, and get it off of their half, because it has been all offense for UAH.
This offense is not going to let up here. Camille taking it out, tries to get the low ball, instead stymied by Beak. Now off the sidewall, up to the ceiling, but B-More has an extra touch. That was snazzy. Camille tipping it back towards center. Everything is a threat for these guys. B-More finds the connection to Camille, and that's back into space. Beak's got to pick this up. B-More still chasing it down. There's nowhere that you can retreat from UAH's relentless offense.
You may run, but you cannot hide from this offense, as they will force you out of the net. They will make you come off the backboard. They'll make you awkward, Beaker and Phantom, because that's another goal.
Oh my lord, everything. This has just been a minute and a half straight of nothing but pressure and shots on net. It's not even halftime and there are 8 shots from UAH already. This is absurd.
It is a bit intense, and they are pouring it on stage. They are trying to put not only this game, but this series kind of out of question, because they kind of felt bad about game 1, couldn't find their way, and game 2 went all the way to OT, and they were able to win it. And so it's just about taking that momentum and running with it. Phantom and company now still hemmed in on the defensive side. Mix just clearing it out. And so something I want to see from the Eagles, they need to get a little bit more control on the ball. They need to win a 1-on-1 or a 2-on-2 with some nice 50s or some good passes.
Right. They were really capitalizing in game 1 off of the, like, miss speed, I guess you'd say. The attempt to be hasty. Oh my lord, that pinch midfield!
Just teeing it up and knocking it home. Once again, the ball gets away from the Eagles, and Camille handing it off to B-More. B-More just lining that up into the bottom right corner. We'll call that calculated, because it's a 3-goal lead here for UAH.
You know, Foof, whenever I want to make a point, whenever I have something like deep that I want to think about and say, you just get a pinch like that, and that's why, you know, in Rocket League, I just want to think monkey brain half the time.
It's an old saying I used to hear when playing this game a lot, is if Rocket League is on, the brain is off stage. You know, you can't be thinking too hard, and that must be the mantra my teammates in solo queue use. But a good 50 there as Camille is up. He needs to find another one and calm it back down, but Phantom just waiting patiently in front of the net, denying that one. That's great defense, but great defense doesn't win anything when you're down 3 goals. That, though, could be something, but he can't find the bump, and so another assault starting again.
UAH, they are the Gatling gun now, looking to waterfall this one down, but not finding the crease so far. Instead, we'll just take a couple of demos, shot in, but Beak manages to deflect that early. But B-More and crew are just looking for any center ball, and they're happy to play physical here. Cross it over, Josh picks it up. One last touch from B-More, sends it right to Josh. It's a handoff.
I mean, Josh is just waiting and saw his opportunity, just come streaking in from about midfield, and then just buries it between the defenders. I've got to be honest, Staged. You know, I have the default colors on, and with Phantom in that light blue and black car, and Camille in the red car, that has thrown me off so many times. Just seeing those cars, but not being on the correct teams.
Yeah, Foof, have you ever tried to make a car that looks like a spy? You know, it looks like it's on the wrong team. That was always my gimmick when I was playing a lot, is just I'd have my cars on blue look like they were supposed to be on orange and vice versa.
I don't know if I've been able to pull something off like that, but this is this right now because B-More climbing that once again, but can't find it. Josh on to the side there. A good touch from Mix. The shot not on Camille, not threatened by that, but this one could be something. Mix presses on, but Josh just waiting near post, gets the Savior medal for his troubles and keeps his team up big time as they are standing 5-1 with only 20 seconds left.
Man, UAH
6-1.
Nothing if not physical. I have been seeing nothing but smoke out of the CMU cars as they're just getting sent to the chop shop the whole day.
I didn't know if it was smoke coming from the chop stops or, smoke coming from between the ears because they have not been able to figure out this UAH offense in this game because it is full steam and full send ahead here. Josh and company putting more and more pressure on Mix. A touch there, but it bounces off of Beaker. B-More looking to midfield. He's got Camille. Camille gonna send us to South America. It's 7-1.
Man, I have no idea how you recover from a Brazil like this. This is such clinical execution from UAH. This is showing how that first series came to pass.
Well, clinical is a beautiful word. Another one I like to think of is surgical because it seems every touch that they have is just what they want to do and how they want to do it and setting something else up as this one bounces back down. B-More. No, it goes off of Mix. Oh, the ball's going down. Okay. Hands can come off of the headsets now.
That last pinch. Yes, it's way too little, way too late. But the fact that you had a ball on a beeline for the UAH goal, that's got to make it even harder for CMU because it's like, at least we can pad the stats. Oh, wait, no, the game ended before we got that goal.
Well, yes and no at the same time. I think the big thing here is you look at the scoreboard and you just have to go, we cannot allow 16 shots staged and have a good chance at winning. They did it in game 1 where they allowed more shots but had more goals.
Mm-hmm.
You allow 16. Good luck. That's the best thing I can say is good luck. They got to stand tall on defense and get the ball out of their half. Be it clears, be it passes to clears, be it demos or boost control.
There's only so much you can do with being an immovable object on defense. And CMU really tried to show it off in game 1 where they did have the fewer shots. But in this case, when it's been 8 shots before halftime and 8 more after, this is
good
pace. Yeah, that is just absurdly fast. They're even on target with goals. It was 4 before halftime, 4 after. This is a team that's just so consistent on their offense.
Well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I'll be honest, UAH just got woken up after game 1, and they have been not looked back. Up 2 games now, and it's now match point. They're looking to go up a goal. Here's Camille, can't find it, just slow playing it in midfield. Read it beautifully, but could not make the connection. Just left a little bit to be desired there in the end.
A lot of these really close angles, but trying to make tough shots here for UAH. It's opening up some room for CMU, but CMU's trying to slow it down a little bit too much, in my opinion. Waiting for the touches here. They might finally have an opportunity as Beak in space jets it downfield and breaks the ice with the bump play to boot.
Absolutely selfless play here by Mix. You'll see the camera turn. He is pushing this goalkeeper off of the line. Josh has nothing that he can do, and it just clears the net up there for Beaker.
All right. This is more of what we saw in game 1, what we need to see more from CMU. I just want to see when UAH finally starts to find their aggression here. That's already the start of it. B-More finding the connection, but there's much better backboard defense and corner ball out of CMU here as they're making it a little bit harder to keep the aggression and the pressure up.
The ball stagnating in midfield once again, but not for long. A pinch coming here from the Chargers. A miss from Beaker. Josh climbing that ladder, but Mix denying it off his own backboard. Now he's got a big clear. This could be an opportunity. Camille, the last man home. That Bastion standing tall and not bending and not allowing that break to come through.
This is so difficult still, though. CMU's not finding long opportunities. They're just finding very short, discrete ones. And with Phantom whiffing that one, Camille going to send this downfield up to Josh. This is so much room here for UAH. Unfortunately, CMU does get that one downfield. Phantom getting demolished here. Josh and Camille, screenplay actually. Oh, What a fake. Unfortunately, not finding any goal off of there, but it definitely caught me on the edge of my seat. That's for sure.
Oh, I like that demo. It's going to open the door here for Josh, but it's a 1-on-2. Phantom wins the 50 well, so now it's up to the Eagles. A demo comes through. Be more on the answer. A 1-on-1 winning on the backboard here would be huge. The ball bounces down. Josh pushing around, trying to find a touch there, but no shot comes of it. Mix past one, but can't get past two. That is the big thing in threes. If you get it past that first car and it gets away from you, that second defender will usually have a touch, especially as the game gets quicker and quicker and the players get more and more mechanically sound.
That's one of the reasons why you don't get as many of the dribble plays in threes. You just don't have the space on the field for it. And just like that, you don't have any space to deal with it. Immediate stuff, sending it downfield now. UAH trying to find any play, but Beak is up. Beak is on the backboard. No double touch, but there's still play here. Mix sends it up to Phantom, and Phantom gets stuffed on the goal line by B-More. B-More off to the races, but he's racing to the scrapyard as he's demolished from behind. Beak in and sent away once more. Off to the midfield, the demo again, Phantom, off the back wall, is it there?
It's there.
Yes, airmail! No, sent away, rejected at the post office. Oh my lord, I can't handle this.
It goes post to post, crossbar to floor, and bounces out. But Beaker, will he be denied the crossbar once again? Just kind of shaking your fist in the air if you're an Eagles fan right now. Punching air right now as Camille has a long touch to Josh. Josh, a beautiful one on. I like the look, but he can't find enough power to put that angle home. I like this touch. Beaker is up, but so is B-More. Josh, the third man back east, being so aggressive here, but they need an answer here, Stage. Down 1 goal with just about 90 seconds left to play.
B-More trying to set that answer, trying to set this up, find any kind of purchase. This team just not finding anywhere to go in this game for CMU. They have finally become that immovable object they sought to be in game 1. And even if they're not putting up any more goals, this is still looking really good for them because there's not any opportunities for UAH. Not any even off the backboard there. It's not going.
Well, Chargers just have been stopped at all points here as the Eagles continue just to keep them at arm's length. And at arm's length is where they continue to look dangerous and find opportunities, but they can't put it in. This goal is cursed. They just can't put it in the back of the net. B-More to midfield. Josh is there. It's still cursed, Stage. It goes to the right. Camille wins the 50, and there's 30 seconds left.
There's a magnetic field around the CMU goal, and it is just pushing everything away. UAH getting so many opportunities and not able to put it away in this game. We might be going to a game 5 here. Last 10 seconds. B-More off the back wall, looking for anything, but not finding an extra touch. Keeping it low is Camille, but sent back to the backboard. Phantom up to Mix. Mix puts it away. The nail in the coffin. We're going to game 5.
Just sealed, signed, and delivering it, and just saying, I'll take an express to game 5 because there is not enough time left. 2 seconds on the board, and it's 2 goals on the board here for CMU.
This is just so breakneck. I thought that CMU had lost their touch. I thought that game 1 might have been a fluke. I am ready to eat my words, Foof. This is my just desserts. We talked about games 2 and 3 being the just desserts for CMU and their dirty show in the first game. But no, this is my just desserts for doubting them.
Well, the big thing here is CMU answered the call of UAH's offense. They didn't allow 16 shots, only allowing the 4 and taking 6 of their own. So, folks, that's the way to do it. You shoot more and score more. It's usually a good kind of way to win games.
I think a lot of it, too, just does come down to they had such better backboard defense on CMU. Aside from the couple of times where they centered their own ball and just somehow that magnetic field pushed things off to the side, there weren't many shooting opportunities for UAH.
Listen, it's just a defensive presence, you know? You can just feel it through the monitors, you know? Just the eyes leaning on. Just those poor posts got absolutely abused on both sides. And Stage, I was sitting here thinking, you know, drop shot, right?
Yeah.
Imagine drop shot, but instead of the goal being on the floor, it's on the backboard. And you just knock down bits of the backboard.
I feel like that's a Lethamyr map.
probably is at this point. But I'm not going to claim it's my original idea, but I was like, that would be an interesting way to play. But it's no more of an interesting thing to happen because it is Game 5 with a chance to the grand finals here on the line for both of these teams. It has been a tried and true series so far. It's 2-2, and I think someone's game for us.
You know, this is just par for the course. We had an hour delay before the series. We had to refuel the pitch. And in this case, you know, we're ready for a Game 5. We're ready to finally decide
Salty
this
Shores
set.
does it.
And Salty Shores has decided to corrode out somebody's internet connection. And now we have to wait for either the game to restart, a substitute, something. We have to wait for the logistics.
You know, it's not our job to find it. But this, folks, is for a chance to play SIUC, who's coming off of that big upset victory that we talked about earlier in the bracket. Number 4 throwing off the number 1 seed. As you, I think they've done it before in the regular season, right?
SIUC had some serious wins early on and then just took a couple of losses at the very end. I was definitely thinking that was going to be a number 1 seed team around week 5. And then just their schedule started to pick up in strength and suddenly you're down to seed number 4.
Well, you know, it's all about getting to the dance. And if you are in that mix of the end, if you can make it your way to that quarterfinals as one of those last 8 teams, hey, it is all open from there. And they have made every opportunity count. And they are waiting in the grand finals. I know they're watching eagerly here because both of these teams have put on a show. There have been points of contention here. Both teams have opened some weaknesses and shown their strengths.
Now, the thing about it to me is if I'm on SIUC and I'm looking at this, I feel like these two teams have such completely different styles of play.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering who it is that they're secretly hoping in their heart of hearts is going to take this series. Because, I mean, you've got to understand that, like, you're going to be better or worse against certain styles of play. So do you want to have the hyper-aggression of UAH or the defense of CMU?
You know, it's potato there. It's kind of, you know, which do you feel like you play better against? And if you have to look at it, CMU beat SIUC.
Mm-hmm.
And that is one that they probably want back because it was a 3-2. It was an incredibly close series in week number 4. And so it's going to be up to possibly a big-time rematch here if CMU can answer this call.
I think that was the first loss that SIUC took this season as well. I think that was first blood drawn against them. I'm not going to go back and check the stats, so I could definitely be wrong on that. But I think that was the beginning of the downfall of SIUC there.
It was. I went and did it for you.
Okay.
That was week 4. That was their first loss as they had won 3-2, 3-0, 3-1. And that was their first loss, and then they went win-loss for the rest of the season. But that's enough of the preamble. It is Game 5 of the semifinals. There are 5 games to be played, 5 minutes being placed on the clock. I'm going to punch my microphone and 6 cars on the field.
That's what it's all about, you know, 5-5-6. That's the way that we want our series to go. 5 games, 5 minutes, 6 cars. So let's do it. Josh already taking it out of his own corner, but sets it directly into CMU. Unfortunately, there's no one in the backfield. Josh just pummels that in. A bad touch leads to an open goal for UAH.
Just a misplay there coming off of Beaker. Miscommunication as him and Mix both go for that ball, and there is no one home. Josh, you said it, just kind of walks the dog and puts it in.
Man, that's if we talked about nerves in game 1 and how UAH was having a bit of a nerve problem going on, that's got to be a really bad sign for Beak if you just make that kind of touch. And it's going to happen again here unless Phantom can get off the backboard. Sets it off the crossbar. One more touch. There's nobody continuing that pressure. Instead, all the way sent back. Josh just making this into a ping pong game now as they look for any kind of play on the side of the pitch now.
See, that series of events look like the old pinball tables where you just shot it as hard as you can and it immediately comes back at you. In the midfield, trying to find something there. Camille out midfield, but Mimor is there. A clear here, but once again, both these teams just going for a dump and chase as they push the ball all the way down the field and look to chase it. A nice dunk there from Mix means 2 players have to commit for the save.
You talked about this earlier on in terms of like the relative lack of control, and I think it was game 2. And we decided that that really didn't favor CMU. So I think if they keep this style of play up, it's going to look really good for UAH because they tend to be a little bit stronger in the dump and chase. But that being said, it's still a wide set of variants in this style of play.
Listen, the door has just been blown open. Both of these teams can score, and they can score in a hurry. It's just up to who gets hot at the correct time. And I'll be honest, there is no correcter of a time than right now. In UAH, the Chargers are defending this 1-goal lead. Josh saying, get out of here, as the ball goes back towards Camille.
Looking for the heat there, shot in, but B-More sends it downfield. Camille gets demoed to get away from that one, still stalled in front of the net. Yeah. Beak gets it away with an about face from Phantom. Camille trying to find a stall. Beautiful roll into the back wall. And that creates enough time for this team to rotate back. A fake out of CMU as well. That's enough to buy a little bit of space and time as CMU's going to send it back into UAH's territory, but we're back to that dump and chase again.
Just full sin stage. You know what? Just go ahead and throw it down there, and we'll see if we can get there in time. As there's about 10 seconds left before the midway point in game number 5, and it's still just a 1-goal lead here for UAH, and I will mark my words because that has been doubled to 2 off the touch from Camille.
UAH, that's only the 3rd shot they've put on net, and that is very uncharacteristic of them, but they're still just putting so many good shots on net. When they find the goal, they put it away.
It's about making the most of your opportunities, and they're doing just that. Mix the last man back. Josh can't win that 50, though. B-More beat by the respawning Phantom. Josh out at midfield. Beaker looking to climb that ladder. Camille puts it in his corner and finds Josh with a clear, but Mix can't get there in time. A little bit too overzealous. Phantom having to commit and make a touch there means a couple of these players are out of position. That's a double commit once again, but this time on the blue side.
A lot of just real passive defense anyways, though. Even after that double commit, Phantom just taking it so slow, shadowing the ball the entire time. Now, instead, they can't even find a way of getting it out of their own territory. This is... You have to get it out of your own side before you can find the aggression. When you're down 2 goals, you can't play passive like this.
Well, Josh climbing that ladder, trying to find the touch there, but can't get it. Camille 50'd beautifully, so that ball is still on the goal line. Josh putting it back down. He can't find that resend. Beaker playing dangerously there as he put it back up, just kind of asking the challenger or the Chargers, excuse me, to score. And right now, Josh answering that bell once again. Beaker can't get there, and it's a 3-goal lead.
Man, I don't know what I'm seeing here, but this is just... The pressure is coming back up from UAH, and again, even if they're not putting the shots on goal, there's no opportunity for any powerful touches out of CMU at all.
It's, just not finding consistent connection. It's got to be huge because they need to find something here to grasp onto here in Game 5 because they have not found a single goal. Beaker can't kind of touch, and Josh with that clear, and it's just going to be more and more of this clock milked away with just about 70 seconds left.
And once again, back into CMU's side. Ball trickling towards midfield, but a pinch from Camille sends it down towards CMU's back wall. B-More holding the position here off the back wall. Double commit on the push, and that means Josh gets to send it into the corner once more. Receiving the give-and-go pass, Camille pops it up. B-More in the air, climbing the ladder, looks for the extra touch, but it's nowhere to be found. Instead, a pop from Josh, and one more touch. This is the Josh show as he puts up a hat trick.
He just stopped at the red light, watched the traffic go by, sees the ambulance drive by, waits for it to go, and then just softly parks it right in his garage and gets another goal for himself. And that one being his hat trick of the affair, and it is now 4-0.
Josh, once again, on his own corner, taking this slow. Beak trying to contest it, trying to stall for a little bit of time. Mix has it off the sidewall, sends it infield. Phantom whiffing, unfortunately. Beak off the crossbar. Continuing forward, they're trying to get an extra touch, but Camille wins the challenge, wins the 50-50. Mix pushing forward into the corner, in towards center. Phantom with an awkward angle, but B-More is there to defend it. You got to get some power, not the awkward angles. And one more shot from Beak, but the time is ticking down. And I think that UAH is going to move into the grand finals to play against SIUCA.
Well, a huge showing from both squads there, going all the way to the distance stage with all 5 games being played. UAH stumbled out of the starting blocks. It looked like maybe they were overmatched at the beginning of this series, but have wrestled it back. CMU forces a game 5, but UAH in dominant fashion shows that this was their series all along.
And this goes back to all your stats junkies out there. You know, number 2 seed is supposed to beat number 3 seed, but it's supposed to be close. So, of course, you get a 3-2 because you got 2 and 3 seeds. That's the way this works, right?
Yeah. Usually math, 3 is bigger than 2, but, that's not how seeding works, So, but it was a big I hate going back to that word because it was a really impressive job from both teams to adapt their play style. CMU started out with a team that wanted to play defense. They wanted to get shots and get ahead and then play from that lead. Then they had to play from behind and open up the offense of their own. And UAH said, you know what? You're playing faster. Let's go. And never looked back.
I love teams that do that. It's kind of like this bait and switch or like a pocket play where you've got like you're making room for the quarterback in football to drop in there, say, all right, you guys want to blitz? We're just going to go ahead and block the entire way until we can pass it out.
Well, just got to stick around, make sure everything's well. And you folks watching Twitch chat, stick around. We're going to be taking a short break here and get a couple players in, hopefully, and have a little interview. So stay where you are and we'll be right back. And time. I told you it was going to be a short break. We're backstage, and we got B-More in here running in as fast as he can coming off the pitch. B-More, welcome here, man. Congrats on the win.
Thank you.
Well, I'm going to start us off stage. It was a big-time showing from you guys, and you stumbled out of the starting blocks in game number 1. How did you guys answer that call in game 2 and beyond?
So in game 1, I really felt like we were prepared. We weren't ready to play, even though we had been warming up and everything. It was like something happened. But then in game 2, we really felt like we turned it around and brought some more of our normal play back and didn't make so many silly mistakes. Like, I don't know if you saw in the first game, but we just missed the first kickoff and then missed some other stuff pretty bad. And it felt really bad, but then we turned it around, luckily.
So I saw in, I think it was game 3 when you guys really turned up the heat, when you got the Brazil out there and everything. But it looked like towards the end of the game, you just started playing a really physical style, looking for a lot of demos, looking for a lot of screenplays and things like that. Is that the kind of play that you guys say, you started playing like you usually do? Is that the style that we can see more out of your team? Or was that just kind of showboating after a really good game?
I don't know if it was showboating after a good game, but I also don't think it was our normal play style. It might have just been that we had some really good opportunities to demo and bump them, or one of us was like, I'm going to kill some of them. And that's what they decided. So it was working, though, so that's good.
That's the big thing. As long as A, it works, and B, you're having fun, and that really seemed like the tone there. You guys turned it around not only on the pitch, but it seemed like just physically the car play was so much tighter. Your rotations, just you said, there was something off in game one, and we could tell from our end, and it was like, uh-oh. And then CMU pulls it back and forces that game 5. So what was that mental reset like going into game 5, especially with the pause?
We definitely were worried. Or at least I was personally worried I was gonna get cold in that like short 2-minute span or whatever it was, but it felt like centuries.
It did, didn't it?
Then, yeah, I was nervous, and then like we have to win this, otherwise, because I don't believe there's a losers bracket. So I'm like, we gotta win this. Everybody, get excited. Let's. We noticed a couple issues we had been making in the previous game, and I was like, let's fix those. Let's rotate back post. Let's not aggressively go up on the backboard for no reason. And we also made a couple like critical double commits on offense that we were trying to correct. But once we like got our heads down, I felt like game 4 was kind of dominant. We really had it there back. Not as much as the Brazil game, but it felt good again. And we were on offense, I feel like, a lot of the time making plays.
So I'm kind of curious about just like the dynamic that you guys have as a team. And one of the things I'm always curious about is how long have you guys, the 3 of you or the 4 of you technically, since there's 4 players on your team, how long have you been playing together as a stack?
So we I knew Josh, I believe about a year ago. I met him when I first started going to UAH. But we've not played on a team together much. I started playing a little with Josh at the start of this summer, but then we did our esports club tryouts this fall, and Camille showed up. We didn't know who he was, and he was amazing, so we picked him up to put him on our team.
Of course.
And then Josh ended up on my team, which I was already on UAH White, so I was the one who stayed here. But we all like came together on the team, and we were like, oh my gosh, this is actually working really well. Our chemistry is amazing, and we all get along, and it's a really fun time. Half the time when we're playing, we're like all goofing around, even if it's like a serious context. It's like, oh, and stuff like that. So it's a lot of fun. It's a real blast. But we haven't been playing for that long. We're hoping to keep getting better as time goes on.
Well, I have to harken back to your answering of the question there. Stage, you heard there's 2 key factors to playing, not only being good, but being a grand finalist. Stage, rotating back post and having fun. If those aren't like 2 pieces of the pot, I don't know what is. So, I mean, it's huge. It's great to hear that you guys not only are performing well, but are enjoying not only the position of being a grand final, but the journey of doing it. And I'm excited to see you guys there. And I'm not a UAH fan, but I love seeing you guys play. I've followed you a ton, and I have enjoyed watching all of their teams succeed. And you have a bit of a test lined up ahead of you. SIUC. How are you feeling going into that one?
We're feeling pretty good. We feel like we've been doing pretty well, although the Thanksgiving break has not been kind to us. We've gotten a little rusty. But we've been recovering it over the past 2 days, and I'm really hoping for big things. I think it's next week, is it? So it should be exciting.
All right, so before we let you go, I gotta ask, do you have any shout outs or anyone that you want to go ahead and just like give a big thumbs up to?
Actually, my parents, I think, are watching right now. They found out that we were on stream last week, and they were like, can we see it? Can we watch it? And I was super happy. Obviously, I was home for Thanksgiving. And so I think they're watching now, and I'd like to say hi to them. I appreciate them watching, and any of my friends that are watching as well. I really appreciate it.
All right, Foof, you got anything more for him then?
Well, I'm just like thinking like Dad more sounds awesome, but like Mom more doesn't sound as cool. So I was trying to figure out something there, but I don't think I can get that in time here. But you know what? It's grand finalist UAH SIUC, and that was only one of our semifinal matches that have been going on all day today, and we have another one coming up shortly. So we're going to take a short break, get a rebreather, get everything reset, and we'll be back after a bit. And time. That was another quick break stage. I think that was under 5 minutes, but that's a huge one here. It's another semifinals. I'm still Foof. We're still joined by the ever amazing Stage, and we have another hotly contested one coming up. This time, though, it's the number 1 versus the number 4 seed in the Champions White division. You have the undefeated squad of Northwood Blue playing host to Purdue University.
You know, I always love seeing undefeated squads coming into the playoffs because that is everyone is gunning for a loss. They're definitely the favorites. They're definitely the ones that you understand you've got to beat, but it's everyone out there is like, are they going to lose? The entire story revolves around it.
Well, you know, those are the best stories, A, when they win, and B, when they lose. So it is one that you definitely keep your eye on, and it's going to be all about them, but you cannot overlook Purdue University. They have been tried and they have been tested, and they are undefeated in their last 4 games. Both of these squads 4-0 heading in to this semifinal match. So it is winning ways. Who will give? And we already saw it in week 2. It was a 3-0 sweep for Northwood Blue.
So, you got to be a little bit conscientious about that if you're on Purdue, but at the same time, you know, Purdue on that hot streak, like you said, maybe it's going to turn out better for them this time. So already line up the kickoff, Purdue trying to get that one outfield, but instead, the Hockey already sending it in. Pirates there to chase this one down, but getting demoed is Hockey, and Pirates not able to find that one in space yet.
Yeah, Jack, Jask, and Hanson in here for Purdue. Pirates, Buddy, and Hockey here in for Northwood. So both these teams ready and willing to make some plays. 30 seconds have passed and only a shot has been on, but it was saved immediately. Pushing around here, Purdue on their own half. Buddy with a big time 50, pushing it. Jack, Jask beat by Hockey. Hockey into the corner, but Jack just waiting patiently off that backboard to clear it.
I'm already liking what I'm seeing out of these teams. We're seeing a lot of these soft touches, keeping the ball close, and then explosive power. That's kind of the staple of really high-level Rocket League, is finding power out of nothing.
Well, the big thing is right now, Northwood has just been boost control as they put that one in. Buddy just daring Jask to save it, and he gets the save, but cannot get it out of his net.
Buddy finding some power right there, too, just in the perfect spot to pick up that passing play.
I mean, Sage, you're in the right position. You're in the net. You're making the save, and it still goes in. What more do you have to do in that defensive end?
You've got to work a miracle. That's what you've got to do if you want to stop that one. You got to get out in front of it earlier. You have to have somebody who interrupts that play, but you did everything right. That's just a case of misfortune if you're on Purdue. And I hope that they don't see too much of that as the series continues.
Well, Jask with a big-time 50 there, but needs to find some control. He's going near post, but it's denied by that post. Pirates to Hockey. Hockey putting a touch on, bouncing off that backboard. Hockey putting it back midfield. Buddy can't get there. He tries to get his second, but Hockey and Northwood still putting around. Pirates can't get that one past the defender. Enchanted in a 1v1. He puts it over Buddy. The ball rolling towards his blue half. Jack is up, but so was Hockey.
Buddy continuing this one, taking it nice and slow. Pop out, though. Hockey getting the angle. Oh, everything's going wide for Blue so far. Yeah, and you just not quite able to find these opportunities, even though everything looks great for their scoring opportunities so far.
Almost fell out of the chair on that one. Stage, hands on head, ball not in net, and it's still a 1-goal deficit. Purdue thanking their lucky stars, but they need to make saves here because Pirate puts one on. An epic save from Enchanted, getting it out of his net, and Hockey a little bit too overzealous. Buddy, the last one back here at midfield, just controlling it and trying to just stall this one out and give his teammates time. The ball back on this yellow half. Enchanted onto the sidewall here, does not have a second touch, so they end up losing control.
Deep ball, but Jack is there to pick this one up. One of the things I'm loving out of Purdue so far, though, is they're able to get forward momentum out of these really awkward angles. I've seen them have to do chase down saves and saves from, like, bad angles twice now. I've seen them get decent touches when they're just basically getting headers. And that's one thing that I do think this team's going to find as their advantage, but that's not going to happen that way when you have a long ball that beats the goalie.
Pirate just lines it up, and good things happen when you put it towards the net. Buddy with a ghost touch from the ceiling, and there is no save there on the back end, so it is a 2-goal lead here for Northwood Blue.
Hockey lining up for this one, takes it up the wall, but dropping this back for Buddy. Buddy skying it up to Hockey. Hockey off the backboard, back to Buddy again. Buddy drops it right in. Beautiful tag team play there.
Showing why they're undefeated and why this #1 seed was so highly touted coming into the playoffs. Buddy and company out to a roaring 3-0 start.
So far, so good for NU Blue. And Pirates setting this one up on the kickoff. Back to Buddy once more, and that's already in space. Enchanted has to just play that slow on the fadeaway. Jack and Enchanted double committing down the sideline. Jack popping that into space. They do have Jask there and will find the shot out of nowhere.
Well, it's the one they need to find, because when you get in a big rut like this and you can't score and you can't score, it just seems more and more impossible. But getting one on the board just makes everything seem a lot more doable. You're chipping into this lead, you're finding opportunities, and you're capitalizing on them.
They need to do a lot more than just one goal if they want to make it back into this. A minute 30 to go, 3-1 on the board, and Hockey taking it slow already through the midfield. Buddy chipping it out to the corner. Enchanted is there for Purdue. Pirates is going to take it off the sidewall, though, send it infield. Jask holds on for the moment. Jack is backing him up, a pinch downfield. Hockey looking for the trap, finds it, off the corner, but Jack there to challenge, been stalking the whole way through. Jask in the midfield, looking for another shot, and it's on! Hello!
What I tell you, Stage, find opportunities, make 50s, be a nuisance. Enchanted putting it off the corner. Hockey can't get home in time, and the ball slips right over him. And don't you dare overlook this Purdue team, because they've already had that situation. They are roaring back into this game.
I might just be an absolute saint of Caster's curse here, because every time I talk about a team that has a long way to go, they find a way of moving into it.
That was a huge save from Jask. It looked like it was just all done there. They're going to be down by 2 again, but that keeps it only 1. Hockey into the sidewall here. The ball bouncing down. Jask beautifully touched there. Keeps the pressure on. I like the touch here. Pirates in a lot of danger. Enchanted going up and putting it down.
An unfriendly bounce off of friendly fire there. Gets it off the crossbar from Enchanted, and look right there. Hockey just gets a tiny little tap to give it that forward momentum.
Best thing I can say, Stage, if it works, it works, and that is how Purdue has lived. They were down 2 big ones here and have just fought their way back into this game. Now it stands at a 3-3 scoreline. Hockey and company want to put it back on, and they will, but Jask just standing up once again, and that is 5 saves on the back of that Octane alone.
Pop up over the net. Jack taking this nice and easy out to Buddy. Buddy looks for a man in space. Hockey is there for it. Hockey drilling that one in, puts it away, and brings them back to the lead.
Buddy parking it in midair over top of that last defender and just making it too easy for Hockey.
Was that a Goomba stomp at the end there, too? Did he come down on top of Enchanted?
Yep.
Oh, that is dirty.
It was just played perfectly, and unfortunately a 1v2, and that is exactly what you need to do on the offensive side. Jask not able to get this touch, and neither is Enchanted, so 10 seconds left. Buddy off the backboard here. Jask past 1, but Hockey and Fire just waiting at midfield. Jack can't get there. The extender going to just sit at the goal line, and it's slammed back down. Northwood take 1.
I liken that to a touchdown dance when, you know, you've got the ball right in the end zone, and that's not even taking a knee. That's running down the clock. In this case, it's already 0 seconds. All you got to do is end the play. So he's holding the ball out in front of the end zone the entire time, high kneeing it the whole way there. Even if he gets tackled, he don't care.
I was like, what is he, Deshaun Jackson? He fumble and not score? Because you expect it to go in there, but I think what it felt like is, you know, they scored and they were going for 2, but taking the knee just to get out of the game. But no, it was a huge defensive stand there from Jask, but you have to break out. And those couple times that they did, it opened the door for them. But consistency was the key. They were hemmed back in, folks, and when you get trapped for so long, you end up giving up a goal.
I think the way I would describe Purdue's game 1 right there, where it was so close but no banana, is we take those. We take those. A lot of things that were just really close, really sketchy, but it ends up going in, so we take those.
Well, you know, You take a lot of things, but right now, Northwood said we'll take game 1, and now they have control of the ball here. Buddy over one Enchanted, bumps him. Jask just continuing to rack up more and more saves. It's now 19 seconds in, another one being put on here. Jask once again climbing that ladder to get a clear here for his team.
Buddy over top. Has a lot of room to work here, but just going to let that one by. Jask backflip out of the back wall. Continuing to stuff this one, creating so much pressure and just bodying the ball around. But now finally getting the ball out to Jack.
Jack's
Enchanted
there.
is ready for this one. Jack finds the angle up to Enchanted.
He missed!
Popped over top. Oh no. Jask now. Jask is beating the backfield. Pain indeed. Buddy opens the door at 1 minute in.
I was going to say Payne, and you know Buddy doesn't miss those. And Jask, who has just stood time and time again. This time it's at midfield and cannot get that Octane high enough to stop that shot. It's a 1-goal lead here once again for Northwood Blue.
You know, Foof, that was the problem that we said in last series as well, is you can only be an immovable object for so long. Jask giving up a little bit there, but he's trying to make up for it now, flying up to it, looks for the angle, but stopped by Buddy, continuing to center this one, but now this is a dangerous spot for Jack to be in. Enchanted going to try and clear this out for his buddy, sends it out to the corner and continuing to contest, but this is over center. Jack has to get out to the corner and does. Jask missing the first touch, getting demoed for the second. And Hockey looking for center field. Not going to find a target, but instead Pirates continues it with a little pop out. Very awkward location, and Pirates continues it, but Jask finally gets the clear up to Jack.
Oh, what a
and
shot!
Jack puts it right on target.
I'll be honest, my brow's been furrowed that entire possession because it felt like both teams were just compounding on worse and worse plays until it finally broke out. Jask finding Jack in transition, and Buddy trying to go for a squishy there, but I'm sorry, man, that's in the bottom right corner. You can't get down that fast.
I think that's one of the things that happens a lot in Rocket League when you get into that scramble is you get a bad play and then an even worse play to make up for the bad play until something finally breaks out. But Jask here, going to try and push this one through. Enchanted up to Jask once more, and that's going to be way off target.
Enchanted in the corner once again, but Hockey with an answer. Jack a little bit too overzealous. Buddy has to climb that ladder and catch up, and he does, but it's not the one he wanted. A double tap down. Hockey's there, but it's a finish. It's 2-1.
We take those. That's definitely Northwood's finding the good counterattack. They're so quick on transition there as Hockey just taking advantage of the double touch. That was really all, what was that, Pirates up in the air for the assist?
It was Buddy.
Buddy? Oh man, that was just a really clean double touch.
I'm going to ask you possibly a strange question here, staged, unless this get... Okay, this got saved. Have you ever seen a squirrel fall?
I have. I've seen a squirrel fall out of a tree when he's hanging upside down, and I've also seen a long bomb shot like that from Hockey.
Well, I'll wrap this tangent up later, but we got to talk about this Hockey goal. The bump there from Pirates means it's Jack just lapped on that own side. He cannot find the touch once again. Purdue caught it in midfield, unable to find that long arcing touch over, and it becomes a quick goal. Do they just put it on? To harken back to the squirrel comment, it was just Buddy just putting himself in midair and stopping perfectly with that car as if it was parked in the angle that he needed to pass it. And right now, it is just another one, this time Buddy on the recipient. He just waits for it beautifully.
I tell you what, man, Northwoods is just breaking out some new technology here. The way they're controlling this, I think they're driving different cars. I think this is Back to the Future hoverboards and cars right now. That's what I'm hearing, especially with the fallen squirrel comments.
Whatever it is, it works. As Jask and company are just getting further and further behind, and I don't think you're going to find 2 or 3 own goals or missed opportunities here as NU just continues to pour it on here in Game 2.
Buddy tried to chop this one in towards center. Jask sends it away, however. Hockey, bit of a tough touch, but Pirates is there to buy some time. Buddy continuing with this, but Jask breaks it out. There's no one in space for Purdue, so there's just a big breakaway. Gets contested, but Pirates starts the demo. A lot of space there that's going to come the way of Northwoods. However, Jack sends it to the backfield. There's nobody there. Buddy sends it to the corner, has to chase it down the whole way through. And that's a pretty open opportunity if Enchanted could get it, but the whiff coming away so bad. And now Pirates, once again, opening up the scramble here, but the rotations have solidified. Purdue is back in space, and they might even find a long goal if Buddy wasn't there to chase it down.
That was exactly what Purdue has not been able to do that. Half flip to just keep pace with the ball and find it and control it as they've been caught with his long clears. Purdue needs to create something here. About 90 seconds left, and that's not what you want to create. Opportunities for your opposition. Buddy climbing up, trying to find a touch here. He's going to put it midfield, but Jask off his own backboard to make that touch.
You know, Buddy has been doing so much of this really mechanical, fast turns, unexpected angles to start setting up plays for Northwoods. I'm really thinking that this is the kind of pressure that is just so hard for Purdue to deal with. They can't find any safety in their passes because they're always getting cut off. Is Hockey here going to take a long bomb from Buddy again?
Well, Buddy did not need any help on this one, but Hockey just climbs up and says, I'll take that one for myself, slapping his name on the PowerPoint before the end.
It's just in case he didn't see a defender right there. You know, there's ghost defenders in this game now sometimes.
Okay. Well,
that's the reason why I can't score.
Oh! Or the defenders on your own team is Buddy looking for some kind of outlet, but the only outlet he saw was him taking out his teammate. Hockey trying to beat Jack here, and he ends up doing it. A double tap off the backboard, but he can't find the angle. The idea was there, the pacing is there, but that finish just leaves a hair to be desired.
Enchanted sending that one out towards Jask, but Jask not able to pick this one up. A lot of really close play out of Northwoods that now breaking apart as they look for a way into center. They need to rotate away now. Pirates gets the pressure continued as he chases that through, and Hockey takes the connection up on the corner. Jask stalls this out though. Jask beating Buddy, continuing through to Pirates, but Pirates takes it away, and Enchanted is up early. However, we're down to the last 5 seconds, and this is another clear-cut and decisive victory for Northwoods as we move into Game 3.
Well, Northwood with a incredible 5-11 shot advantage. They had all the pressure. They had all the shots, and I'll be honest, they had a lot of the boosts, too. They made Jask, Jack, and Enchanted play low. They made them play awkward, and they just made them play their different games.
And we did see a lot of the defensive plays. We saw a lot of like the standing tall and resolute out of Purdue. But the problem is that Northwoods just has such a lock on the timing of the boost spawns. They have such a lock on their speed. And I think the fast rotations and cutting the rotations of Purdue has just been so hard to read that Purdue feels lost out on the pitch.
Well, I mean, it can't be said as they haven't been looking lost as they have been lost. I mean, that's the thing, is they have not found their way. In game one, it wasn't exactly them. It was them capitalizing off of some egregious mistakes, and ever since then, it wasn't, oh, we've created these now stage. It's we have not found that way to break through this midfield trap or get some control of our own. As Buddy finds an opportunity again, Enchanted can't get there. Jack with that clear. Hockey and Pirates on the rotation back.
Jazz continuing to pressure this out, but Hockey got the boost. Jack going to push it through, and that is a strong opener here for Purdue.
That's exactly what the doctor ordered. A true shot in the arm as Pirates was just a little bit too over-aggressive, and Hockey can't climb back down in time. 18 seconds off of this clock, and it is a 1-goal lead here for Purdue.
One thing I got to call out there, though, is that was still off of an awkward touch from Northwoods. I don't think that was one that was strictly a created opportunity, and they're just going to answer right back as Pirates drills it from center court.
Another missed touch as Buddy bicycle hits it down to Pirates, and Pirates says, oh, I'll clean this up for you, my guy, and it puts it in the back of the net to equalize it, and we're not even half a minute into this game.
I think it's as long as, you know, you don't make mistakes on Northwoods, I think they've got this series, but there's still a lot of Rocket League to play. Hockey going to send that downfield, a lot of power for an awkward angle, and he's going to continue on this one as well. Jack cheats it out past Pirates. There's a bit of miscommunication there as Buddy chasing this one down, getting demoed for his trouble. Hockey gets a pinch outward with the opposing player, and
touch.
Pirates
That's on.
has an impossible to save shot.
I mean, it's just transitioning once again. These cars just caught a little bit too far up the field stage, and it's so hard to get back to your goal line. And you saw there was no boost trail from Enchanted. He was starved. He did not have a way, could not pick up the pennies. And once again, Northwood Blue back on top.
I think a lot of this, too, comes out of just the amount of power that Northwoods is finding on the ball with so little boost, because then they can take the boost and they're just continuing to create pressure. Jack downfield, Pirates there for the save. Enchanted is going to send this back into space. Buddy's got to chase it down, does get a fender on it, and sends it back to the corner, but Purdue has a little bit of an opportunity for aggression, but it's not much as Buddy sending this back into space again.
Well, the ball bouncing around here. Enchanted throwing it to his own corner. Buddy looking for the back pass back as Pirates comes up to answer it. Buddy staying with that 1-2-1. Jask going all the way back towards this net. But look at that hockey rotated back, realizing they didn't have the possession. It was covering his net. Enchanted a soft touch down, but it's not the one he wanted. Going in towards that goalie box instead of the actual goalie.
Now on that save,
oh, what a touch!
All right, Jask going to be able to stretch the defense there. I was going to talk about the technique on the save, but the save doesn't matter if you just get beat here in the midfield.
You talk about stretching the defense. He stretched that Octane to put it in. I mean, he just looked like there was no solid touch coming from that. It was going to be a bona fide 50, and he turns it just enough to sneak that through and equalizing this game. Purdue certainly down, but they are not out of this series yet.
Jask getting a bump into the ball as well. The Pirates able to recover off that one into the corner, send it all the way downfield. Even off of these bump plays, they're still getting the pressure out. Buddy sends it downfield. Pirates already chasing it, and Hockey's looking for the boost. Not going to find it. Instead, picks the ball, and Enchanted gets the boost out of the corner.
Buddy looking for something here, but Jack climbs up to not allow that one through. Enchanted looking for a shot, but Hockey realizes it and plays that third man to perfection. And a nice touch there, keeping it on Buddy's car. It's a one-on-one. Jack, you got to be careful here, and he's got the save, but Hockey has the follow-up shot. Jack has another one, but it's still there. Now Jask playing in position. He's been that savior for this Purdue side, and he's had a little bit of a reprieve, but now the shots are coming on. The barrage is just continuing to be unloaded, but bending but not breaking is this Purdue defense.
Hockey trying for a half-lit there, but getting
what a
burned
touch.
instead. Pirates back in defense, takes the epic save there. Buddy trying to send this one downfield. Hockey there to follow it up. 50-50 with Jack, and Jask is there for it. Long shot downfield, looking for the double, but Pirates breaks this one away. Hockey continuing with the breakout, but Jack is there, breaks it up. Enchanted missing the ball. Could have been an opportunity. Instead, now you got to rotate back as Pirates meets Buddy, pops it up, and Pirates looking for the waterfall down. That is way too much juice, and that's a bit of breathing room for Purdue.
Yeah, just a little bit too many beans there, but Pirates now trying to get it on that goalie's box. The ball still bouncing around. Jask back into his own corner. Hockey looking for a far post shot. Jack isn't there, and it goes off of the post and in. What a beautiful angle. They have attacked from that left post a lot more, but Hockey sees it from the right and buries it.
Long shot right there, all coming off the back of just all of the pressure that Northwood had been putting up, though. The passing plays, the stretching of the defense, the baiting people forward. I think that all kind of stems off of Enchanted missing that shot opportunity and forcing the hard rotation backwards.
Well, there's an opportunity here. Enchanted can't find it as that was cleared almost instantaneously. Jask looking for something, anything here, as there's 69 seconds possibly in his season left. Jack at midfield trying to find a touch. He's got a 1-on-3, a tall task here. Buddy just a bit taller there in that Fennec. And another big 50. Have yourself a game, sir, as he just denies it again and again.
Oh no, that touch could have been dangerous. Pirates not able to get the meat on it, though. Instead, Hockey out to Pirates in the corner ball now. Chasing this one down. Jack wants the breakaway here. Chased down by Hockey. They don't find the target. That could have been an equalizer. Just barely off, and now Hockey trying to send this one down. Enchanted looking for the early challenge, but this is a bad pop. No one there to follow it up, and Buddy puts it in towards net. Jask has to knock it out towards the side, and one more shot opportunity. Hockey is up to follow it, and no banana. Continuing the pressure is Northwood. They don't even need a goal as it comes down to 10 seconds remaining.
Well, they're just kind of standing at midfield, daring to them the cross. And Jask continues to putting it side to side, and that's not where you need it, Buddy. Gonna try and put this one on Jack. Not an own goal, but defense won't win you much when you're down goals like that. And Northwood U wins it in, I'm not going to say surprising fashion. Number 1 seed coming out and putting a statement game on 3-0.
I'm going to say that this is a tantamount understanding of why this team is undefeated. They have
Still.
tight rotations, they have solid airplay, and they're just constantly able to control the boost and keep you out of anywhere on the field.
I mean, it's just about control stage, and they have been in full control not only of their cars, not only of the boost, not only of the series, but their entire season. And, being in control of this, we're going to be taking a short break and get one or two of them hopefully in here and be back with a quick interview. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. They say comedy comes in threes. I'm not going to do the timer bit third time because we are back so quick here, me staged, and we have one of our victorious players here, Pirates, joining us in the booth. Pirates, grand finalist. How does that feel?
I'm pretty excited for Tuesday. I mean, that was our first match, I believe, of the playoffs,
Mm-hmm.
and it was a pretty fun one, not gonna lie.
So I got to ask, before we get into all the nitty gritty and the important stuff about the match,
Fun question.
why Pirates?
Oh, okay. So old Xbox gamer tags, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
My brother was really into, this isn't even me. My brother was really into Pirates of the Caribbean, and so
Okay.
just kind of went after that.
Well, you certainly swashbuckled them this match, I will say.
Not what I'm taking a drink, please.
I had to
But-
wait till you were drinking.
Well, Pirates, Stage didn't ask and he put it on me. Undefeated so far. And you come into the playoffs and have that little bit of a bye and come in here and make a statement win in a 3-0 fashion over a team you guys beat earlier, but they were hot as well. How does it feel just continuing that dominance and rolling on?
Good. I mean, I think we're planning on doing it for the rest of the tournament. So
I hear you.
just excited for that too.
Do you think that there's other like? Do you think it puts a target on your back? Is that something that you get nervous about, or is it honestly just you ride the high of not having lost a single game?
Well, I think having us and the other Northwood team kind of puts a major target on our back, but I mean, nobody's been able to do anything yet, so.
So have you been paying any attention to any other teams in the tournament? Are there any that like have looked particularly good that you'd be like I know there's only 2 coming up and everything. You've only got Ottawa or St. Clair. But have you gotten the chance to watch any of their games?
Yeah, so we haven't played Ottawa since I think back, not this summer, but last summer. And they haven't been playing anything. I don't know exactly why, but I'm excited to play them again because last time it was a really good matchup. If
Okay,
they win. If they win.
If they win.
Yeah.
It looks like too. I'm just getting it off of my news feed right now. It looks like you Ottawa won, so you will be playing up against them.
Okay.
This is kind of
That's
like
what
the
I was-
black sheep, the unknown factor coming up.
Yeah, I don't know what they've been doing for the past year, but I guess they're back.
It's the old enemies arc. You guys just have to face it. You know, it's the season
Yep.
finale. You know.
Yep. I'll see
Well-
J-Chan again.
Of course. Well, Pirates, I gotta ask for my own sake. Game 1, okay? Guys start 2-0. Guys go up 3-1, and then just discombobulation happens. You guys end up winning that one. How did you guys kind of right the ship and then finish this sweep?
I think it was just communication. I know in the beginning we were not taking it as seriously as we should have, but then we just kind of locked in and finished it out.
That makes sense. I think that's something you run into a lot and everything too, especially in game 1s. Like you can definitely have the case of you don't take things too seriously. It's like I call it a feeler game where you're trying to figure out how much of a threat is this team. So when you guys like are playing these league games and everything, what's the routine when you're like between weeks? Do you guys just play pubs? Do you have scrims with other teams? What's the preparation routine?
Yeah, so I know that the other 2, I don't know if you know this, but they're competing together in RLCS. So they scrim every day. And I just kind of hop on and do ranked or free play for probably 3 hours a day, every day. So,
I hear you.
yeah.
It's the breakfast of champions, right? Just a couple hours of free play to start your day.
Exactly. Clears my mind. Yeah, and I've noticed it moving a bit more away from ranked and just by myself in free play recently because
Got to get away from no brains, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I'm gonna take your spot here, stage, and say Pirates. You know, before we start shutting this back down and getting us ready for the next series, you got any shout outs you want to make? Any people you want to give holler out to, or any warnings you want to give to you Ottawa?
Well, I'm excited to see you, J-Chan. Haven't seen you in a long time. And, I mean, shout out to Slew. He's been our manager for this and gotten us through everything. I don't know what I was doing. I was out there. I couldn't find the voice channel before we started, and he got me through it. So thanks to him, or else we wouldn't have been here.
All right. Well, Pirates, thank you very much for joining us. It has been a pleasure. Congratulations on your movement into grand finals here. And I can't wait to see that match. And speaking of matches that we can't wait to see, there is more tonight, but sadly there is no more of Foof or myself. So stay tuned and we will be back after a break for some more Rocket League action on the NECC.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to NECC for some more Rocket League semifinals action. My name is Lars Newton. For your last 2 matches of the evening, it's myself and Leechy. Leechy, thoughts, questions, concerns, comments, hopes, and or dreams?
Very happy to be casting alongside you once again, my dear friend Lars Newt, and very happy to be right back here at the NECC. I was going to say back where it all started, but that's definitely not true. But it sounds more poetic that way, so whatever. Hey, we've got a matchup to talk about. The first of the last 2 matchups tonight. It's a champion Cyan matchup. It's the 2nd seed versus the 3rd seed, Mr. Lars. It's UBC Gold going up against Boise State Blue. These teams have actually met before. UBC edged it out in a Game 5 victory, took them all the way to Game 5 to win it 3-2 over Boise State Blue. I'm thinking Boise State is looking for revenge tonight.
That was also, though, to be fair, all the way back in week 2, and a lot has happened since, and we had a lot of time for these teams to develop and change up a little bit here. Now, looking over at the bracket, Boise State Blue versus UBC Gold. I believe you were saying earlier that it's already decided Columbia Navy is going to be the championship next week, as you can see there on the bracket. So we've been looking forward to that one. Before we get too far ahead of ourselves, we got to get into this first match of the evening, and I guess predictions. I know you've already kind of hinted at what you think is going to be happening here, but I'd like to hear the actual prediction.
Oh my God, man. Game 5. That's my prediction. My prediction is Game 5. I think Boise are going to have a little bit more hunger in it compared to UBC, but with teams that are this close, I mean, if I go to their point standing as well, the game difference between them throughout the regular season, 18-8 versus 16-13, not too much between them. So it's going to be very, very close as we get Game 1 kicked off here on Starbase, the brand new version of Starbase. I am loving the choice for production tonight.
As you can see in the blue, we have UBC Gold, Fertile, Harry Lakers, and Ski versus Boise, Cosmo Buster, Baynock, and Lions. Baynock, that's a name we've become very familiar with over the last couple seasons here at NECC as a high performer. So definitely a player to keep your eye on, as Boise will get the first real offensive opportunities of the match.
Ski gets dusted there by... Oh, no, that one gets cleared now. Frodo can't put himself in a half-decent position here. Cosmo Buster, this one's off of the back wall. Harry Lakers. Not the most confident of dribbles. Frodo now off the left side, gets it over the top of Harry. Lions standing up. I do believe Lions was also a substitute here for BSU, not mentioned on the team roster list, so that was definitely a surprise coming into tonight.
Interesting to see if that is a factor going forward, if that's going to be something to the detriment of the team chemistry, or if this team is tight enough. It doesn't matter. There's the demo to clear the net, but a diving save out of Ski is the miracle stop to keep that one clear. That's a pass down to Lions, who's going off the back wall for another touch, sets that one up, but cleared away again by Ski.
So very close. UBC on the back foot, even further now that Baynock has finally knocked the first one in for BSU.
Oof, that's what happens if you allow a team, especially a team like this, to just continue to hammer away at your net. They got so many opportunities in the offensive zone there, so many great looks off the back wall. Ski, admirable attempt to try to keep that one clear, but it's just not enough when they're effectively the only player making good touches there in the defensive end. Gonna have to see Frodo and Harry Lakers step up a little bit more in those defensive rotations.
Frodo trying to work some kind of a pass out to a teammate, but Baynock standing up tall. Harry Lakers now continuing this forward. Not enough boost to make that one count, so we'll have to retreat all the way back into the UBC half. Frodo out of the corner. High up that sidewall. Yet again, another UBC player at a boost. Not a trend you want to see continue for any team, but definitely UBC will want to cut that out, especially given the fact that they find themselves a goal down. Could be 2. What a save right on the goal line by Harry Lakers. So close to BSU doubling the lead.
Well, unfortunate that UBC found themselves with Boise getting another great look at the net like that, but we asked for Harry Lakers to step up, and boy, did they on that defensive stand.
Knock towards goal. Boise, courtesy of Cosmo Buster. Off that back wall, and now Frodo, what a passing play! UBC tie it up, brilliant.
Wow, that just goes to show why these are the number 2 and number 3. So close, so even. It's such a beautiful pass. What a breakout upfield. Frodo, great awareness to put themselves in position to take advantage of that, and that accuracy and power to finish it to boot. Coming up on halfway through game number 1, we find these two teams tied up in our semifinal matchup. Ooh, not for long, though.
The second you say it, how's that, Lars? How's that for some Lychee caster's curse? I feel like that happens to me all the time. I wrap up a point, and then a team just like completely takes the words out of my mouth. Boise making it to 3 seconds to halftime. We have a game on our hands. I feel like we've had a game on our hands since the word go from the kickoff tonight. Baynock looking to make it 3. Ski knocks it high, only temporarily, and Harry Lakers will complete that clearance as UBC look to build from the back.
Doesn't surprise me at all that we see these teams. We're game 5 the first time they met. They're right on each other's tails. Heels, tails, one of the two here coming into playoffs, and they're going to find themselves even through here. But Boise with the advantage as we get down to the 2-minute mark. Going to try to press this one home. I'd like to see them extend that out to more than just 1 goal. You know what I say? 2 is 1, 1 is none. They need to get a little bit more comfortable, especially when you have a team like UBC that can hit those banger transition plays. There's the security. There's that extra insurance goal.
Lions rocking that vitality skin, and you can see why. Absolute sniper here right at the top of the box, slots it past all 3 defenders. Every single one of them was right in front of him, and he knew exactly where to put it. 3-1 for Boise State, looking to make a confident stamp early on in this series. UBC reeling.
Off the side wall, great push down in front of the net, and a demo is going to disrupt that offensive opportunity. That's a great defensive demo to transition this one back upfield, but it seems like this is we've seen a little bit of a dearth in that consistent offense that we saw Boise State lead with, and now it's become more of a transition game. I'd like to see one of these teams set up that midfield wall, get really established to the offensive end. There's a threat. Harry Lakers is able to keep that one clear, at least for the moment. Frodo elects not to touch that one back upfield, and we see UBC back on the attack.
Harry Lakers, nice pass out. Ski keeping it at the top of the box, but Cosmo now will see this one clear. Frodo has plenty of time to decide what to do with it. Slams it off the ceiling. Harry Lakers can't get there in time. Frodo will make amends, though. Rotating, coming up for a double tap. Man, had his pockets picked at the very, very last second. 60 seconds now. Lars, that team has passed your famed 90-second mark. Boise State are hanging on to this 2-goal lead.
Yeah, it's going to put a lot of pressure on UBC here to get overly aggressive, and we've seen both these teams be effective in the transition, so it's dangerous for UBC as Baynock looking to throw one down in the tumbler, and it's just wide of the post. Great read off the back wall, but not great enough to put an extra insurance goal in, and now just over 30 seconds remaining, and it looks more and more to the favor of Boise.
That one's up high. Baynock trying to read this one. Almost does. Lions coming in for the follow-up. Baynock looking to get involved at every possible moment there. You see he's kind of stuck. Ironically, he's in the Batman car, but acting more like Spider-Man up on that back wall, just waiting for any opportunity to be involved. It was a shame that he didn't find that final touch, but he won't be too concerned about it because they still have this 2-goal lead, maybe about to be reduced to 1. Frodo will get the credit. 3 seconds left, Lars. Do you believe in miracles?
Not particularly, but I do like to see this last goal here at the end of this game. Maybe not the last, maybe there's potential here. 3 seconds is enough time to get one quick on the net, or at least pop it up so you can buy some time on that 0-second hot potato, keep this one off the ground. But it's going to be a tough ask against this Boise team who will elect to allow that one to fall down. But I do want to point out, especially now that we see that last goal come through, you know, I was kind of thinking about what our intermission talk here is going to be about. And I was thinking, well, UBC just got off to a slow start. They didn't really come out of the gate swinging, and Boise did. But once UBC kind of got their feet under them, up into the last 3 seconds, I was like, oh, BSU, second half, they still outscored, but not by 2. They only outscored by 1 in the second half there after UBC got going. But no, actually, it's even. It's just even. If UBC had just come out a little bit hotter, a little bit faster, then we may see a different end to this matchup.
Yeah, it's endemic of a team that maybe just takes a little bit longer than their opponents to warm things up. That is definitely not the match that we want to go on. So we are going to get things adjusted in the background here. Definitely the wrong map in the background.
That's not how you want to play the playoffs here? That's not. We're just throwing them a curveball, see which teams adapt better here in the playoffs.
No one in the audience caught it, but it was that Rocket Labs map where you have the 2 goals on either side with the split post in the middle. would have been excellent, but I think we're gonna go ahead and get that changed. I will say on the side of oh my lord, I'm missing my notes. On the side of UBC, man, it's I again, coming up against a team that that has all of this. I don't know. I don't necessarily want to create like this false narrative because Boise State lost, but I mean you did bring up the valid point. That was all the way back in week 2, so I'm sure that both of these teams have forgotten about it. But at the very least, it's an exciting storyline to kind of talk about as a potential thing to kind of add a little bit of tension between the two teams. Maybe I'm hyping it up a little bit, but to me, it's giving it a little bit more of a fire here, especially considering the 1-0 scoreline and who's got the lead right now.
Well, I mean, but again, I hate to kind of be a broken record, but if you just cycle back, I mean, that one goal is the only difference maker here, and it came so early in the match. And after that, these teams were just blow for blow back and forth. They came off of some really, really solid Boise State offense, but they didn't have that offense at any point after that turn. As soon as this got evened up, they couldn't find that established offense where they got shot after shot after shot. They can continue to punish that back wall. They can continue to bring pressure downfield. It took them that long. Excuse me. It took that little bit of time for UBC to get their feet under them. But as soon as they did, we're blow for blow. We're even. They spent equal amount of times on offense. They both had good transition plays up and down field. Boise, if they can find a way to recapture that magic of establishing that ball on the offensive end and just pounding away until eventually they find the goal, then that's going to be great for Boise. I think they can walk away with a victory. But if they can't find that again, UBC is more than up to the task to do a repeat of what we saw the last time these two teams met. How many different ways can you?
It's all good. It's been a long
goodness.
night. Lars and I got we got the third shift per se when it comes to casting. So forgive any flubs. We're trying our best here. We talked about it before that both of these teams are playing for the privilege of being able to go up against Columbia Navy, who earlier tonight, I think it was around the whatchamacallit, the 8 p.m. time slot, they beat the Keanu Huskies in a 3-0 sweep. Very confident. Game 1 was 3-1. Game 2 was 6-2. And then the Huskies almost brought it back in game 3. It's a very, very close series, 3-2, but the Navy did see that one through. So whichever team winds up coming through victorious tonight, they have a very tall task ahead of them come finals next week.
Oh, it's a solid matchup between these two teams, though. If anyone's going to step to that Columbia Navy team, it'll be one of these two teams, and that's why we're going to see one of these two teams in the grand finals come next week. But to get there, we'll have to sooner or later finish out the rest of this series. It's been, like you said, it's been a long night. I'm running on very, very little sleep if the bags under my eyes weren't a dead giveaway for that. But we're still excited. We're still happy to be here, still bringing you the action. I think the one thing that was a little bit lacking in game number 1 that I'd like to see more of is, I think you can guess where this is going, the physicality, the bumps, the demos. We did see, I believe it was Boise on a back-checking demo breakup, a beautiful offensive opportunity for UBC, but they had a gorgeous pass to the midfield. It got the net opened up. There was no one there to block that shot. But Boise State was on the backside rotation. They took away that center pass opportunity, and that's the kind of thing we need to see. Obviously, you need to do it smart. You can't be out chasing demos. I mean, these teams are too good. I did spend a lot of time with this last week doing exactly that, just chasing demos in ranked, and it worked. But I also am at a much lower rank than these players. That's not going to work against players like this. You got to make it part of your rotation, get those back checks, get those rotations through the front of the net after you get out ahead of the ball. But once you do those things, you're going to find yourself in a much better position disrupting those rotations from the other team.
Yeah, absolutely. We have found a suitable destination for this next game to be played. It is going to be Utopia Coliseum Dusk, my personal favorite arena in this game. Ladies and gentlemen, we are looking to get game 2 underway as soon as possible. I hear some engine notes rising, and Lars, I believe that means we are about to get kickoff underway. Throw another 5 minutes up on that clock, and let's get things going here.
I was going to say, not just a suitable location, but come on, it's Utopia Coliseum. I mean, there's a reason. But now that we are, aside from the waffle, we're back to the game. We've got the important stuff back on the screen. And Boise is looking to extend their lead. UBC looking to tie this one back up.
10 seconds gone. Boise slamming this one out of their own back half. Baynock is up nice and tall. That one is just going to drift right in top left corner, completely unchallenged. Cosmo gets this one.
Oh, Jeezy Pete. Baynock looking like they're going to try to take this one away, and I think that's what Harry Lakers was looking for. They're trying to block that shot out of Baynock, but it's not necessary. As Baynock just leaves it, that means there's no one home to clean that one up. UBC down in the series, do or die for their season, and they need to make this comeback sooner or later, and ideally sooner. It's not the start they need to game number 2.
Cosmo. Oh, it's interesting. That half flip touch actually beats the defender. Baynock out towards the center. Cosmo can't get in the way of it. Frodo knocks it away from the reach of Lions. Down off the ceiling. Always dangerous. 0 boost, though. Have to bail out of this one. Does get the full as Cosmo comes in for the shot. Frodo stepping up to get in the way. This one's off to the left side. Lions can't get it past Harry Lakers. And UBC looking to put something together. They find themselves down early on in game number 2. Hopefully for their sake, not for long.
Both these teams doing a good job keeping the ball clear of the shooting lane, keeping it out to the walls in the defensive end. So we need to see both of these teams. There's that back check demo out of Cosmo Buster. I believe that's who did it in the last one as well, that one I was referring to earlier. But we need to see both of these teams do a little bit better job of getting it centered up in front of the net. UBC finally finding a little bit of sustained offensive pressure. It's wide, it's coming all the way out to midfield, but it's not going past right up until I say it's not going past. But as soon as I do, Baynock, of course, is going to make me eat those words.
Yeah, watch your tongue, sir. You watch your tongue. Lions off this back wall. Ski will do the same, but send it in the complete opposite direction. Baynock can't find that one. Cosmo. That one might be off the backboard. No, not before Ski gets a touch on this one. It's off of the ceiling. Baynock up off the backboard yet again, and Ski will see this one clear. Man, Boise have not shied away from putting these offensive this offensive pressure. See, it's getting to both of us. Oh Lord, what a pinch off this side wall. Frodo will get this one, and all of a sudden it's tied up.
Ooh, Baynock goes up for this, and Lions a little bit too confident in Baynock's ability to get that one clear. The third going back for boost. Lions caught well past the near post. Means that's a more or less free one here for UBC. A great challenge. That is why 50s are so critical. They get that ball forward, down, another opportunity, but Lions gets back in time. Well placed to that far post, but Lions is just too quick. And now looking to get rid of that last defender. A little bit too slow. Harry Lakers is able to get back in time, and now Frodo clears that off the near post.
Lions, nice and tall with the back pass over there to Baynock. Ski will hand this to Harry Lakers, who will take off from that side wall. Cosmo won't get a touch. We'll have to rely on the teammate of Lions. Lions and Cosmo working together here to move the ball upfield. Baynock back in support. And the rotation is so quick. The second you say it, it's already inaccurate, but that's the great thing about players in the Champions Division, is that they're so fast, so quick, and tight, neat and tidy with their rotations, that you blink once and you'll miss the most, smart, intelligent moves that any of these players make on the field. I love watching this level gameplay.
Yeah, if only I was at this level, then maybe we could get out ahead of it, and you're not getting behind it. You make those predictions, but alas, I am but a no brain good. As we see Harry Lakers clear this one through the midfield, setting this one down, trying to put that one in front of the net. Here's an opportunity. Baynock's in an awkward spot, but it's a little too much. It's going to go off the crossbar, and Lions will finally clear that one away. UBC had a good amount of pressure to set up their one goal, but it's kind of dissolved since then. They haven't been able to find it again. That one's on net, and Boise takes a lead just inside the 90-second mark.
Baynock climbed up this side wall so quickly to get to it and dropped it just far out to where Frodo was baited out to try and get there beforehand, and it just didn't happen. Well done, Boise State. Excellent passing play and a well-deserved one-goal lead in the final 90 seconds of Game 2 here on Utopia.
It's a good touch through the midfield by Frodo, but they lose control as Lions throws that up into the corner. Now this one had an opportunity to get in front, but it's kind of awkward with where Frodo and I believe it was Ski found themselves both in the corner, and leaves Harry Lakers in a position where they can't push. Now Frodo safely clears that one away. Good awareness to get that one out to the side. That's something that's very critical here, is being aware of where everybody on the field is, teammates and opponents, and not just getting it clear to the front of the net, but putting it where the opponents can't immediately return the threat.
It's a point you've definitely labored on a lot throughout casting careers, is clearing that shooting lane. Hey, listen, it's a compliment. It's not a bad thing. Just pointing it out. It's an important point. Clear that shooting lane because, as you said, it's not just good enough to get it clear. Oh, Lordy. Oh, Ski knocking this one in. Final 30 seconds and it's drawn. Look how quickly they turned a counterattack into a threatening offensive play. That is brilliant from UBC.
UBC's counters, absolutely gorgeous. And unfortunately there for Boise, it's set up off of a Boise touch. Lions just too much into the back wall, and they don't have to follow through. It commits a second player, and I don't know where the third for Boise was, but it just helps that clear, you know, and they throw it too hard into the back wall. It's just going to accelerate it back out. But to the credit of UBC, being able to get that one, the raid off the back wall to rapidly accelerate it upfield. Harry Lakers with a bit of a control touch, a little risky with Cosmo Buster threatening the demo, but it works out. They'll at least keep this one clear a little bit longer, and maybe we see our first overtime of the match.
Baynock and Cosmo trying to keep this one up, refusing to go to OT for the time being. Oh, Lions will knock it down. First OT, 2-2 in game 2. BSU, how many other words can I put together to make it rhyme? Stringing this together, Frodo will get this clearance in front of a gaping goal mouth there. He will get it safe, using a ton of boost to follow this one. Is pretty much empty and leaves Ski to take over. Cosmo, oh, not the best touch, turns into a pass. Harry Lakers can't find that one on target, neither can Frodo. Cosmo, what a block here, just needs to direct it on target. It does, but Harry Lakers with the save, it gets demoed for his trouble.
30 seconds of OT gone. We're already getting extra Rocket League out of this matchup, and you kind of hope UBC can tie the series here and show that we're at least going to get 4 games of these two teams duking it out. But I'm sure Boise will not go quietly into the night as they get a good touch off the wall to send that one center. Baynock's up early. Cosmo Buster, Baynock off the back wall, we're going to touch it down. Cosmo will get the bump to clear it away, and Boise takes it in OT.
Absolutely beautiful. Cosmo over to Baynock. The ball does not always need to go forwards. That is the mark of a skilled team. You don't just need to slam it towards goal. Sometimes the best move is to keep possession and make sure that you get a productive pass out to a teammate. Textbook by BSU. Absolutely beautifully executed.
What I love out of that play is Baynock goes up, doesn't get the touch on the initial challenge. They land on the back wall, and you'd think normally they'll just turn around and come back out, set themselves up, or maybe they'll look for one of those goal line bumps that I've been harping on for so long. But Baynock lands on the opponent's back wall and goes up. Looks for a touch off. That's wild. You know, well played by BSU to secure the match point here. They're going to have to continue to play that level of gameplay to win game number 3 here. And UBC needs to find something, or they could call this an early night. Relatively.
Yes, relatively. I like Baynock's card choice. I have never, ever seen someone at this level use what was it called? It was the Tumbler Batmobile, something like that. It's gorgeous, and clearly it has filled this person with a whole different level of confidence. As we look to get game 3 started here on Champions Field, Baynock is feeling it, and he will hope that his 2 teammates are feeling it as well.
Ooh, Frodo looking to put one on early there. Cosmo Buster gets it clear. But I hate to be that guy, but who did I say to watch as we got started here? That familiar face of Baynock. Though I think this may be our first time seeing him in the tumbler, so that's interesting. Lions clearing off the back wall. Another critical component that we saw UBC struggle a little bit with early in game number 1, which allowed Boise to get their first goal of the series, but has stepped up a lot, is that back wall defense. Critical at this level to be able to prevent your opponents from getting those back wall touches.
Harry can't get it over the top of Lions, who will keep it in the corner, so we'll Ski actually with a shot there to the nose of Cosmic. Harry, follow-up shot. Baynock Drops it over to Cosmo, who will stay on this, using a lot of boost to get there, and maybe an ill-advised play. Ski is rotating back as Harry puts another kind of pass/slash shot on target. Lions having to come off of this sidewall. Zero boost will leave it to Cosmo to put that shot on target past the halfway mark, at least as far as the distance on the field is concerned. Good accuracy, but not enough juice on it. Remains 0-0 past about 75 seconds or so in this game 3.
Bit of a war in the midfield, which I do like to see, but that's a great touch out of Harry Lakers to touch that one into the net. Wonderful transition. Frodo, beautiful touch up, and Harry Lakers, again, just that awareness we see out of UBC in transitions is unreal.
You can say that again. I mean, it was such a quick acceleration out of the ball that it really caught a lot of the defenders flat-footed. They simply could not react in time because they were committed to a certain pace of the ball, and then all of a sudden it gets ramped up like crazy. Dangerous touch by Cosmo. Ski will bang in the second one.
Even as we're talking about UBC's ability to transition, as you're going over that, they're in the middle of another transition play. It puts Cosmo in an awkward spot, and they drop it right in front of the net. Easy finish for UBC. They find themselves with their first lead of the series, and at a critical juncture as well. Game 3, match point for Boise, and UBC has come to play.
Ski trying to follow this one up. Harry Lakers will take over. That is going to be ceiling and down, but Baynock knocks it away to safety. Lions tight in the corner. Frodo trying to get that physical play introduced. That physical play, Mr. Lars, that you were so fond of, trying to get these folks kind of introducing as early as possible into their game plan. And it's a game plan that I personally am a fan of as well. It just kind of remains to be seen whether or not they're going to be able to implement it, A, quickly, and B, effectively, because Lord knows changing a playstyle in the middle of a series is definitely a tall task, no matter the skill level.
That being said, that is what makes championship teams, that ability to recognize what your opponent is doing and make those changes on the fly. It's one thing to be able to sit and do a replay review and say, okay, well, maybe next time we can try this kind of strategy. It's an entirely different thing to be able to come out of the gates, see what's working, what's not, and get passes off the back wall like that. Frodo picks up number 3.
Number 3, UBC striking true. Harry Lakers, a bit of a tricky pass there. Ski probably thought it was intended for him, but fear not, Frodo is there to save the day, take the ring all the way to Mordor, and take the ball all the way into the back of the net. Confident lead for UBC in game number 3. This is definitely the swing in momentum that this team needed, because BSU, lest you forget, are a single game away from putting the series to bed and heading all the way to the grand finals next week.
Interesting that this is not only the first time we've seen UBC in the lead, but it's also, regardless of team, the most commanding lead we've seen yet this series. And there it is, down to 2, as Cosmo Buster gets another kind of slow high roller into the back of UBC's net.
How did that? Okay, I guess it just kind of hit the corner wall in the perfect angle.
We don't look gift horses in the mouth here.
I guess not. And we will lean on the way overused saying in Rocket League, we take those. BSU will take those every single day of the week. Lions, decent 50. Attempting to make it 2, can't get around the ball quite quickly enough, and both teammates too far away for the back pass. What a shot from Cosmo Buster, requiring a double commit on the goal line. Danger isn't over. Baynock can't get it past. A second double commit from UBC. They are throwing the kitchen sink at this goal, and it just isn't quite working yet.
Good couple of 50s out of Cosmo Buster there, and that's something that's critical as well, those 50-50s. It's, in my opinion, I'm not going to say them, it is the most important singular mechanic in Rocket League, and Cosmo Buster is doing an excellent job of winning those as they get a little bit faked out there, and we see UBC establishing a very solid offensive rotation. Oh my goodness! Lions gets the Savior medal in the process of keeping that beautiful opportunity clear in the back of the net.
Lions over to the nose of Baynock, but gets beaten to it. Frodo is up. Interesting flipping touch, and it was on target. Harry Lakers now past midfield over the top of Cosmo. Looking for a follow-up. Not a ton of boost, but still has an opportunity to make an impression on this ball. Ski will take over. Now handing it off to Frodo. Off this right side, Baynock over to Cosmo. Almost on target. Tricky touch. Baynock coming in, 40 seconds left. They're back within 1.
See, this is the kind of push that makes the advantage to the team in the lead, that it makes it an advantage, because Baynock, had that back wall read been made, just overcommit forward, put Boise State in a bad position. Unfortunately for UBC, they missed the back wall touch, and Baynock has full commit upfield. Will bring that lead into arm's reach. Let's go with that. I went through about 7 different things I wanted to say there. We're going to settle on that one. 1 goal separates these 2 teams. 1 goal separates Boise State from reclaiming at least the potential to secure this game and secure a slot in the championship match. And here's an opportunity cleared away by Harry Lakers.
Final 10 seconds. BSU need to do everything possible to get this ball upfield. Harry Lakers and co. need to be absolutely perfect on defense. What a stop by Frodo. This won't quite hit the ground. Baynock has an opportunity to keep it up, working with Cosmo to do just that. Sneaking just underneath the ball, have a second here to take a deep breath and figure out what the game plan is. Gets removed off the field. Ski will drop this down. Game 3 goes the way of UBC. They can breathe a sigh of relief because BSU were starting to surge a little bit towards the end of that game.
A sigh of relief, but not for long. Despite taking game number 3, they're still threatened with elimination as Boise is still on game point. I do want to point out real quick, though, UBC absolutely out shooting 11 shots to 8 against Boise. They're doing a good job of really kind of closing out Boise's offense. And I think that's kind of the big difference here. UBC not relying so much on that transition gameplay, which, again, as teams are able to adapt and overcome opponents' strategies, UBC heavy on the transition have found a way to get established offense to work as well.
Established offense wins you games, but established defense wins you championships. Both of these teams are a single game or a single series away from that championship match. So which will it be? Will they be relying on their shooting prowess or their defensive acumen? We will see here as we get onto the night version of Farmstead. Man, we are just getting the most interesting arena matchups today. I am loving it. 10 seconds in to game number 4, where I like to say you see what teams are made of. One team is a game away from putting it to bed, and the other team is a game away from removing all the momentum from their opponents and going into game 5 with a momentum advantage.
Right off the bat, UBC continues to be the offensive pressure that they had in game number 3. It's on Boise now to disrupt, and there's the transition play. UBC went to the offensive crushing pressure that Boise was using earlier, so Boise said, okay, well then we'll use that transition play.
Yeah, they sure will. Frodo just loses possession on the side wall and just kind of limply decides to retreat. And BSU is like, all right, we got this. A little bit of a taste of your own medicine kind of situation. What a banger. Boise State in the lead. Could it be 2? Ski has to scramble high, reaching super tall to get to this ball. Using Frodo as well to get this one cleared. That one is a shot on target. Ski, ooh, risky save, but does come out with the stop eventually. Lines will turn on this one. Knocked it across to Cosmo, who puts it down to Lions. An excellent 1-2 passing opportunity. I am loving that both of these teams are starting to feel more and more confident as they get further into the series. The passing plays are becoming more and more abundant, and I am here for it, just like I'm here for that save from Frodo. My goodness, that was close.
I think that's what this is going to come down to, is a game of inches, even as we saw UBC have that very commanding lead, the most commanding lead we've seen yet. It still came down to a single goal and a last-second scramble. There's an opportunity for Baynock to extend that lead to 2.
Yet again, this is another UBC player just losing control of the ball on the wall. An awkward touch pops out and leaves that shot on a platter for Baynock, and somebody of the skill of Baynock will never miss that if you give him 100 tries. Maybe that's a little confident. Maybe 99 tries. Maybe you miss them once or twice, because nobody's perfect in this game. Be that as it may, 2-0 for Boise, starting to look more and more confident as time goes on.
They could be just that much more comfortable, which is going to be even more to their advantage. Obviously, this is a team that likes a little bit of mechanics, a little bit of flash. There's a great flick out of Lions, bar down. Opportunity to save. Ski gets it clear for once, and Frodo will finish it off. What a goal line stand. Oh, my goodness. What I was saying Because Boise is obviously a team that likes a little bit of flash, a little bit of mechanics, as Baynock off the back wall tries to touch it down and gets too far in front of it. I can't finish my point, because as I'm saying, they like to go for flash. They're going for a little bit of flash and threatening the back of the net. But the critical component in going for plays like that is being comfortable in your gameplay. Up by 2 is just going to extend their ability to be effective. That's an opportunity on net. It's on the goal line, and Frodo bar down.
I was going to say I would be worried if I were a UBC fan right now, because BSU are looking confident as hell, and then Frodo smacks this one in 2 seconds before halftime, and it's a 1-goal game. UBC are definitely in this, but man, they have got to do something to break up these surges of momentum from Boise, because they are just more and more terrifying every single time they happen. Oh, Lions coming across. That's a 3-1.
And there is another transition here out of, well, aided a little bit there by an awkward touch off the back wall out of UBC. And I do appreciate what they were going for. They said, okay, back wall, got to get it clear of the front of the net. We'll pitch it across. The attack's coming from the left. We'll pinch it over to the right. And hopefully that'll be enough to buy some time for my teammates to get back into position. Unfortunately, Lions ahead of the curve is there in time to take advantage of that pinch and throw that one on net. 2 goals to the good here for Boise. And now UBC again threatened with the end of their season. Need to get some magic going quickly here.
Baynock stalling the momentum out in UBC's half. Lions slamming this one over to Baynock, looking for the pass. And honestly, you could slam it as hard as you want. If Baynock is in the general vicinity of the ball, he's gonna find some kind of a useful touch. Has been a threat on this ball. Oh, from game 1, second 1. And oh, I don't think anything is changing here. Man, the constant shots from Boise, they're not letting UBC move at all out of their own half. And the second I say that now, Frodo and Harry Lakers are able to break out just for a moment. See off that back wall, Frodo will do the same. Cosmo and Baynock working together to pinch this one back into UBC's half. Oh, take a breath, BSU. 2 goals, as you said, to the good, and just over a minute left to hang on to it.
Ooh, that's a dangerous waterfall in front of Boise's net, but it's immediately transitioned back the other way. Lions trying to put one on, has a great read, tries to get the ball, but Frodo, it's bouncing on the goal line, and Baynock secures.
4-1 is a lot more confident than 3-1, and just over 60 seconds left now. Man, UBC's got to dig deep, because they allowed a little bit too much room to Boise, and they punished them as they rightly should have.
60 seconds left on this clock. UBC could be looking at the final 60 seconds of their season, as this becomes a much more difficult hill to climb. 3 goals needed in these last few waning seconds.
Lions, great pass down to the nose of Cosmo. Unfortunately for the existence of that passing play, UBC had other plans. Interesting move there between Lions and Baynock, but does halt the momentum at the end of the day. Final 30 now. Baynock just baiting a person into the 50 in the corner. That's a play I love. Whoa, tiny passing play. Baynock yet again. Just, if Baynock needs to be called upon, he is called upon in such an excellent way and rises to the occasion time after time. It's been a beautiful display from everybody here for Boise State, but Baynock has represented them beautifully. Yet another touchdown. Lions will put this beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if this wasn't obvious before, it certainly is now. Baynock does a great job of drawing the defense away from the net, setting Lions up for an opportunity on a relatively open net shot to finish that one out. Just 5 seconds left in this game, and then we see Boise move on to the championship next week.
This one will hit the ground. Ski will touch it down. Boise State take game 4. They take the series 3-1. What a confident victory. They, as you said, Lars, will be going up to face that Navy team that swept their opponent in the other semifinal earlier tonight. What a matchup that is going to be. I cannot wait.
Well, it's going to be exciting. I will have my little horse ready, which was something totally unrelated from earlier today, and I actually was going to do it in blue, but that's not what was in the printer at the time. So ironic, but fitting. Boise takes this one in game number 5, retribution for week 2, and does it in fairly commanding fashion. It was a slugfest through the first 3 games. I mean, it really could have gone either way for either team, but game number 4, it was just hands down Boise's game. They did such an effective job of bringing pressure on net, of getting creative with their goals, of bringing something different, some different looks towards the net. It's so difficult to overcome, and UBC will fall by the wayside as we move on towards our championship setup.
I cannot wait. The bracket plods along as we do here in the production. On the other side of this break, we will have, I believe, an interview from one of these lovely players. So please stick around because you're not going to want to miss that.
And welcome back from that short break to NECC Esports for a little bit more Rocket League action, this time in the form of an interview coming off the back of a big win over UBC Lions. Congratulations. Right off the bat, thoughts, questions, concerns, comments, hopes, and or dreams.
Thank you. It's a good match. Enjoyed it. Thank you guys for having me here.
Yeah, of course. It was exciting to see you guys come out there. It seemed like you guys got off to a hot start, and that's something I really like to see. A lot of teams will get off to a bit of a slow start. They'll come out of the gates kind of timid, and I think that's kind of what happened to UBC in the first half of game number 1. They just didn't have that pace. What was it? What did you guys do to prep to come in and just be ready to get off right away?
Yeah. So we knew UBC was a really good team, so we got a scrim about an hour-ish beforehand just to go ahead and prepare for these guys, play against a fast team, so we are at least used to the speed that we're going up against, and it worked out really well. So.
You could say that again. I mean, two games in a row. You could say that again. Now, I say that 2 games in a row. You didn't get 3 in a row. Game 3, what happened? Do you think that was a little bit of a failing on your part to execute the game plan, or do you think that it was more UBC kind of waking up and realizing what they needed to do to put the hurt on you guys?
I think it was a little bit of both. In that third game, UBC stepped up the pressure a serious amount, and we definitely felt it. There are a lot of whiffs, a lot of bad boost management on our end, so we could have played better, but UBC really stepped it up in that third game.
Well, it was awesome to see you guys able to adapt and overcome. I mean, obviously, game number 4 went your way in a big way, and you absolutely hammered it away. I know. I wanted to ask real quick because we said his name a lot in the series, and I know he's not the one we're interviewing, but Baynock. Baynock seemed to be looking for a lot of flash, a lot of fancy, and really finding a lot of success with it. Is that very typical of you guys for him to come out here and put a little bit of style into the match, or is that just kind of you're feeling good here through the semifinals, so why not?
Yeah, it's sort of something he always keeps hidden, but he's pretty cracked. He's got some really good mechanics, so when he puts them on display, it's kind of hard for us to lose. So yeah, it just depends on how he's feeling that day.
Yeah, I was gonna say I mentioned in commentary, it's like if you slam the ball like anywhere near him, whether it's on the sidewall, ceiling, up in the air, on the ground, like he will make a useful touch out of it. So good to have good to have a teammate to kind of bounce that off of, but B, good on you and everybody else as part of the Boise squad to be able to play off of that and make it just a kind of complete team package. Lions, last thing from me is just a word for your opponents today. UBC, you said that you had to prepare for them because you knew that they were such a good team, going as far as to get a scrim like just an hour beforehand. Just like, could you speak at all to just kind of the skill of your opponents today and you know how that took them so far in the competition?
Yeah, so obviously nobody could get here if they weren't a good team. And we've played UBC several times in different competitions and it's super back and forth. Like in the league play for NECC, we took them to game 5. We beat them in a couple CCA opens. They beat us in a couple CCA opens. So it's been really back and forth and they're a really good team. So
Well, today was your day of the back and forth days. I guess it was kind of more of a coin flip than anything, but you guys came out, you played extremely well, and you're going to find yourselves in the championships, which is going to be next week, and I'm super excited for that one. Any last shout outs, thoughts, questions, concerns, comments, hopes, and or dreams before we go back to intermission?
no, I think I'm good.
All right, well, thank you for joining us here, Lions. I really appreciate you taking the time. On behalf of myself and Lychee, that's it for this matchup, but we got another one coming up after this. We're back. Stick around. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to our final matchup of the evening here at NECC Esports. What an exciting matchup between Boise and UBC we just had. We're going to be seeing another UBC matchup here. UBC Blue versus Kansas Wesleyan. Leachy, thoughts, questions, concerns, comments, hopes, and or dreams?
A bit more of a lopsided matchup on this one. UBC Blue 6-1 match record coming into the playoffs. Kansas Wesleyan 4-3, a little bit top heavier, especially considering that UBC Blue are on a heck of a tear right now. Starting at week 4, they went on a 5-match winning streak, just completely unstoppable. A terrifying thing to come up against. And Kansas Wesleyan, yeah, they're on a bit of a streak themselves, at least as far as the regular season's concerned. Won 3 in a row starting with week 6, but man, it's going to be a little bit. I don't know. I hate calling things so early, but as far as the numbers look, things are looking relatively heavily in favor of UBC Blue. I'm hoping for an even contest at the very least.
Well, it'll be interesting if it is UBC Blue that wins this one, because then the grand finals will be UBC Blue versus UBCO Blue. So as they won the matchup earlier tonight, that would be a nightmare for whoever's casting that one. Well, only way to find out who's going to be in that matchup, though, is to put 5 minutes on the clock. We've seen crazier things than an upset 4-3 to a 6-1 team. I mean, that's not the biggest difference in the world, and we can absolutely not count out some kind of upset here. But you're right. If you're looking at just the numbers, just the stats coming in, then you do have to give the advantage to UBC Blue. On Kansas Wesleyan to come out swinging. Game number 1, 5 minutes on the clock underway.
Let's go. UBC yet again in the blue, going up against Kansas Wesleyan, in the yellow. Bad News Golden and Ikigai for Kansas. Let's get this underway. Ikigai with a shot, more of a backboard pass, and looking for the physical play as well. Fervent for UBC will save this away. Fervent, Fatal, and Zindler for UBC. This one's out of the corner, off the nose of Golden. Fervent trying to continue the momentum here. Ikigai will get left in the dust. Bad News and Ikigai working together. A little bit of a pinch play. Off the corner, Zindler. Nice stop there to send this way out of harm's way. About 45 seconds gone. Both teams with bites at the cherry, but nothing to show for it.
It's a good touch off the wall for Fervent to carry this one through, but I haven't seen anything too threatening on the net. Lots of transition play up and down. I really love to see one of these teams get a wall set up at midfield. There's a shot touched away by Ikigai. Now we'll see a transition back the other way, but not a lot of support for Kansas Wesleyan, as Fatal will take that one off the top and set it right back down into the orange end of the field.
Bad News nice and high over to Fervent, who is allowed to pass this one down to Zindler. Fervent follow-up, that's off the crossbar and in. Just kind of gets shoveled through the goal line. That's 1-0 UBC.
Good touch into the corner and a good read. Golden bites Ikigai left in an awkward position, and Bad News rotates off the back post. You got to have patience, especially here in threes. It's an interesting mix of aggression and patience. If you have 2 teammates in front of you, stay home, slow down, and just wait to see what happens. You don't need to dive forward until you know you can get that touch, and unfortunately for Kansas Wesleyan, they're a little over-eager to get out in front. They find themselves punished for it.
Fervent nice and patient here with this corner defense. Now is up nice and high. Looking to go it alone. That's off of the ceiling. Fervent follow-up. That second goal. Bang, bang. Double punch. That's the second one for UBC.
Oh, great control through the air for Fervent, and Bad News tries to make an early challenge, and I don't hate the idea. Get up in the face of your opponent. Don't allow them to have free touches. Challenge as early as you can to try to take away opportunities, but unfortunately for them, it pinches straight up back down onto Fervent's hood. They're able to drive that one home with relative ease.
Fervent, number 3, perhaps with the air carry. You kidding me? Had such good control, just couldn't get it past that final player. Ikigai will get left yet again. Needs to, okay, take it nice and slow. Zindler and Fatal. A bit of an issue there against the back wall. Ikigai, decent 50 attempt. That one is almost on target. And can't see that one in. So Bad News rotating around, getting that full boost, and slams that into UBC's half. Follow-up, nope. Fervent gets in the way of that one. Fatal over to Fervent, misses the touch, so Golden will have a nice tidy catch and a great 50 past Zindler. Second touch past another defender. Man, this ball is just flying left and right. It's just there hasn't been a ton of possession, but it doesn't matter in my book at least, because there's been such speed and velocity on this ball that possession doesn't matter if you can bang it up the field and make the difference in that quick of a blink of an eye. Zindler off that back wall for the pass here. Very kind of awkward clearance there, and Fatal is just barely able to catch this one down and sneak it past that right side post. UBC take a 3-goal lead, and Lars, they are starting to run away with this one just a little bit.
Yeah, Golden had the right idea there to get up early and get that one off the back wall. And I feel like a broken record because I've already said that once. Get up early, get the touch early, take it away fast, and it ends up in the ceiling and back down in front of the net. It's the right idea, but the execution is just a little bit lacking on the side of Kansas Wesleyan. And that's so unfortunate to see because, hey, the big issue is, are you going for the right thing? And mistakes happen. Unfortunately for Kansas Wesleyan, they happen kind of back to back and allow UBC to take a 3-goal lead here.
Icky guy can't get it out of the corner on account of a pesky little fervent taking this one all the way down to the other side of the pitch. Zindler's up, so is Iki Guy. Neither of them will make contact. That one is wide open for Golden and will rescue a little bit of dignity here. Just under 90 seconds left. They're back within 2.
Oh, great push here out of Golden. Takes advantage of a little bit of a misstep on the side of UBC and catching that last player back, looking for boost. Again, patience. It's not the time. If you have to be the last back, you got to be playing it safe, putting yourself in a position that you can at least make the quick turn if you need to. Now here's an opportunity for Fatal to get it right back, and they will, as that one's touched through the corner and in front of the net.
UBC, quick little kickoff play there, and Fatal is just, I mean, exactly where he needs to be. Kansas were nowhere to be found on that one, and I feel like at this point, Lars, it's a situation where you kind of need to wipe the slate clean and come at this one with a renewed sense of purpose, because game 1 was very much not the game plan to come into the series with.
Fervent's doing a great job. Oh, there's the Musty to get that one upfield. Now you can tell UBC is really feeling themselves, as now they're looking for a bit of that flash, and I don't blame them. This is the same score line that I say, you know, once you're up by 3, now you go for some of those mechanics that maybe are a little bit risky. Golden with a great read out of the corner will get that touch down into the net. A beautiful shot, and it brings this back within reach for Kansas Wesleyan.
Nice control, and that's the exact kind of confidence that a team that is on paper an underdog like Kansas Wesleyan needs. Back within 2, less than a minute left. I'm not gonna start, sounding the alarms just yet. Or should I? No, it's so very close off that left side post, man. Almost made me eat my words, so very close. Kansas starting a late game surge, maybe a same situation as we saw in the previous series, Lars, is that maybe Kansas are just a team that takes a little bit longer compared to their opponents to start firing on all cylinders.
Well, it's a little bit too long, perhaps, here in game number 1, as they find themselves down by 2 with a scant 20 seconds to try to get this one back. They're making the push, though. This one in the offensive zone. Bad News with an opportunity to throw this one on. It's high into the back wall. Looking for the double touch. Leaves for Golden, who throws it off the crossbar. That was a great play. I really like the awareness. I really like the players calling each other off, and Bad News will finally secure it to bring it within 1.
Thriving in the chaos in front of the goal. Ikigai, a nice tight turn, and Bad News, right place, right time. Oh boy, it's a cliche that casters lean on a ton, but there's 6 seconds left and it's technically possible, but I guess we will have to see how this kickoff goes. It definitely goes in favor of UBC. The patient play favors them. Golden keeps it up. It's on target. Zindler, excellent save around, oh man, just outside of that top left corner. You know what, Lars? They were very close to making it happen. It was close. Unfortunately, regardless of the scoreline of this game, the series score will move on to a 1-0 in favor of UBC. I will say the series scoreline doesn't really reflect the late game surge that Kansas Wesleyan was experiencing, because it's looking at just the series score right now would do them a disservice, because Kansas was looking very, very healthy in like the last 90 seconds or so. It's just a bit too little too late.
Yeah, thankfully for UBC, there's only 5 minutes on the clock. Any longer, we may see a very different outcome here. And to your credit, you call it. You said, hey, maybe it's like that last one we just had, where it takes teams a little bit more time to get up and running, takes teams a little bit more time to get their feet under them. And Kansas absolutely showed that that is the case there. They came out of the gate a little bit slow, but once they got going, they almost brought it back in the last few seconds of that matchup. So going forward, we just need to see them be able to continue to carry that same energy throughout this next 3 games. If they want to put this one away in 4, not take it all the way to game 5, they have to do whatever they did in that last few seconds of game number 1, that aggression, that urgency in how they played, as well as the pass plays and the communication. I mean, you saw that opportunity Golden had to put one in, and he puts it off the crossbar, but it was off the back of a setup where you get the back pass off the back wall, the threat for a double touch leaves it for Golden to come up and slam one home, and unfortunately there's just a little bit of an accuracy issue, but that could have been the thing that they needed to get that one tied up and force overtime.
It was pretty close, and I will say they came, Kansas Wesleyan came very close to equaling the shot total of their opponents as well, which is no easy task given the striking prowess of their opponents. And they almost, here's a point, is that they almost equaled the shot total in, within the final 2 minutes or so of that game. So definitely indicative of a team that took a little bit longer than was probably necessary to get the engines running per se. But hopefully they're a team that is able to take that late game momentum and surge forward throughout the rest of, well, okay, maybe not the rest of this series. That may be a tall order, but game 2, that's all I want. If Kansas can really put the fight up against UBC in game number 2, I feel hopeful for their chances throughout the rest of this series. I think it as I'm so fond of saying, game 4 is where you see a lot of what these teams are made of. Right here, right now, I think Kansas needs to perform in game 2 to show me, at the very least, what they're made of.
Yeah, the only thing I'm worried about here is it took them a while to build that momentum, and we've kind of froze them out here. We had a little bit of a longer intermission between game 1 and 2. So hopefully they could maintain that despite having to sit cold for a little bit of extra time here. As we get all the players into the lobby and we get ourselves ready to get into game number 2, it's going to be on Kansas to come out of the gate swinging, to come out fast, and to come out in the face of UBC and put on the kind of show we know that they're capable of, because we saw it at the end of game number 1.
Game 2. Let's get it going. Everyone in Kansas needing to get things going as quickly as humanly possible. But it won't start quite the way they want, especially with Zindler almost smacking that one just past that near post. Fatal follow-up shot. Can't get that one past Ikigai. Zindler, mistaken flip there, will lose possession of the ball, and Fervent will pinch this out all the way across, switching the field of play. Great bounce there for UBC. They just couldn't quite read it in time, and Golden with the flick over the top. It's slightly off target, but still needed a flipping save there from Zindler to ensure the safety of that ball. I'm liking how Kansas has started. I would like to see them get a goal in the next 60 seconds or so, but at the very least, they're firing on all cylinders. That is the goal they needed. Well done to Golden.
Well, ask and you shall receive, Lychee. Ikigai out of the corner elects to just grab Boost to take it away, put Fatal in a very awkward position, as I'm sure they were expecting Ikigai to try to drive that one through the front of the net. And Golden with a great read off the back wall, great communication. This is what we needed out of Kansas. Come out of the gates, establish a lead, and do so in kind of the fashion we saw at the end of game number 1. And so far, they have delivered.
Golden off the nose of Fatal. This one is still in the box. Zindler tries to drop it down below, and now it's a 2v2. And the second I say that, all Kansas players just retreat and opt to give it a more structured approach here. Golden, nice clearance, will release some of the pressure for his team. Fervent over to Bad News, who will send this off the side wall. Oh, with a second touch as well. That is drifting towards an open goal, but Fervent will get the confident clearance. Kansas looking really, really healthy here, Lars. I'm liking the change of pace. I'm liking the confidence going forward. I'd like to see at least one more goal before I'm able to call the fact that we actually have a competitive series on our hands.
Well, the issue is, it's similar to ideas. Ideas are kind of a fragile thing. And right now the idea is that Kansas is going to take game number 2 and push on, stride through the series. Having that one goal is a great start. It's a good first start, but it's still not a rock-solid foundation. So they're going to need to protect it, nurture it, grow it, and find themselves with a bigger lead before UBC has a chance to shatter that foundation with a big goal themselves.
Nurture it, grow it, send it through kindergarten and the entire school system. Make sure it gets a healthy job. I don't know where I was going with that. 240. 1-0 still in favor of Kansas. Very skinny lead. Bad news off the ceiling. Over to Ikigai. Great pop. Oh, and a second one there, but Fatal will now send it back down the other way. That one's on target. Bad news.
Oh, no!
Dangerous pitch, and it'll go in! Not the touch that Kansas needed. It was the exact one that UBC would have asked for.
You could sum up all of this with just bad news. That's it. The whole thing. Everything that we just saw there.
I hate that you're right. But you're right. Oh, it's painfully convenient. Oh man, 1-1. Not the way that any team wants to lose a lead, much less a team like Kansas who are in the semifinal of the NECC. Golden. Oh, working together. A bump by Ikigai. Absolute linebacker move. That's 2-1.
Oh my goodness, absolutely gorgeous Ikigai, and I love that the perspective we got for that was Fervent in the net to watch Ikigai come barreling down and just blast their way in, open that up wide for, oh my goodness, for Golden to put that one home. That, so great, so beautiful. Please, more of that.
It was like that Simpsons meme with that kid on the bus just laughing, going, I'm in danger. That's what I'm thinking of with that perspective. 2-1 to Kansas. Lead restored. Could it be 3? Bad News needs to work a little bit harder to get it past the defense. Golden. Oh, double commit there by UBC. Temporary opening. Interesting pre-flip by Ikigai, but does get a touch on it. Zindler. This will be off the backboard. Much more controlled touch there by Bad News. Out across yet again. What an attacking opportunity here if Fervent isn't able to relinquish. Oh, his possession on that ball so very close. That one was off of the crossbar. Bad News now 1v1 over the top of Fervent. This one is off of the backboard. Zindler, a slow flip over to the right side. So very close. KWU looking super fantastic right now.
Playing very solid, playing very stable, very controlled. That's all things that are very, very critical at this juncture to be able to have that kind of confidence in your gameplay. And there's not a lot of question in what they're doing in their rotations, their positioning, their decision-making. A little bit of question there as Golden overplays it a little bit, bumps Bad News, and then overplays the ball as well. That's the kind of thing you need to be careful of. I like what Bad News was doing, slowing down a little bit there. I mean, a lot of people have this bad habit of just going full speed all the time, but throw on the brakes every now and again. Get some space, get some control, get a little bit of space for Bad News to be bad news for UBC.
Let's go. That's the 2-goal lead they needed. And barring some complete collapse from Kansas, I do believe this will be game 2 going their way. See, I'll make not super audacious calls, but 23 seconds with a 2-goal lead. I'm going to hand this one to Kansas, especially with a kickoff going their way in that fashion. Bad News off that side wall. Fatal, won't get to this one, drifting towards an open net. And Bad News, I'm pretty sure, will take this one. It's 4-1 to Kansas.
Interesting. Fatal just misses the touch off the back wall, and Zindler and Fervent have absolute confidence that that wasn't going to be the case. They're nowhere to be found until too late, and the ball will just trickle in for Bad News. And I will match your audacity in saying this one's probably in favor of Kansas.
That's not fair. You had a 3-goal lead to work with.
3-goal lead in 13 seconds. Oh, man.
Ikigai out to the right. This one is done and dusted. And Kansas find themselves level in the series. Lars, this is exactly what I was looking for. I wanted to see them come back in a strong way, and boy, howdy did they. This one finally touches the ground. It's 1-1 in the series. We've got a ball game.
Yeah, this is wonderful. I mean, we questioned, or I guess I shouldn't throw you in the same bus as me. I questioned a little bit, hey, with the extra downtime intermission, are they going to be able to bring that same level of gameplay between the end of game 1 and all of game 2? And yes is the answer. But now we move on to game number 3. And the way I like to think of it is you can't be too focused on the entire series. I mean, kind of near rocks, far rocks. Let's just focus on checkpoints. All right, let's lead the first part of game number 3 the same way, we being Kansas, the same way that they led the entirety of game 2 and the end of game number 1, and then just do, hey, 1 minute of that, and then another minute of that, and then another minute of that, until eventually you find yourself in the winner's circle.
Day by day, hour by hour, minute by minute. That is exactly how this team needs to split things up. Because it's the simplest way to lead yourself to success, is just segment things up and make sure you can make it through to each 60-second segment with some kind of an advantage. If it's still 0-0 on the scoreboard, maybe at the very least you've had better defensive rotations, and you can visibly see that the other team is kind of shaken and has a lot less confidence when it comes to what they're doing there. It's all about the small victories that are going to lead to the bigger victories down the road.
Well, we have now a tied up series, so we're guaranteed to at least see game number 4 out of these two teams. So we're get enough of a series here for Rocket League tonight, but it'll be interesting to see how much of extra is extra the right word? How much Rocket League we'll get to see tonight. I don't know. I'm floundering. Thankfully, the players are on the field ready to bail me out. Another 5 minutes on the clock, 1-1 in the series between Kansas Wesleyan and UBC Blue.
Oh, what a shot to get things started by Fervent. Very, very close. Save there necessary by Golden. Still on the ball, in fact. Ikigai now all the way down to the right side. Sindler. Okay, maybe connection issues here, so we may need to figure something out. People claiming that certain players' games are broken. I guess we're gonna call it until we can't call it no mo. So Golden out to the face of fishing this into the corner, pops it up high, but Fervent will take it away. This one's off of the corner wall, and Fatal can't get there in time, so very close to a UBC lead.
Zindler almost gets that beautiful double touch off the side wall. UBC may have fallen in a big way in game 2 and is now going to find themselves down by 1 in game 3. It's on the almost exact same timeline as game number 2. It'll be interesting. We got to watch out for Fatal and see if they're going to have any issues going forward. But so far, they're still looking for some good, solid plays. Everyone over on the side of UBC, it's just not working against this Kansas team anymore.
Golden off to the right side. Oh, a little bit of a bungled touch there by Fervent. Oh no, a little bit of a lack of trust there as well. Fatal had a very clear path to that clearance, and that double commit in the back, just not a sign of confidence in a team. And for UBC, a team that was coming into this series with a huge lead in terms of just the numbers and everything on paper. I don't like to see a team collapsing like that. Now, again, I don't want to pull the alarms too early. There's still, we're only 90 seconds into this game, but the way the Kansas Wesleyan have been playing, I feel like the momentum has completely flip-flopped to the team in yellow. They are looking super strong right now. You know what else is looking strong? Oh my lord, it was like a 45-degree musty off of the ceiling. Are you kidding me?
Oh my goodness. And then all the way to that back post away from any of the defenders to not only hit that shot, but with beautiful accuracy. Unbelievable. No wonder Fervent, Season 4 Supersonic Legend. Of course they are.
I see some oh my's in chat. Oh my indeed. I sympathize. Sindler off this corner wall. Loses possession, but Fatal will step in to maintain it. Sindler. Oh, can't be bad news to the ball. but man, gets there just in time to stop that shot coming in. That one's off the backboard. Ikigai positioning for some kind of a rebound touch. Golden will step in. Ikigai, oh, slightly too high off that ball, and UBC get away with one for the time being.
Ooh, there's a great push down on the net, and we see Kansas continue to throw on the pressure until Fervent finally clears that one away. Ikigai, oh, doesn't have the greatest control off the back wall, but Golden's there regardless to try to pick that one up. Fervent opportunity, Dem on the last defender, but bad news will rotate in time to take that one away. Now, I talk about Kansas had good offensive pressure, and it was cleared as I said it, and I was about to say, so does UBC, and it's cleared as I start to say it, of course.
That's always how this works.
Oh,
similar. Oh, bit of a confusion there on that halfway line. Golden, not a ton of boost, but buys team a little bit of time just to breathe. Ikigai coming in, pass off that corner wall. Still dangerous if Kansas can find their feet under him. Golden off the back wall, bad news coming in for a shot attempt. This one's off of the back wall yet again. Just kind of peppering that backboard with touches and just waiting for UBC to make a mistake. A team this good is probably not prone to making too many mistakes, but I will say we saw a little bit of a breakdown for them throughout the first half of this game. They did surge back with that solo effort. Oh, almost the second one by Fatal off that left side post.
Well, getting good pressure out of both these teams. It's something that I've been asking for all night after we saw in that last series that early offensive pressure out of Boise, but both of these teams have found a way to establish an offensive rotation and really pepper the net, get pressure downfield. Kansas doing it just a little bit better, despite the fact that it hasn't been reflected in the score line. And that was another opportunity to the back corner from Fervent. They really like to put those in very awkward spots, and it's just a little bit wide, but it continues to threaten as Fervent looks to put it in another awkward spot against this Kansas team. If you're Kansas, you got to be careful with that. Just because Fervent's on a weird angle does not mean they can't put a dangerous shot on.
It's that kind of complacency that could lead to danger if they give Fervent too many more shots, regardless of whatever the insane angle is. Bad news, good 50. Golden leaving it to Ikigai. Oh, tries to pop it over Fervent. Did get there first, but Fervent stood up tall enough to make his car the exact size it needed to be to block that ball. This one's off of the right side now. Fervent following it. Not super successfully. Ikigai, ooh, touchy catch there in that left corner. Golden missing the clearance. No, he will rue the day that he missed it because Fervent will snap on this one. It's 2-1 with 5 seconds left.
Oh boy, quick turn here out of them and great accuracy to throw that in the top shelf. Keep that one clear. Now it's a very difficult comeback for Kansas Wesleyan, and it will likely find themselves on the backside of match point as Zindler goes up for one last try to double touch that down. Fervent keeps this one up off the sidewall. Lots of confidence. Not electing to let that one fall down. And now Kansas has an offensive opportunity. Bad news into the corner. Tries to put this one center. Golden doesn't get there in time. And UBC take game number 2 and put themselves on match point.
I was like, as that ball kept touching and threatening to bounce, I was like, Zindler, you're going to regret this, but it did eventually touch. So, UBC, like you said, taking the lead. Shot total, something different to look at here. Both teams had 8 shots, and I guess that's kind of why the scoreline was so close, but very top-heavy from UBC. 6 shots, all on Fervent. I mean, we saw with our very own eyes why and how. I mean, Fervent was an absolute monster putting shot after shot on target. It didn't matter what angle he had. Versus Kansas, a little bit more evenly spread to make sure that there wasn't one target man that their opponents needed to look out for. I personally am a fan of that style of play because you can keep your opponents guessing a little bit as opposed to having a slightly more predictable person to look out for it in terms of having a dangerous ball flying off the nose of their car.
Yeah, and that gives you so many options too, and the defense has to be wary of every single player on the field. They don't just have to focus on one where the shots are going to be coming out of. But regardless of how UBC find themselves in a position to end Kansas Wesleyan's season and take themselves to the championship. One game stands between them as Fervent goes over top. Look for that flip reset. Doesn't quite find it, but does find a bump on Golden to prevent any kind of quick turnaround back the other way.
Ikigai out of the corner of Beckwith Park. It's been a while since I've seen some true competitive play on Beckwith. I love this arena. I know a lot of people dislike it for whatever reason, but I think they need to get off of their high horse because it's a lovely little park atmosphere, and I'm all about it. Fatal looking for this solo dribble here. Ikigai will send it right back down into UBC's half. Golden puts a shot on target. It's a slow one, easily saved, and a banger clear off the nose of Fervent. Zindler will be called on to do just the same. We'll follow up this right side. Ikigai, oh, pass across, is that on target? It is! Off the inside of that left post, Ikigai will get on the score sheet first. What a pop across, and no one from UBC there to make the save, and KWU will just take that one all day. That's exactly how they needed to start this game 4. A game down in the series, a goal up in game 4. Things are looking up for them right now. It's still early days, but that's exactly how you want to start. Off the ceiling yet again, Fervent. Leaving this one over to Zindler off that sidewall. Ikigai will get beaten to it. Fervent keeping the momentum going. Golden, oh, nice pop. It's over the nose of Zindler, but he will be there to shepherd it to safety, although needed to rely on a decent 50 with Ikigai, which is never a guaranteed thing, especially at this level of Rocket League. Golden. This one's down. Fatal will flick it out to the left side. Oh, trying to air dribble it so very close. Fervent will maintain the possession. He will go up for one of those wicked shots. Puts it on target. What a follow-up here. Zindler will knock this one in. 1-1 tying goal off the back of some Fervent consistency and dedication. Look at that block.
Oh, I love to see that read. That's why you follow through on shots. That's why you continue to commit, because you never know when you're going to get a huge dunk over your opponent to at least set up one of your teammates. The defensive effort out of Kansas is too much just to keep Fervent off the net. It allows that follow through and to tie this one up. As we come up on halftime, UBC looking to put this one away. And Boise doesn't, not Boise, see the orange, Kansas doesn't have the touch to keep this one clear, and in a very quick turn of events here, UBC find themselves in the lead.
A quick turn of events indeed. They turn that around extremely fast. 2:42 on the clock. Not much else to say about that one. A quick, concise, and clinical finish by UBC. Oh, it could be 3. It will be 3. Fatal slamming this one in. And all of a sudden, UBC are on a bit of a scoring streak, which is a worrying sign for Kansas.
There's lots of time left on the clock to get back these 2 goals, but the very first step in starting that is going to be to shut down UBC's offense, which is hot right now. 3 unanswered. Slow that momentum. They got to throw the brakes on here if they want to have a chance to walk away with a victory and force a Game 5 decider between these 2 teams.
Bad news. Won't get it any further than the side of Fatal's car. Golden setting something up in the air, but Fervent will play spoiler to that plan. Slammer off that corner wall. Ikigai should get there first. That will be challenged by Zindler. Oh, a shot by Fatal. Man, the 4th goal. What a stab through the heart.
Would you say it was the fatal blow?
Oh, no, shut up, shut up. Damn it. Shut up. Ah, I hate it here.
Oh, boy.
Yes,
we love you too, Ichi.
Dang it.
Well, now that you've committed to saying that, maybe you'll get to eat your words later. I mean, that's if you want to see Kansas make the comeback, that's what you have to do, is you have to make a statement like that. And then we can maybe see them make the comeback just to make the casters in the booth be wrong, because that's really most of what this is.
Oh,
Ikigai just powered through a Rule 1. I'm not really sure what just happened there, but it was a Rule 1 with Fervent, and that could have been a huge step here to bring this to a 2v2 and taking away kind of the most dangerous player on the side of UBC.
Golden opportunity for Kansas. It's going by the wayside, and now they have less than 90 seconds to claw back a 3-goal lead. Very tough task, although, I say that. Ikigai, very cheeky touch there with that angle. Bad news. Banger of a clearance. Over to Fatal. We'll just kind of calmly send it out to the left, but Golden is still able to make some kind of an attacking touch on this one. Bad news will continue it over to Golden, who doesn't find a redirect. Neither does Ikigai. It's Fatal and the rest of the UBC squad working together to keep Kansas pinned back in their own half. If they're not anywhere near the goal, odds are they're going to have a little bit of difficulty scoring.
A little bit. Now, less than 40 seconds left on the clock, and this has gone from molehill to mountain as Golden has an opportunity to put that one in. They will on a beautiful pass. That's what I get for opening my big dumb mouth. You see this one brought within 2 with 31 seconds left on the clock.
Good pop up, a nice lob there by Bad News, and Golden, just Johnny on the spot, slams this one home. May wind up being a souvenir goal in the end, but at the very least, to be the final one to score in a series has got to feel better than nothing. That one's high off the ceiling. Down into the corner, Zindler. Over to Ikigai. We can't get this one past Fervent. God, the speed with the touch. Fervent actually threatening to direct that on target by himself. So very close. This one is ticking down. We need a miracle from Kansas. We are not going to see it. UBC find themselves in the final, and Lars, we had that screwy situation. What is our final matchup gonna be? It's UBC versus UBCO. Oh man, I do not envy the commentary team that has to handle that matchup.
In before.
Yeah.
Well, a great showing out of UBC and showing why they've came into this matchup with the advantage that they did, but a huge amount of credit to Kansas. I mean, game number 1, they almost took back. If they could have just gotten their feet under them a little bit quicker, they could have found themselves in the driving seat off the get-go here in game number 1. Game number 2 was fairly dominant in the side of Kansas Wesleyan. They came out of the box swinging, and they were able to walk away with a very secure victory. It just fell apart after that as UBC were able to bring this one back, throw a little bit of style on the net with that musty into the back post out of Fervent. And then obviously you could see the result of game 4 here. They were in control after Kansas got off to that early lead, and UBC just hit 4 unanswered. Kansas came back with 1 more at the end for a take-home goal, maybe trying to get the game ball home. But unfortunately for them, they find themselves on the losing end of this series, and that will be the end of their season. UBC moving on to the grand finals. We are going to take a short intermission. On the backside, we'll have an interview with one of the players from UBC. Stick around. We'll be right back. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to NECC for our final interview of the night, the final night of semifinals. We have Fervent here in the booth. So right off the bat, Fervent, congratulations on your victory. Any thoughts, questions, concerns, comments, hopes, and or dreams?
Hello. First of all, I want to say thanks for having me. And well, we played pretty strong in the 4 game. No, it was 4 games here,
Mm-hmm.
and I think our team is ready to take the championship here against UBCO. So
Well,
we're
that's
just
an interesting,
yeah.
that's an interesting matchup. We talked about it already. UBC versus UBCO. So it'll be interesting to see you guys go head to head. We got to ask, game 2, what happened there?
Game 2, I think our rotations just were a little lacking. We definitely noted that our defensive rotation it kept on the ball just kept going over our third man, and we had to change some things there, which we did in the third and fourth match.
I want to ask a question specifically about your guys' comms. When you get into the mode where, I mean, you especially, like, if there was a 6-shot game from you, I think that was game 3 or something. Ridiculous, by the way, and unbelievable talent on the striking side of the ball.
Oh, thank you.
But when you get into those kind of roles where just everybody's kind of like feeling themselves, do the comms loosen up a little bit, or are you guys just kind of like sharp, clean, and tidy on the nose, like from the get-go throughout the entire match?
Honestly, it was actually a really big point. Even before our first match, our pep talk, somewhat of a pep talk, we were saying, all right, let's keep the comms up. And that's exactly what we did and tried to do during all of our matches today. And if you're talking specifically about when someone goes for a solo play, we usually like to call it out. Say, if I'm going up the wall, I think usually my teammates know that I'm also going to say, I'm going to go for a solo play. And they also know that I'm already on the wall. So I'm in a pretty good position, especially if I'm off the ceiling already. So they just wait to see what happens. And if something cool happens, it just happens.
It's something cool. Yeah.
If you heard it here first, kids, always calm everything. Always.
Yes.
Don't let that fall by the wayside. Facts from the pros. All right. Well, then I had something I wanted to ask, but I got distracted because you got me on the comms bit. Jeez, Leechy.
Was it
My bad.
the musty flick?
I think it speaks for itself. Honestly, I don't think we have to go down that road too far. All right, so coming to this matchup, what did you guys do to prepare? If that's you were preparing from a week out, watching tape or anything like that, or if it was, hey, we hopped in VC 5 minutes and we just got off to the races.
I think just for this match specifically, we weren't as worried just because it was first against. I think they were 5th seed, but we're definitely going to try to be more prepared for it against UBCO. For today's games, I know that my teammates Fatal and both Fatal and Zindler, they were on like many hours before. I know Fatal himself, he was on for probably 5 hours before just warming up with a bunch of people. So they're really putting in the work.
5 hours before, that is a lengthy warm up. I feel like I would have burned out.
You're threatening being on the backside of that, but
yeah. That's crazy. Yeah, I guess everybody warms up differently. Fervent, last thing for me is just I did this with the previous interview, but just a word on your opponents tonight for Kansas. I mean, obviously you guys prepared well to deal with them, but just a word of encouragement to them and for how far they have made it in this competition.
Honestly, we didn't expect the level of competition that they did bring. They put up a good fight, especially by taking that game off of us. It was we were caught off guard there, and we were like, we really need to pull up our pants here and really keep up the comms. Keep in mind our rotations and everything, just to take the win.
It goes to show anyone at any point can kind of surprise you out here and bring a good level of play. So, GG's to Kansas, Wesley, and any other shout outs, thoughts, questions, concerns, comments, hopes, and or dreams before we move on out of here.
Honestly, just I can shout out my teammates, Fatal and Zindler. They put on a great performance today. Made the games today really easy as a player. They were good in rotations and everything, and just the amount of work they put in just to even coming 3 hours, 5 hours beforehand just to warm up. I did not myself did not do that, so it just goes to show how much they worked for it.
Well, great to hear out of you guys, and congratulations again to UBC. Moving on to the grand finals, which will be next week, December 7th. Make sure you are here for that. If you haven't already, go ahead and hit the follow at the bottom of the page. It's the easiest way to keep track. Also, any other esports you're interested in. We got Valorant. I believe we've got some League of Legends out here as well, and of course, Rocket League. Everyone going in to their grand finals coming up. So make sure you hit that follow button at the bottom of the screen. Thank you for joining us here tonight at NECC Esports for the semifinals of Rocket League. I've been Lars Dune on behalf of Leechy and myself. Have yourselves a wonderful evening, and we'll see you next time.